Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Township of Georgian Bay Council meeting for Tuesday, October 10th, 2023. It's 9 a.m. and I'd like to call this meeting to order. And in the spirit of reconciliation, we wish to acknowledge the enduring relationship between the Indigenous peoples and the territories they traditionally occupied. We recognize and deeply appreciate the historic connection they have to this place, the land, the water, the sky, and all that live on, in, and above it. We are grateful for the opportunity to meet here, and we will thank all the generations of Indigenous peoples who have taken care of this place and who continue to care for it. And we want to show our respect. Hundreds of years after the first treaties were signed, they remain relevant today. May they guide our decisions and our actions. We commit to learn, to educate, to honor sacred places, to take action towards real truth and reconciliation. And I want to add today, if I may, we had the Honeybee Festival a little over a week ago, and vastly more pleasant weather than we're having today, thankfully. And we were honored to have the Métis community here, and they served pancake breakfast to many people, and it had a couple of opportunities to purchase wares from them. But they also surprised me at the end, just as they were cleaning up, and by presenting to me and to our township a sash, a Métis sash, which you can more or less see here. Trying to angle it so it's on the camera. And they shared this, they gave this to us out of their appreciation and their thanks for us giving them a place in Honey Harbor in order to communicate their history, to share with us their culture. And so I think I feel on behalf of all of us deeply honored that they've shown their appreciation for Rendezvous Park this way. We will get this displayed in this chamber somehow, and I'm looking at Jennifer because I'm sure you're gonna, or I'm looking at you, Ms. Wade. Oh, you're in charge of decor, aren't you? You've told me a few things. Okay, I want this displayed in the room, and with our great appreciation for the growing connection we are having with the local and regional Métis community. All right. Council, any declarations of pecuniary interest, conflict of interest, or anything else you believe you should tell us about at this time? All right. Next, we were to present Ms. Gidge with a 5-year acknowledgement and thanks for service, but she stood us up. So Ms. Gidge, if you're watching, thank you very much. And maybe next month, we'll formally present our certificate of appreciation to you. And I hope in the meantime, you keep getting everyone paid. I know everyone appreciates that. And with that, we have a guest in the room who is going to tell us a little bit about OPP operations for the past quarter and whatever period you choose. And over to you. Acting Inspector, is that the right title? Acting
Inspector Todd Pittman, interim detachment
okay.
commander.
Yeah. You're a real inspector, but you're an interim detachment commander.
Not an acting detachment commander, correct?
Yes. All right. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Good morning, Council. Thanks for having me here today. Just by way of kind of structure, I believe I have 10 minutes to do the presentation. If I think that's what I got in email.
Well, and given that Council will spend 9 minutes asking you questions, you only have 1 minute.
Well, there we go. So let's just skip to the business then.
Yeah, no.
So, normally by way of structure, I would kind of go through a lot of the good news stories and really all the stories are about community involvement in the first part of the report. In the spirit of time, however, I will skip through some of these and just get to the ones specific to Georgian Bay Township. The report period that I'm going to cover here today is April to June. So that's the time frame that we're looking at. So we're just starting kind of the summer months at the end of this report period. I wish we were back there again, but here we are in the rain. I'm going to skip over to the Southern Georgian Bay Marine Unit. Good news story. It's probably page 4 or 5. Just skip it through, jump past that one there, and right there. So our Marine Unit, which I know is often a topic of conversation, especially up here with the amount of water that surrounds the communities. Our officers were out on patrol for this time frame, so April the 1st to June the 30th. Checked a total of 314 vessels during 167 hours on the waterways. So some of the things I hear at times are that, you know, we haven't seen the boat. I can reassure you, in 167 hours, the boat was on the water. So whether or not you see them at that time, they have certainly been out. 24 persons were charged. 75 others were warned with various offenses under the Canada Shipping Act, Liquor License and Control Act, with 4 being issued for failing to have sufficient life jackets. Interestingly enough, and again, as you all know, I'm fairly new to this role. I've seen that as a consistent theme throughout the year. So, and I'm sure in my next quarter report, I'll be talking about it again. It seems to be for me as a boater myself, it's one of the most basic requirements. However, a lot of people don't have sufficient life jackets, and it's a theme. It's quite concerning. We do a bunch of media releases on it as well, trying to raise public awareness and attention to it, but it's still ongoing. The focus patrols were basically in almost all the areas that we are responsible for, which includes Southern Georgia Bay Township waters. Our members also make themselves available for a lot of the questions that come in. There generally is a lot for the marine operators, but they're out there doing a great job. And I could say that we are fortunate in Southern Georgian Bay Detachment to be one of the full-time marine units within Central Region as a whole. I know there's other detachments that would like one of our boats. We have 5, but we're not willing to share it this time. So we're keeping them here because we have enough water to cover. Jump over to the second one, please, the next page. This one here is interesting. So this driver here actually started up in on Highway 400 up in the Perry Sound area, driving erratically, which I'm sure a lot of us see on the roads in driving behavior. On the way here this morning, actually, I stopped somebody who took my doors off, passing me. My vehicle's unmarked, so it's kind of secret. So it's interesting because, we had a discussion about speed. So there's no shortage of enforcement to be done out there. This is one of the cases. This driver here was flying down the road, ends up going through obviously Perry Sound, Southern Georgia Bay Detachment area, Huronia West, and Aurelia. All got officers out to intercept this vehicle. Turns out that it was a 25-year-old male driver from Toronto, charged with dangerous operation while impaired, alcohol and drugs, which I'm sure was contributing to the driving behavior, flight from police officer, which means that they didn't stop when initially signaled, and operation while impaired for a BAC blood alcohol concentration of over 80. And a few other charges there under the Highway Traffic Act, Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, and Liquor License and Control Act. Great stop by our members and a good one to get off the roads for sure. I could tell you that these are frequent occurrences on our highways out there. We're just highlighting this one here because there was a lot that went into it. And being cautious and cognizant of time, I will skip over the rest of the good news stories and get right into the body of the main body of the report, which should allow some time for questions after. I believe I'm past my 1 minute, but we're getting there. Oh, back up. And okay, go forward. Violent crime. Yeah, that's the first one. Thank you very much. So I'm going to cover off, I'll talk about our violent crime, and I'll specifically speak to the first column, which is April to June. The second column beside it is the year to date for the same reporting period, or year to date totals rather. So we're going to look at this quarter, which is April to June. Thankfully, we have no murders, other offenses causing death or attempt murders. Last year, we had a sex assault. This year, none reported to date, which is great. I have seen those increase in other areas that we're responsible for, as well as assaults have dropped. So overall, our violent crimes are down. We did have a call that was reported as an abduction and another crime against a person. And so overall, we're down about 33% for those calls for service. Our property crimes, we have overall decreases. However, we'll see a bit of an increase here in our frauds. So we went from 1 to 3. Whereas our thefts are pretty much the same for thefts over 5,000, thefts under are down from 5 to 3. And our mischiefs, we have had none reported during this quarter from April to June. Our drug crimes are all 0, which is absolutely amazing, given that many of our communities suffer from a lot of drug crimes. So it's refreshing to see that we have had no increases or cases up in this area. Our clearance rates have increased, so that's us actually clearing, solving, and coming to some sort of resolution on these crimes. So when we look at our violent crimes, we went from a 33.3% to 50%, and a property crime from 0 to 18.2%, which is nice to see. And lastly, then we have no calls that were unfound. Just on our clearance rates, one of the things that I've been talking to all the police services boards about, and Penetanguishene had to defer their last meeting because of a small building collapse that you may have heard of that happened on Main Street. And I know they became quite busy with that. So one of the things I've been discussing is how do we solve more crimes in our communities, in our detachments, deal with mischiefs, things like that. And I would suggest that absent witness evidence, physical evidence, people seeing things, one of the things that we largely do now is seek out video evidence. And within the program, or sorry, within the OPP, there's a new program that was adopted from Belleville Police Service that the OPP officially recognizes, and it's called CAMSAFE, CAMSAFE. And it's a program that I'm looking to launch in the Southern Georgian Bay detachment area. We don't have as many of the crimes up here. However, we do have crime up here. So it's not absent in our community. And it's something that I'm looking to launch right across the board. And it's going to, the ask would be obviously community engagement. So, local council would promote this. The OPP could bring flyers, have it in the council building here for people that want to sign up. And what the program is essentially is it's an online database of cameras in the community. Residents sign up, they show where their cameras are, where they face. However, we can't view the cameras remotely. So if Greg, if you had cameras in your property, we can't watch you in the backyard mowing your grass. We would actually have to call you and say, hi, Greg, we'd like to see the video of you mowing your grass in your backyard. And then you say, sure. So if there is a crime in the area, we could look at the cameras available on that street, reach out to the local residents to say, hey, we've had this happen. We had a mischief. So we've had some, or theft. We've had 2 theft over 5,000 here. We've had a theft in your area. We would like to review the footage because we have an idea of who the person would be. We want to see if we could get further vehicle info or maybe descriptors on a suspect. So just so you know, your worship, there will be a formal letter coming from me to you requesting support and joint promotion of this program within this detachment area here. So just a little blurb on that. So you'll see it, but that's what it's about. And then we'd be looking for the community to engage for those interested. Next slide, please. I think we're still on violent crimes. I'm over on the Highway Traffic Act. Traffic charges, HTA, Criminal Code, Traffic, Non-Traffic and Liquor License Control Act. So overall, this is for the entire detachment area. So all the communities that we police. When you look at HTA offenses, we're 718 for the year. In one of the police services boards meeting, I got asked an interesting question. Sometimes questions kind of throw me for a loop, but it also makes things clearer as I'm still learning this role. And one of the questions was, I see in April there was 292, 295 in May, and then all of a sudden in June there's 131. I would think that there's probably more vehicles. The weather's getting nicer. We do see the speeds increase. We do see more offenses. Why would there be a decrease? And right away I thought, Well, because the calls for in-service are increasing, right? The amount of calls that we have, the call volumes go up. I would say that this summer here, I've been told that this is the busiest summer that we've seen in the last 4 years within our detachment area for calls for service. It wasn't uncommon at time to read shift briefing reports. So I get a report after every single shift on what happens within our detachment area in that shift. And I could say that there's been times where there's been 75 calls in one shift for our members. That is astounding. So one of the complaints or the community things that I hear is we'd like to see increased traffic enforcement. We'd like to see more of this, more of this, more of this. When we have officers responding to 75 calls, that's what they have time to do in that shift, because that's quite a few calls per officer. And I believe that, you know, one of the things that as a detachment commander that we have to be open and honest and transparent about is that we do have a lot of calls in our communities. The summertime proves to be very busy for our members. Calls do happen on priority, right? Priority 0 calls are the most serious calls, the most violent offenses. And then they go by priority 1, 2. So we'll have some residents, and perhaps some of you as local councillors may have heard this from some of your constituents, is that, you know, we'd like more police presence, for example, say in July on this street. Perhaps on that day, we've had quite a number of priority 0 calls, and as well intended as, you know, we didn't get up to do it that day. But it's what I'm learning is it's a bit of a balancing act, right, on focusing on the calls for service, but still maintaining one of our big priorities as police services is community safety and traffic enforcement. And for us, Marine is a big one, which is nice because we have dedicated Marine officers, so they're not affected as much by our calls for service. So I just want to bring that forward in looking at this. And overall, criminal code trafficked, we've had 2 charges, 22 criminal code non-trafficked, 0 liquor license act, and 148 other traffic related charges, for a total of 890 charges within a 3-month period. So it's actually quite a bit of enforcement for this quarter. Next slide, please. Oh, I think we're already there. Seatbelt impaired. Yep, perfect. You're 1 ahead of me. Excellent. No, that's okay. I'm going there anyways. Yeah. So we're looking here at speeding, seatbelt, impaired and distracted. And the impaired and distracted includes, or only includes rather, impaired operation failure or refuse to provide a sample. So for speeding specifically, we're 328, seatbelts were 19, impaireds were none in this quarter, and 1 distracted, for a total of 348. Now, the interesting thing is I just read a good news story about this driver that, well, it's not a good news story, it's kind of a bad news story, but it's a good news that we actually caught this person and got them off the road, of somebody flying southbound on the 400 from Parry Sound. And then I say he was charged with impaired, but then in my report I say there was no impaired for this area. It's interesting, right? It's because they were actually stopped in a jurisdiction, not within the township here, because we got them south, so that's why. Next slide. Motor vehicle collisions by type. We've had 2 fatals so far this year. That's up from 1 last year. 18 PIs, personal injuries, from 6. And our property damage crashes or involved crashes have actually decreased to from 77 to 68. One of the things that I think I've seen since I've been here, and that's not lost on all of us, and that I've spoke about at other board meetings, is especially when you look at the personal injuries, right? I'm seeing on the roads, seems that there's less tolerance. People are way more impatient nowadays than they used to be. And coming back and being involved again in frontline policing and enforcement is something it's shocking. You know, I was a frontline officer myself 10 years ago, so that's going a bit a ways back. But looking at things now, they've changed quite a bit, and it's eye-opening for me. But that's one of the things I see, and we see it in society. People are less patient now. They're less tolerant. They're shorter on things, and I think that a lot of that behavior is also visible and clear in our roads, because aggressive driving and behaviors like that cause crashes. And then those result in personal injuries, inattentiveness, people just checked out, and I see it. I see it out there and on the roads, and that's what that an increase of 18 makes me think about. Looking at our fatalities, we did have 2. They weren't alcohol related, no off-road vehicle or MSV, which I'm happy about considering it's April to June. That would have piqued my interest for sure if it was a Skidoo. And looking at our MVCs, yeah, we've had 2 fails again. The cause factors, when we look at fatal motor vehicle collisions, we don't have, so the 2 fatals were investigated. They weren't determined to have speed, alcohol, wildlife, or inattentiveness as a contributing factor in those. Next slide. One of the things I should mention too, I just seen it on the report there as we flipped, was seatbelts also was not a contributing factor in those fatals. Public complaints, we've had 2 about conduct, meaning that people were not happy with the service that they received from our police members. And then when I look at secondary employment, no new requests for secondary employment have come forward. When I look at our daily activity patrol hours, cruiser patrol hours, we've had 59.75, and specifically marine patrol hours, 402.25, which trumps anything really that we're doing out there on the roads. I can attribute the fact, and I've already said it, that our benefit in this area is that our Marine members are full-time Marine members. So, and that's why we have so much dedicated Marine patrol. I mean, I would also like to see a full-time traffic unit at our detachment, but you know, given the fact that we have finite resources, right now I couldn't justify pulling a traffic unit together when we're getting upwards of 75 calls a shift. And that's in a 12-hour period. That's not in a 24-hour period. So it just shows you our call volumes. One day. When we look specific at Georgian Bay Township, and this report covers right from January to June of 2023, we're looking at 18 property damage related collisions. That is down from 21 last year. Our PIs, personal injuries, are at 5 from 3, and fatals are at 2, which matches pretty much last year as well at 2. Those other stats I gave you where we had an increase of 18 personal injury collisions is the detachment area as a whole. I should just draw that comparison for you. So, because there's a difference in that number there. 5 of them were here specifically. Next is the calls for service billing summary report. Generally, I don't go through this calls for service billing summary report in line for line. I usually make a general comment on it, and usually the general comment is that there's a time standard, as you can see, associated with every single type of call and occurrence that we do. One, obviously, the more serious, generally the crime, it requires more time for that investigation. Also includes any follow-up and then court time. One of the highest time standards that we see are drug offenses. Luckily, in this area specifically, we don't have a lot of, well, I shouldn't say we don't have a lot of drug offenses. We don't have a lot of charges for drug offenses like we do in some of our other towns. And with that, I am available to answer any questions, Your Worship. And if I don't have the answer, I will seek to obtain one for you.
Well, all right. Well, thank you very much for that. We appreciate the report. And yes, you know, we understand that people wish they saw your crews more often. On the other hand, it's probably a good thing that we don't need to see your crews all that often. So, I mean, you got to take the good with the bad. But with that, over to council. I didn't know if any councillor would like any specific questions of Mr. Pittman or Inspector Pittman, sorry. Councillor Graziano, please.
Thank you, through your worship. Just a couple of questions with regards to the OPP, the summary that you've provided today. First and foremost, thank you for, participating in different community events and making our communities safe. I'm just curious, and then perhaps to your knowledge, you may not know, have there been any infractions issued to the floating accommodations that are on Gloucester to date? Are you aware of any?
I'm not aware of any infractions. I am aware of some of the floating accommodations. However, I can certainly seek to find that information from our marine officers. They're the ones out there day in and day out. So I could find that information out specifically.
I would greatly appreciate that. Secondly, for the past 3 quarters, as we've received your reports, we've requested some data pertaining to tickets issued on the waterways. And in your report today, I didn't see any. So I was hoping that perhaps in future presentations that we can see that, just as a gentle reminder. Thank you.
Absolutely, Councillor. Thank you. That is something I could certainly provide. So interesting. It's the report is a standardized report, right? It's one that we pull and the data gets populated by our detachment administrative clerks. So there are some things that don't get pulled out that do interest the different municipalities in which we police. So that's something I could definitely bring on a separate note for this council in the future.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you very much for the report. Much appreciated, and certainly the work that you do. Just an observation for you for what it's worth. I heard you talk about quite an increase in calls for service. And I just wanted to clarify where that was, because I do have a couple of comments for you. The calls for service, was that calls for service, in our hamlets or on the highway or generally everywhere? Out on the marine unit areas? I'd just like to get a better understanding of where the calls for service were quite heavily increased according to one part of your report.
Thank you very much for the question. The calls for service are not so much all over, I would say. I would say actually in Georgian Bay Township, and we see it in the report, is that we're not seeing as many calls for service in this area. If I'm not mistaken, I did see another report saying that overall calls for service were down here. And it was on a separate report, if I'm not mistaken. I would say that we've seen a large increase in calls for service within some of our other areas that we police, such as the Town of Midland, Penetang-Machine. And that's where we're getting a lot of them. We are also seeing an increase in traffic complaints in a lot of the jurisdictions. So not specific to this area.
So if I may, just so as sort of a comment and maybe an attempt to be helpful, because my observation is that the activities, especially out on the waters of the coast of Georgian Bay, the activity, especially this year and sort of post-COVID, shall we say, has been about, from my observation, and I'm right out where sort of there's a channel that goes, most of the transient vessels pass by me off in the distance, and I can tell you the traffic is way down, might be 10% this fall, and all of beautiful September. Many hours went by without a boat going by, which is quite remarkable. And on speaking with my fellow councillors of the District of Muskoka, not only is my observation similar for them, their business activities in places like Muskoka Lakes and Lake of Bays are significantly down. So I just, I think it's just worthy of note. And one of the things that that has sort of come up internationally is that people are doing post-COVID travel. And basically, you have to get a ticket to get into Venice and other cities in Europe because they're so busy. But North America and the travel in North America has been impacted significantly. So I thought it was, sort of an observation that if that continues, it's something you need to think about. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. It's raises an interesting point as you were speaking. I was just making a note. That's another thing that I could look into finding out is marine calls for service for year to year and look at it for the same quarter. Yeah, I know that the land calls for service have increased significantly, but yeah, I don't disagree.
I'm not seeing any other hands raised, so I think you have your homework and we won't give you any more at this moment. But thank you again for making the presentation. It's very informative and greatly appreciated.
Thank you very much, Your Worship, and thank you, Council, very much for having me here today.
So next on our list is a delegation from the Southern Georgian Bay Airboat Rescue. And I think I see couple of faces there. If you could be so kind as to introduce yourself and go ahead with your presentation, please.
So thank you very much for having us today. My name is Christina. I do have a question is what is the easiest way for when it comes to our slides?
If you could share your screen, that would be the easiest, but
Perfect,
I can
thank you.
also-
Start broadcast. It's loading. Can you try clicking stop and try again? Is there a way to escape, to leave this screen?
If it's not going to load, I can share my screen and you can just let me know when to switch slides.
Is there an escape button? No. Can you see that?
Yes, we can.
Okay, wonderful. There are some words you never want to hear in a medical crisis. Too far. Too far out. Southern Georgian Bay Airboat Rescue was born on the conviction that no one should go out without the care that could save their life. Motivated to change emergency care for the people who need it, our Southern Georgian Bay firefighters have the hands that heal and the hearts that reassure in any emergency crisis. I'm Chrissy.
And I'm Sherelle, and
we're
we Southern Georgian Bay Airboat Rescue Initiative. We are fundraising for a rescue boat that will be operation on Georgian Bay 365 days of the year.
That means for all 4 seasons, like fall,
Winter,
spring,
and summer.
because if you call out for 911 and you're not only a couple hundred feet offshore, our fire departments just don't have the right resources to come out and get you.
This rescue boat is going to be a game changer for our first responders and Georgian Bay.
This thing will be equipped with one powerful motor.
This is going to drastically improve our response time.
It will be outfitted to try and make as many saves as possible. This thing will include thermal cameras, navigation equipment, and a heated cabin, just to name a few.
So we'll be able to locate the patient, get them out of the elements, and be able to provide them with treatment right away.
This rescue boat will be able to go over land, broken ice, on top of ice, through the water, and withstand 3-meter waves. This is not your typical flat-bottom airboat, nor is it a hovercraft. This craft has inflatable cylinders with a scale-like shield to help protect it from any punctures. These cylinders help to provide a more cushioned ride and a smoother transition to all terrains we throw at it.
Let's give you some scenarios. Maybe it's a nice summer day and Grandpa and his grandson are out fishing, and they are in a situation where Grandpa needs medical care.
Heck yeah, we're coming. Maybe it's little Timmy and his friends, Susie and Jeannie, that are lost out on the bay in their canoe.
Is that even a question? Heck yeah, we're coming. Maybe John and his family have found themselves in a snowmobile accident or a boat accident.
Maybe it's your family or friends at a summer cottage on an island and they need medical treatment.
So, Chrissy, I think they need to hear what this really means.
Our firefighters are the heroes of our community. They have the determination. We can't go back and change the beginning, but we can start where we are and change the ending.
They have the strength. One day they will tell their story of how they overcame what they went through, and it will be someone else's survival guide.
Our firefighters will never stop because we will respond to medical, fire, disabled boaters, disabled snowmobiles, and lost individuals. We will respond to anything a fire truck would normally respond to on land, except now we will have the opportunity to respond on the water.
Regardless of what your situation is and you need emergency assistance.
Hurt while being out on the bay?
Let your fire department, they can call on Tay.
Because with our reciprocal agreements already in place, we will come out and assist our other communities that sit on Georgian Bay.
Well, Chrissy, I have got to ask because this question comes up all the time. Where is this rescue boat going to be housed?
Like we said, this boat can go over all kinds of terrains. It doesn't need a boat launch. This rescue boat will be sitting on a trailer hooked up to our rescue truck inside Station 5, Victoria Harbor, ready to respond. We will continue to evaluate our response times at all times to make sure we are providing the service Southern Georgian Bay expects.
The likelihood of more water and ice-related incidents only elevates with increased lake use. Our communities are only growing.
Tay Fire Department will be ready to respond and ready to help. This initiative was built by the community for the community. As you know, Tay Township is our partners in this initiative. They have said that they are going to be contributing the housing, the maintenance, and to replace this craft within the next 25 to 30 years in their budget.
In the last 22 months, we've raised over $250,000.
That's from us kicking the pavement with our handmade bracelets, swag, and kind-hearted people like you donating.
From a single airboat to highly skilled firefighters providing care on the water, on ice, and on the ground, we are shaping the future of critical care by keeping our firefighters safe while they are saving lives of our communities on Georgian Bay.
Unite with your community. What will you say when they ask you for help? Our communities have already pulled in $250,000, and now we are coming to the people that can make a huge impact on the safety of our communities together. We are asking your help to pull in that extra $100,000 working together. We're asking you for $16,700. That is only $1 5 to keep every one of your residents safe. They have shown that they are here for you and each other. Are you willing to be there for them? The mission,
The answer.
and we're coming for you.
Okay, well, thank you very much for that. Council, I see Councillor Jarvis's hand up. Shall we start the conversation with you, please?
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I remember when we first heard about this possibility that the boat that was being considered was of Russian origin. Things have changed with regards to Russia since that first initial presentation. Is the manufacturer of this boat still Russian?
No, actually, it's a local person on Georgian Bay up by Carling, and he's Ukrainian, and he has a company that will be actually manufacturing them.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper, please.
And thank you for the presentation. Certainly an interesting concept. I have a couple of questions about the vessel for starters. What is the size of this? It's a hovercraft essentially, I believe. Is that correct?
No, it's different than a hovercraft because it doesn't rely on inflatable pillows. So we're not relying on a fan to inflate it. It's actually inflatable cylinders that have a scale-like shield that helps protect it from punctures.
So in effect, it's not really riding over top of the water. It's in the water. And you've got what it looks then like is what you'd see around, a Coast Guard boat, which has, big floats around the outside of it. And that's, so my question is the length of this vessel, please. And the type of hull. I'd like to know, it looks somewhat flat to me, but I'd like to know, is it a deep V bottom on it? Because it doesn't look like it.
No, so if you look at our, I think our first page of our presentation, it'll show like a replica of what we're going for. So it actually, no, it doesn't sit inside the water. It sits on top of the water. And it is 30 feet and the hull is aluminum.
So I'm still trying to get to the bottom of this. It sits on top of the water. So it's a hovercraft. It either does or doesn't float.
So it's like a flat bottom airboat, but with inflatable cylinders. So I guess if you're saying that it's like a hovercraft where it'll sit on top, but we don't need to rely on any fans to inflate the bags. They're already inflated.
Right. Yeah, that's, we have people in our area that use these, not 30 feet long, but sort of 20 feet long. And it's exactly the same concept. And I just wanted to understand it's more or less the same concept. It's just somewhat longer. And you happen to think that this vessel can handle 3 foot sea. And I guess my concern is that we get more than 3 foot seas, and particularly if you were coming out of Victoria Harbor and heading up through the Gap, it can be 5 and 6 foot seas. And with a flat bottom, that's not going to cut it. So I'm trying to understand where the value proposition is. Thank you.
So as far as we know, that it can handle 3-meter waves. The military already uses this in their fleet as well.
Well, I appreciate having maybe a manufacturer's profile of this vessel, because 3-meter waves, I'd be hard pressed to find anything other than a ship that it can take 3 meters waves. So I'm really perplexed by that number. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other questions at this time? Councillor Wojcik.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. One question only. the primary use of this vessel would be during the winter months when there is ice and snow. Because I believe in the summer months, there's access via the OPP boats and our fire department boats that could make it out to the rough waters to any of our residents. So would the primary use be mostly in the winter when we ice up? Thank you.
Of course, the off-shoulder season is our busy time as down in Township, as you know, we don't have a craft. The OPP basically patrols the water where we need our firefighters out there doing medical calls, fire. So that but I'm sure we'll see an increase in volume in the summer months as well as the off shoulder.
I'll add to that as well. So I wish the Marine, the gentleman that was on could have stayed on because he could attest to this too. If the Marine unit is not working or in service, I don't know what the correct terms are. My apologies. They do not respond to calls. So in this circumstance, this boat will be called to action whenever needed, 365 days of the year. So currently, a fire department is not going to be aiding the OPP even during their months when they are aiding or when they are patrolling the waters. With this craft, they will be calling on the fire department and this vessel, which will be going on all terrains whenever needed. So right now, if the OPP is not working, they say, flag down a civilian and we'll get medics to the shore. By having this vessel in operation, we'll be able to get the medics right to the call right away.
Great, thank you for that. And I look forward to seeing this program come to fruition. So good luck, girls.
Thank you. Councillor Graziano, please.
Thank you, and through your worship, a couple of questions if I can. Did I hear you correctly? So far to date, you've crowdfunded $250,000 from the community?
Yes.
That was independent private donations, is that correct?
So it's been that, and it's also been we've had to get innovative because obviously when we started this, the world was going through a hiatus. So we've started screen printing and making our own apparel. So that is a huge impact on what that number is. Also, we've had some donations from your area. Armin has put in 30,000. We've had Midland Rotary. We've had BMR Pro in Elmville, and we've now have Tim Hortons in Wabashing and Port Severin that are going to be selling their new holiday cookie, and the proceeds will go towards us as well.
Excellent, and great job on the crowdfunding. The $5 referenced for Georgian Bay, was that specific to our full-time residents or our seasonal as well? And I'm sorry if you've already addressed that, but I didn't quite hear that.
Yeah. So that would be when you guys are at your peak time. So the 15,000.
So our annual commitment would be $15,000, or is it a one-time?
So your commitment will be 16,700.
One-time commitment or ongoing?
This is just for right now.
This is just for the capital.
So we are purchasing the boat. This isn't an ongoing fundraiser. Once this is in possession, Township would then take possession of it. And then if what they're going to reach out to you in hopes of continuing, that's not something that we are a part of. We're the initial investment.
Understood.
So this would be the capital investment on the boat.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Predko, please.
Thank you, and through your worship, thank you for the presentation. It's very interesting, and airboats are such a native Georgian Bay thing. It seems like a natural approach to take to winter rescue in particular. I'm really just a little bit curious about your long-term funding model. So I understand 350 is for the acquisition of the boat. And it's going to be housed and maintained in Township, and you have some commitments from Tay for maintenance on that. How would you go about long-term training and staffing for this? Is this something that you were expecting all of the municipalities around Tay as well as Tay to help fund, or will there be training for other townships, or is it going to be strictly a Tay initiative?
So part of that question would be that obviously both of our chiefs would have to talk and make that agreement. However, this right now is the capital, so this will be the craft itself, training, 5 years maintenance right now, and everything to equip the craft at 350,000. Tay has already said that they're going to contribute by housing and then replacing and training as well for the next, once they take possession.
Okay, thank you. And then just very briefly, at one point in answering one of the questions, you had referred to the airboat as them. Is there plans to buy more than one, or is this a single purchase for the $350,000?
So this is just a single purchase right now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'm afraid I just have a couple, let me call them rather picky questions, and I apologize for that, but I found it very interesting on your ask page. You included the seasonal residents in our population count, but it doesn't appear you did that in any of the other communities. So I'm curious about that. And I'm also curious as to why your rate per person varies from township to township or municipality to municipality.
Because we're asking for 16,700 from each township to get us to that 100,000. And so the way that we came up with the formulation was just by population.
Right, thank you very much. Appreciate that explanation. Any other questions?
May I add on to that question?
You may.
Yeah. So as everybody seems to be doing their budgets right now. If unfortunately, if it's not in your budget, the other thing we would ask is if you could help us fundraise for the rest, and just by endorsing and supporting and helping us get to that goal of your 16,700.
Fair question. Thank you very much. And I'm going to say thank you for your presentation and all the work you've been doing for quite a few years on trying to get this airboat available for everyone's safety. And let me call it insurance for the area. It's good to have additional equipment. So we appreciate all that. And yeah, like everybody else, our budget time is coming up, and this will be an item that I'm sure will be considered.
Thank
So
you.
thank you very
Thank you,
much. Thank you. So council, after those presentations, we're now on to the consent agenda. And I have at this point, moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded by Councillor Bocheck, be it resolved the council adopts the consent agenda of October 10th, 2023 as circulated. Council, any discussion or exceptions? Councillors Jarvis and Hazelton have their hands up, so we'll start with Councillor Jarvis, please.
Yeah, I'd send off our note with regards to a couple questions on item G, development charges consulting services. I think we might be able to deal with them very quickly, but I would like to discuss that.
Okay, and Councillor Hazelton, was it the same topic or a different one?
Different topic. I had a question regarding council minutes on September 11th. Want me to ask that now?
No, I'm going to just note that's item B. So I'll see what responses we get. So we'll do Councillor Jarvis first, then we'll follow with you. So Councillor Jarvis, you had a couple of questions about development charges consulting services item.
There's actually more points of clarification, I think. Under analysis and options, we had relevant experience listed twice with two different percentages listed. I'm wondering if there's a typo in there or something else.
Through your worship, maybe to the clerk, the version I am opening doesn't have the scoring twice.
Well, in our agenda, it says company profile 15%, relevant experience 25%, relevant experience 20%, project team 15,
I
cost
see.
25. Which could mean that relevant experience is 45% of the overall.
Well, yes.
Or
I could open the RFP. It's got the evaluation criteria in there. It's probably a copy paste error. Give me one moment.
Yeah. All right.
Sorry, what was the answer to the question then?
I'm looking it up.
Oh, you okay? Okay, fine.
And while you're doing that.
I had one other as well.
Oh,
So
sorry.
Oh, I got the answer already. So company profile background was 15%, relevant experience was 25%, approach and methodology 20%, project team 15%, and cost for 25%.
sorry, the 20% was for?
Approach and methodology. Apologies for that.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Then one other question is, why was Lake of Bays excluded from the RFP?
They chose not to participate in the joint RFP.
Will they be affected by any work that is done with regards to this RFP then? I mean, do they stand to gain as a result of this in the end or not?
No, they would have to issue their own RFP and
Okay.
choose a consultant of their choice.
Thank you. That was it.
Councillor Hazelton. But I'll recognize you and then I can go. Oh, for that one. Okay. Councillor Galchenyuk.
Thank you, and through your worship, just a quick question with regards to the intent of this. So my understanding is that district has essentially combined all of its lower tiers, and we are going to be going up for an RFP for development charges. Is that correct? To determine whether our development charges are.
Through your worship, the district itself is not involved. These are a grouping of lower tier. So district municipalities who have gathered have already issued the RFP, and this is the award of the RFP.
Right.
To
And,
Hampson.
we're hoping to realize economies of scale by having others apply with us. I'm assuming they are going to be doing a review of development charges in both MacTier and Port Severn. Is that correct? Will we be receiving something
Throughout the township.
throughout our
yes.
township?
Yeah.
Okay, great. And I know that MacTier is an area that I'd like to very much pay attention to. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton, over to you, please.
Thank you. I just wanted to follow up on item 8B. It's page 59 of the package of 149. This is in the minutes, yes. The page of the minutes, page 8 of 11. And it's resolution C-2023-384. And it's referred. And I had previously understood that items that had been deferred or referred would likely come back, and it's not on this month's agenda. I'm wondering, can we have a target date for when that will be being brought back to us? I mean, we have been talking about this for several months, and this was kind of a resolution that was bringing it to a head last month. And I'm just concerned that since it's been discussed for so long, when are we likely, can we pin down a date when we are going to have this brought back to council?
My goal is before the end of the year,
That's,
November, December.
that's,
I'm not open to making promises if I don't know I can commit to them at this point in time, given my staffing situation. I know that's not the answer you want, but that's an honest answer. Sorry.
I understand your desire to not make commitments, but I think we as a council need to be able to pin some of these things down and ensure that they don't disappear. I have a feeling we are going to be talking shortly about a long list of items that never get done. And I would like to not see this one fall off the edge. So I want to raise the visibility of it and seek action for it. Thank you.
It is
Councillor Russell.
on this matter as well, if I can, and perhaps Ms. Way could clarify. My understanding is that this was going back to our legal counsel for some wordsmithing, is that correct? Or is that falling solely on your shoulders on the wordsmithing of how we bring this back to council for a final? And just a separate note, I understand that the province will be bringing in some new regulations around council responsibilities that may also impact this. And I'd like to very much be proactive on this matter. So is this before our legal counsel or is this with you, Ms. Way?
This is with me at this point in time.
Thank you.
Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not sure who else is coming in by Zoom, but I'm asking a question not related other than as a Zoom attendee, certain councillors are not speaking into their microphones, specifically Councillor Hazelton. If you wouldn't mind either speaking into your microphone, I don't know whether you're there in person or whichever, but hard to hear. Thank you.
For your information, Councillor Cooper, all chairs are occupied in person, with the exception of yours, which is occupied by Councillor Hazelton's luggage.
Well, that's lovely, and I'm glad his luggage is there, but if he could just put his microphone in front of the luggage, he'd be in even better shape. Thank you.
Can you hear me now?
Somewhat better. Thank you.
So maybe it's a mic because nobody else is any closer to the mic than I am. Like,
Could be.
I could talk like this.
That's rather distorted. Never mind.
Testing 1, 2, testing 1, 2. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay.
Barely.
Councillor Bocek, please.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. To add to what Councillor Hazelton was saying about this referred item, I too brought this up at the district council meeting. We had a delegation done about the changes to the Conflict of Interest Act at the provincial level, and my question to them was, that's great, but is there indemnification or some way to be reimbursed? And I'm waiting for a report to come back from district. So perhaps, Karen, that report would add to your ability to achieve what you're wanting to achieve. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, with all that discussion, I'm going to try the motion one more time, and that is moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded by Councillor Bocek. Be it resolved that council adopts the consent agenda of October 10th, 2023 as circulated. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much for the discussion. Pretty populated. And that takes care of this whole bundle. All right. And I understand there's no one for open forum. So our next thing is to adopt the irregular agenda, and I have moved by Councillor Bocek, seconded by Councillor Jarvis. Be it resolved the council adopts the regular agenda of October 10th, 2023 as circulated.
Your worship, if I may.
Let me finish.
Please.
Any comments or questions? Councillor
Your
Graziano.
worship, if I may. I'd like to add to the regular agenda today. In August of this year, we had requested that staff return back with a report on any outstanding resolutions that exceed 90 days. I believe Councillor Hazelton in last month's council had asked staff for a follow-up on when we could expect that to be presented. Staff responded by likely sometime this month, perhaps next. Maybe there was no commitments made. I was logged in via a remote, so I may not have heard it correctly or accurately. But I do have some issues that I'd like to be able to address. I know that some of my constituents are concerned with regards to some of these pending resolutions that have yet to be actioned on, and I'd like to have an update if possible on some of the ones that I see here.
So you'd like to add under new business an item F, which would be regarding outstanding resolutions over 90 days?
Yes, and I'd like to be able to query staff on where these resolutions are.
All right. Cool. Any other additions or requests? So then I have moved by Councillor Bocek, signed by Councillor Jarvis, be it resolved that council adopts the regular agenda of October 10th, 2023 as amended to include under new business an item F regarding outstanding resolutions over 90 days. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you.
Mayor, can I ask a question? What is item E?
Environmental Fast Track Program from Councillor Graziano.
Okay. What timestamp would I have had to go to download that version? Because I downloaded it on Sunday and didn't see it.
I think it was uploaded yesterday. It was originally listed on the cow agenda, but then it got moved because of the timing for yesterday. Sorry.
Thank you.
All right. So that has been carried. And now we have communications. So I think last time I started on what is my right. So this time I'm going to start on my left. And I'm going to say, let's start with Councillor Graziano, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Quite a busy month. Part of the month I was abroad, unfortunately, and remoted in. But over the month I attended the short-term rental open house. The District of Muskoka's Housing Task Force Committee, which was a great committee. It's our inaugural meeting for version or iteration 2.0 of this task force. I was the host of an Oak Bay town hall specifically to discuss rock crushing. I attended, of course, the Honeybee Festival, which was a fantastic family event, and Mother Nature was very, very nice to us. I also attended the 117 Port Severn Road Information Center, or excuse me, session, rather. I had the opportunity to attend, along with Councillor Bocek, the renaming ceremony of District Road 38. And lastly, of course, I've held my monthly meetings with 4 different lake associations. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton, please.
I'll try to get closer to the mic. Can you hear me now? As normal, a busy month. I had the opportunity of attending the SSEA MECP environmental seminar, got all excited about a couple of ideas that I had during that seminar, and then discovered that they didn't really relate to us. So all seemed to be lost on that one. I did attend the Georgian Bay Association's Coastal Protection Committee meeting, and they and we are very interested in engaging with our new Director of Planning, Derek, to talk about the Georgian Bay Association's Municipal Planning Comparison Guide, where they have invested a whole lot of effort in providing a report comparing all of the townships up and down the shoreline, all the way up to the top end of the bay and right down to us. So it's not an intent to say you should do this, but it's an awesome comparison guide and one that I think we want to have visible. Many conversations and emails with residents on a variety of township matters. Thoroughly enjoyed the informal Stephen Jarvis lunch gathering out at his lovely mini Cognishine Island. Attended and thoroughly enjoyed the Honeybee Festival, although it was a little too hot for me. I like to get back out on the water and have a little bit of a breeze. I attended the developer hosted information session on a proposed condo in Port Severn. And during that session, I had an opportunity to chat with our new director of planning, Derek, and was thoroughly impressed with the fact that he was aware of council's direction for planning to review condo bylaws and find bylaws that might be appropriate for condos that may or may not be appropriate in the current version. So thank you very much for being on top of all of that. As with the other councillors, attended the special council meeting on Friday, October 6th. What a month is this? And more on a personal thing, but I think this is interesting for us as a community. I had the opportunity to attend a celebration of life for Sally Walsh. Sally passed away just 2 weeks before her 101st birthday. She was a native of Buffalo and had a lifetime of enjoyment in Honey Harbor. And of specific interest was the fact that Honey Harbor was mentioned at least 50 times in the formal remarks during the service. So clearly Honey Harbor is fully entrenched in her and her family. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor, and for the opportunity. I wanted to thank Councillor Hazelton for stopping mumbling. Just kidding. But I could hear you, so that's I don't know what's happening. I think for a start was saying I wish I was there with you. I have to say that I'm constantly down in the sort of Aurora area on and off between the Bay and Aurora for health reasons. But I will send a headshot that the mayor or Councillor Hazelton can put on top of Councillor Hazelton's luggage that's in my spot. That way you can wave at me. And as far as my activities, very busy, mostly by Zoom, as a result of what I just said, explained. You know, I'm not going to get into a lot of detail other than I've had virtually, well, very, very many meetings regarding the education center. We're getting very close to completion of phase 2 of the education center. And I know that we plan to come forward in November to council with a report and also a report to the district. Well, phase 2 is essentially the sort of the last step before the fundraising phase, which would be phase 3. So if all things in that report turn out that the recommendation is to move forward to the fundraising phase, and frankly, there's a lot of fundraising already underway in the background, you know, sort of greasing the wheels, shall we say, as opposed to specific asks. There's a lot of interest and there's a lot of opportunity to raise money as well. So I just wanted to report that to council that we will have something in November, and I've already spoken to the clerk about setting aside some time to make a presentation, but also to have questions from council, and looking forward to that. So I don't know that there's anything else I need to go into. It's a lot of, as I said, Zoom and phone calls with constituents, etc. Not able to attend all the events that I'd like, but that's just life sometimes. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis, please.
The usual committee of adjustment event that we had mid-month. I had to miss Segbay, unfortunately, commitment in the city, but I do know that Segbay and myself and our service department are working on something with regards to Brissette House that hopefully will be appealing to everybody. We'll see what comes down the road on that. That's with the Historical Society as well involved. Yeah, having everybody out to the cottage was a nice event. Of course, it's great to be able to announce something and have your spouse do all the organizing on a lot of the end of it. So it worked out well for me in that regard. I hope everybody enjoyed themselves. I really, really appreciate the mayor being the taxi service for most everybody that was there. And of course, Councillor Cooper and Hazelton who came out on their own as well. So I appreciate that. I don't think anybody hit any rocks en route or on the way back, which is also good. Other than that, Honeybee Festival, I thought was a wonderful event as always. I appreciate all the organizing that went into that. Thank you to our Director of Sustainability, to a large part on that, and to everybody that volunteered, because there was a good volunteer contingent there that in my mind worked very, very hard for a wonderful day. That was it.
Thank you. Councillor Predko.
Thank you, and through you, your worship. The month of, I guess, mid-month September to mid-month October, we did have a meeting for the Sustainable Communities Advisory Group, and I think we went through a number of a discussion on retrofits for facilities to reduce gas house emissions by 50 to 80%, and I know that discussion is going to continue. We'll be looking at more issues in the future, and I think the chair, Ms. Schneier, has asked for suggestions on future agenda items, some of which I think will include things like naturalization of shorelines, enhancing our EVs charger infrastructure in the township, some water management issues, and looking at how we can fast track programs, applications for green and sustainable building initiatives. I did get to Mini Cognition and with the other councillors and staff to experience the natural beauty and the history of that island, and it was a really valuable and entertaining afternoon. Honeybee Festival as well, and again, thanks to all the volunteers. The Truth and Reconciliation flag raising occurred in late September as well, which we were able to, I was able to attend, and I know some of the other councillors also did. And I had hoped to attend the renaming of Kanyake Hake Lahokache, but I did miss that. And I do wish, great things for our Wata neighbors. And hopefully we see more evidence of truth and reconciliation in the coming months and years. That's it.
Thank you. Councillor Bochek, please.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor, I attended the Oak Bay Zoom meeting that I was invited to by Councillor Graziano. There was over 60 residents that attended the meeting, and they were there to give us a very clear message on what they would like to see happen at Oak Bay in the future. On the 14th, I had an SSEA meeting, and it was really to gear up towards later this month, we're going to be making our strategic plan, and it was involved getting around that. Water quality seminar in Elmville basically was a field trip to understand the new regulations coming from the province to do with water testing around source water drinking and other water quality issues. Attended the report card from the Muskoka Watershed Council that was up in Gravenhurst, well worthwhile event. Did a bit of a presentation at District Council during the Health Services meeting with the help of our mayor. There's a funding formula coming through from the province for 2 new hospitals in Muskoka, which is about $1 billion budget. The ask from the townships is about $220 million to put towards these hospitals, which our residents in the township of Georgian Bay won't really have any access to or use. So the mayor and I had come up with a plan and presented it at the Health Services, where the funding formula and the taxation may start a little earlier, and we may be able to get some funding for our local hospitals that our residents use from the district. More to come on that. Honeybee Festival, great time. I spent the whole day there. It was one of the highlights of my year. Meeting with a lot of the Métis folks and listening to their drumming and invited them to participate in our Christmas parade this year. And hopefully, they will accept our offer and be in our Christmas parade. Went to the renaming of the Muskoka Road 38, which is now become the Mohawk Peoples Road, and I will not attempt, my tongue doesn't work in that direction, and thank you for saying it, Councillor. But that was a great event with a lot of people from district, representation from the township as well. I did attend the meeting that was held at Driftwood about the Sunny Lee development, and they're planning on doing a 4-story, 66 block unit on the waterfront in downtown Port Severn, where Sunny Lee Cottages exist. Good, fruitful meeting, lots of conversations. Who knows where it'll go? We'll find out one day, and hopefully things progress there. Still waiting to hear when the planning committee will start up. Lots of folks that are going to be sitting on that committee are very interested in getting that up and running. So hopefully we'll have something soon and we'll move ahead with that. I think that's basically my month. Thank you.
Thank you. I also had a very busy month. Following last month's council meetings, I ended up the following day talking solid waste in the morning, and float homes, I think it was later in the morning. And so those are two topics to keep on going. That weekend I was at up in Thunder Beach, actually, for the Georgian Bay General Hospital's annual fundraising gala. On the 18th, over to the Discovery Center in Gravenhurst for the Muskoka Watershed report launch. The next day up in Huntsville for a local share meeting. That's basically the hospital saying how much money they would like the community to contribute, and based on the provincial formula, it ends up being about 20 to 25% of the total cost of a new hospital build is on the backs of the I'll call it the property owners through property taxes and the foundations versus provincial taxes. As mentioned by Councillor Bochek, the following day was the Health Services Committee, and I attended that. And actually, the chair of that committee was more generous than I realized upon review, because he gave me 15 minutes to give my viewpoints on how hospital funding should go and how all residents of the district should see the money going to the hospitals that they will use if they call 911. And I think the message was heard. And next week at the district council, there will be resolutions in front of us on that, and we'll just have to see how it goes. But I don't think the discussion's over yet, but I think we made definite headway. The following day, I was at RAMA actually for the Simcoe Muskoka District Health Unit Indigenous Cultural Training. Even though I've had this training before, I think every time you do it, you learn something different, and I was really appreciated that, and found the input from some of my fellow health unit board members surprising at times. It was very interesting. Had the pleasure the following day to attend the wedding of a nephew down in Toronto, which included a number of the guests came from this area, and it was a beautiful night. And you sit outside and you realize you can't see any stars because there's so many lights all around you. And while the lights are kind of impressive, couldn't help but reinforce I'd much rather have something like that where you can actually see the stars. But that's personal taste, shall we say. On the 25th, the flag we raised a flag to recognize National Truth and Reconciliation, and all the children who were lost in all the ongoing trauma, the multi-generational trauma from the actions of our government and the residential schools from the past. Well, now it's about a century and a half. Okay, where am I? There I am. Also attended the following day a mayor's update for Georgian Bay General Hospital on the projects they're working on, and then came here for a honey tasting, which is always kind of fun, and it didn't fail to entertain. And we eventually picked our winners. And we were fortunate that District Chair Jeff Lehman was also one of the judges for that honey tasting. And then in the afternoon, I had a meeting with the I'll call it the mayors to our west with regards to the Southern Georgian Bay OPP and the board that should be created per the new regulations. And on the 28th, the education center that is being worked on that Councillor Cooper made reference to, and is really appreciated the update and the progress that's being made, and very much looking forward to the report coming out in the near future. On Saturday, went to Wata and joined them in their walk through the community and in recognition of the National Truth and Reconciliation Day, and it was good company, and got to hear from different people, which I always appreciate that. And then, as numerous people have mentioned, Honeybee Festival, October 1st. I can't believe how every year we seem to do something more and better, and it's unbelievable the amount of work people put into that. Most of them volunteers, and even those who are not volunteer per se, but the number of hours they put in, I'd say half, you know, they're volunteers too, on top of their regular jobs. And the number of staff people who have supported it in various ways is also greatly appreciated. It was a great success. Lots of people enjoying themselves, and I can't wait to see what we'll do with it next year. I also attended the, I'll call it the Sunny Lee redevelopment public meeting that was held just down the road last week. I found that very interesting because with all the people I talked to, there was a range of reactions. And people who wish, you know, saying how there are different ideas of what they thought could go there or not go there. And it was a very interesting meeting with the public in the area. Unfortunately, last Friday, I missed the road renaming up in Wata and the special council meeting because my father-in-law died that morning. It was a different Thanksgiving. And that's my report. Mr. Mariotti.
Thank you, Mayor Coetzee. Morning, Council. Yeah, it's been a busy month together with Council. I think I'll start with the honeybee, like most of the other councillors have mentioned. You know, staff have put a tremendous effort, so kudos to Ms. Schneier and Ms. Way and the operations team as well for pulling off a fantastic event. There is a lot of work that goes on behind the scenes, and yeah, you know, staff dedicate themselves to you know, carrying out not just this event, but also the short-term rental public meetings that we held. There was a lot of preparation that goes on there as well. So even though we have busy work plans, we do try and fit in these additional items as well for the benefit of the township as a whole. It was great. The honeybee was great. I think the weather really helped, and you know, staff are working on a more cost-effective solution as well for the mobile washrooms for next season. So hopefully we'll have a good long-term solution on that. We had an all-staff meeting. I think I mentioned this. This was in the works last month. We had an all-staff meeting and a potluck, which was very successful. You know, during the meeting, council strategic plan was shared with staff. And again, to Mayor Coetzee's point about the Métis giving their sash at the Honeybee Festival, I think that's really important for council to pat themselves on the back, because that is one of the 6 pillars of our strategic plan. Which is improving our relationships with our First Nation neighbors. And all department heads are in the process of going through their work plans with their staff, so that we can try and be more aligned over the next few years. As I mentioned, we had a couple of public meetings on short-term rental bylaw. And now that the Honeybee Festival is over, we will try and get something back to council, hopefully in November, and try and close that loop off too. Staff have also started the annual budget, and so that is coming down the pipelines pretty quick. I know Ms. Bouffalette is busy working with all the different departments in putting forward a draft budget for council review. I believe that council was also given a questionnaire so that we can tailor our first draft based on council's desire and direction, I guess, for the coming year as well. So if you haven't filled out the questionnaire, please do so as quickly as you can. And we're also preparing for our annual emergency response plan exercise. That's coming very soon as well. And that is it for the staff in broad strokes.
Well, thank you very much. But I am going to disagree with you. It's not it for staff, because we're about to get into staff reports. And our first staff report is deviation from procurement and other financial policies. Oh, special effects.
Through your worship, I will be turning the baton over to my colleague Celine, who will be presenting the report, and I will stay on for support and any additional questions.
Thank you. Ms. Anderson.
Hi, how's everybody doing?
Better now that we can hear you.
I'm sorry, I was having a bit of difficulty there. I won't go through the entire report. I just want to notify council that this is a new report that council is seeing. It was in two parts, partially because it was brought to our attention that we as treasurer or finance should be reporting on this issue. And two, because we have been working at being at keeping keeping on with the procurement policy, and therefore this is part of it. So I see Mr. Graziano already has a question for me, so I will let him ask away.
Thank you. Councilor Graziano.
Thank you, and through your worship, not necessarily a question, more so a statement of concern. I've articulated my position on sole source contracts in past council meetings. I'm concerned that I believe the majority of times we've seen requests, they have come by way of a sole source request, and that is concerning to me. I also read this report, and perhaps forgive me if I've incorrectly interpreted its intent, but I believe that this report is requesting that we delegate the procurement policy, or specifically the ability to identify sole source as an option to staff rather than retaining it here in council. And if that is the case, in my understanding of the intent of this report, then I have some strong reservations with regards to delegating the ability for staff to determine at their discretion on when to use a sole source approach versus that of an RFP. My position is that we have to be fiscally responsible to our constituents, and as a result of that, RFP is likely the best. And I always believe that the more competition, the more it breeds success. So that's my statement. Thank you.
This through you, Mr. Mayor, if I could answer Mr. Graziano.
Yes, please.
So the report will highlight items that are being recommended for sole sourcing, and we'll get council's permission on those individual items if need be. So for example, in this case here, we are asking to sole source one item to Tormont for the repair of a backhoe. That is one item. The other item is notifying council that McDougall Fuels was over its purchasing limit. And we are working on an agreement with a fuel with LAS or AMO for fuel purchasing. And the third is to allow or to notify council of a sole sourcing that is currently happening, and what we plan on doing with those projects or those contractors or purchases. So in some cases, purchases have happened, and in some cases they haven't. We are always trying to report on these cases prior to them happening, but in some situations, the services have already been rendered, or the payment has already happened. Sometimes they're ongoing. We are trying to get better at these, as I've mentioned in my report. So we pay many contractors services, purchase many goods over a period. And at times we only achieve that procurement limit after a certain point in time. So we've purchased the services or goods already, but we've only gone over our limit at, say, in August or September in this case, or well, this case is August. So no, we're not trying to get the permission or get the procurement policy downloaded to staff. That is not what we want. We want that to remain with council. This is solely to report on the deviances that happen in a given month.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis, please.
Point of clarification, Celine, the deviations that are noted here are because of the type of purchase that's going on. In other words, the one being sole source, for example, or is it because they're exceeding the amounts we set aside? I don't see that, so I'm just.
So depending on the situation, so Tormont is being sole source due to the type of equipment that's being serviced. And Mr. Sokash has informed us that there's only that they have the monopoly on this, on servicing this equipment. For example, McDougall Fuels, it's not that we're over budget, it's that we're over the procurement limit. So it may still be within budget. This isn't a budget to actual report. This is solely based on what our procurement limit allows that department head to purchase. So in this instance, McDougall Fuels, in the month of August, we purchased 23,000. The department head is only allowed to purchase up to 5 without obtaining quotes or going to RFP. So those limits were breached.
Yeah, okay, and then I understand the other one. Okay, thank you very much.
Ms. Boutier, you want to offer some additional comments?
Sure, I would actually take this opportunity to maybe do a little bit of training on our procurement policy. If the clerk would allow, can I share my screen and pull up the actual bylaw? Perfect. So through your worship, I'm not going to go through the 34 pages of our procurement policy, but in essence, our procurement policy allows for some exceptions where we deviate from the limits approved in our procurement bylaw. These limits are listed here. So where we can do non-competitive purchasing, and non-competitive purchasing, in other words, is sole sourcing. So there are these that we could use to explain why we would be using a single vendor, even if it exceeds the thresholds of approved by council of procurement. And I'm going to zoom out a little bit. So I'm going to scroll slowly. So even though purchasers are directors or a senior management team or managers, even though there are exceptions, clause 2 of this section says when a sole source supplier is proposed to provide goods or services pursuant to section 1 above, so all those clauses from A to H, and H includes items in Schedule B, so I could be going all over the place, but Schedule B essentially has a few more items such as things like employer deductions or professional services. This is where in Schedule B, our legal fees are exempt from having to RFP out a lawyer, for example. Then we need to report on these. And it has just recently come to our attention that it is the treasurer's role to report on these items, which is the source of this report. So this report is not asking for anything that we have or want in addition to what's already in the policy. We're just complying with the policy as it is. And again, this is a 2013 policy. And I've got 2 words highlighted in item 2. It says shall be submitted for approval prior to the award of the contract. And we're not great at doing that at this point in time. So at the very least, we're actually reporting on now, even if we have missed reporting prior to.
All right, thank you.
I will have to go back and check. We were live, but I will go back and check. We don't need to be because our doors are open. So I am recording and we can post it after the fact.
Yeah. All right. Before I go back to Councillor Graziano, does any other councillor want to make any comments on this matter? Okay, Councillor Graziano, you can start round 2.
Thank you, Your Worship. And just very quickly, Ms. Bouquet, thank you for the summary of the policy there. I did have a chance to review it in its entirety, and I appreciate that. I'm just concerned. So with Toromont, I can understand the need to go sole source, given that they do hold a monopoly on that type of repair, and it does conform with our policy. But the only concern that I feel that I have here with regards to the request is through the McDougall Fuels. I'm assuming that they're not the only fuel provider that would be able to provide us with this service. And as such, I wonder whether or not there could be a better rate had we gone out to RFP and or perhaps we could have negotiated an economies of scale. So with that being said, again, I'm somewhat concerned, and or the McDougall Fuels request has jumped out at me as a possibility for RFP. And this is, as I stated earlier, I do wish to see us default to RFP rather than sole source. Thank you.
Yeah.
Through Your Worship, before I pass it over to my colleague, Mr. Sokash, I just want to say that our procurement policy also has another clause that allows for group purchasing, which is similar to where we did the RFP for the DC charges study, where we could group with other municipalities to do group purchasing. Or it also includes group purchasing such as piggybacking off agreements that are already in place with the province or other buying groups. So that's my prelude to Mr. Sokash.
Mr. Sokash.
Thank
Welcome.
you. Thank you, Your Worship. Julie did a very good job of explaining what I was about to say. McDougall's Fuel is was the tender winner for the LAS program. The only thing we're missing is our contract with LAS for the provision of fuels. So we are getting fuel from the winning vendor. We're just missing the contract, and we're working on that now.
And just a quick follow-up to that, the LAS rate was deemed better than competitive, if I can put it that way?
Yes, Your Worship. It's about, last time I looked, it was 6 to 8 cents a liter cheaper.
Thank you. All right. Seeing no more hands raised, I have moved by Councillor Jarvis, second by Councillor Predko. Be it resolved, the council accepts the 3 deviations from the procurement policy as outlined. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Okay. Get myself to the right page here. So now, Information Technology Strategic Plan Progress Report. Ms. Boutiette.
Through your worship, I will be presenting this with Mark Jones, which is our IT analyst and technician. I'm going to start with a bit of background. So in 2019, that was even before I came to the Township of Georgian Bay, finance and IT staff engaged into an IT strategic plan to see where we were at and where we needed to go to modernize technologies. There was a 5-year strategic plan that was performed by Blackline Consulting. And in my report, there was supposed to be a snippet of the priorities, and they didn't come out on the report. But I will share my screen because I'd like to go through these with Mark today. Is that big enough? Okay, so the first one was, so there were 9 initiatives that came out, and they were for a 5-year strat plan, so from 2019 to 2024. And we are now in year 2023. I would like to, tap our own back and say we did implement most of these 9 initiatives by the end of 2021, so in a 2-year period. And that was mostly due to COVID, grants available, and also huge needs to modernize fast. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through each of the recommendations, what was recommended and what we actually did. I think it's important for council to, we slow it down and that we understand how dated we were and how now we are quite in line or ahead of the game or the industry. So replace Quest. I'm gonna ask Mark if he could explain in layman's term what Quest was.
I'm normally behind the scenes. So Quest was basically a virtual desktop. Everybody had a thin client on their computer, on their desk, and that would remote into a server. It's an old way of doing IT services, especially in a smaller venue where you have 1 or 2 IT people. It's much easier to manage. You would be doing software installs once, but it's always after hours. Everybody's logged into a server during the day, so there's no maintenance that can be done during the day. It would affect everybody. It's just an old way of doing IT. We've since moved out of that. We're not using that anymore. We have standalone laptops with standalone software on each machine. There's the odd person who does need to remote into a server. It's the Quest servers powered down, but there's still other applications that are remote, and we're still working on moving the last 1 or 2 out of there. So that's kind of a high level of what Quest was doing for us.
So just to give the real life situation, on day 1, when I started here, I was asked into a meeting and I said, okay, where's my laptop? How do I bring this thin client into a meeting? And they're like, we don't have laptops. We can get you one. And then very quickly I learned that, if I was to use the laptop, I was getting bumped out of my remote services, and it was just a real nightmare. So it was quite the time to move into something a little bit more usable, user-friendly, and in line with the industry. So as for a timeline, I believe that was completed by the end of 2020. So very quickly we RFP'd And we moved to virtual servers and a laptop for everybody and so on. So in the second bullet, it was modernize the township technology. If you look at just the title, it could be very broad, like, oh, we're going to modernize everything. But it really had an inventory list and also how many of these devices, hardwares were out of date or exceeding their lifespan. So 21% at that time was unknown how old they were, and 33% were over its life expectancy. And maybe Mark, I know we tried to dig up numbers of where we're at exactly today, and we weren't able to get those ready for today. But Mark can give us an idea of where we're at now.
Yeah, absolutely. It's changed quite a bit from this chart, and we've been cleaning up the back end significantly, including old computers, whether they're desktops or laptops. Servers specifically have been cleaned up drastically. There were quite a few that did not need to be running, so we were able to turn them off. Of course, take backups, do all that, and it's a significant cost savings now with everything being hosted in the cloud. You're paying for resources, per RAM, per gigabyte, everything. So as you start taking stuff offline, there's a significant savings. We don't have any hardware that's outdated. All our laptops are 3-4 years old at the most. We've reduced our printer count significantly. We only have multifunction printers across the board with toner, no ink anymore. They're managed on the network. That's for us to be able to see them online, offline, scanning, fax if it has that feature. The network devices, again, have all been replaced in the past 3 to 4 years, depending on the project hit that location, which allows security and monitoring from our managed service provider. Our tablet count is significantly higher. Fire departments have multiple at each location, pretty much one in every truck type of thing. Building has tablets now, so we're just moving into that mobile workforce. And similar with cell phones. The cell phones have gone up in count, but they're doing more than just making calls out in the field. They're able to use our applications. So it's on top of just security and safety of our employees. So it's kind of our device count as it stands.
And our devices are also, we have future plans for them. We currently don't have our work order module working, but we intend to, and we intend to have all the workers being able to clock their time on the job that they're working on as they do it, versus having, a paper way of doing business. So the third recommendation was to conduct a security assessment, and that was done at a very low cost, because our insurer actually has a lot of pro bono services that we've been capitalizing on. Since then, we have however, invested the funds that council had authorized for our security assessment for repairs of security risks, and also vulnerability testing on our websites and things of that sort. We're also continuing our cyber training, and even just, chitter chatter around the office. I do my best to, play with people's screens when they leave it open, just so that I make them aware that, locking your screen when you get up is just as important for security than even in a secure building with trusted colleagues. You never know how people can get in, and physical access is the best way really to hack into the network. So did I miss anything, Mark?
No, that's a good overview of everything we've got going on.
upgrade to MS Office 365. That was a direct and really no interpretation required. We are there. We started with full-time staff, moved on to seeing the needs of having more people on our network. We now have all of council with an MS 365 account. There are different versions, mind you, but everybody has a 365 account, including volunteer firefighters, which really tightens and also helps on the security side that, you know, we're all under the same corporate MS 365 umbrella. Implement demand management practices. This is probably the one I would say that is still a challenge today. So this is the fly by the seat of your pants things, you know, Mark, I need this now, Mark, I need this now, Mark, I need this now. And the recommendation 5 was to have a system where there's tiered responses, kind of like triage at the hospital, where all requests go through a system, get prioritized, get assigned, get done in the proper course of action. We do have now a managed service provider who has a ticketing system. We try as much as possible to encourage the use of that. We have noted it's not a perfect system. It seems that when Mark or I even make a call to Nova, it gets answered much faster than anybody else in the organization. So there's still work to be done, and we're working with them to make sure that, you know, it doesn't matter who the ticket comes in from, it should still go through the same triage system. Doesn't matter if you're the, you know, the Prime Minister of Ontario, if you go to the hospital, you're still going through triage kind of thing. So we're seeing this, that it's a gap. It's a gap not only here because, you know, we are people pleaser and we know that when everybody is working properly, that, you know, things are moving forward and there's good customer service. So we also sometimes don't follow a demand management practice. So this one's still, you know, outstanding, and we hope to be working on this with Nova and also with some of the recommendations that are later in the report. Anything else? Improve workforce mobility. Again, through the first pillars, we kind of achieved that period. But we are still working on the mobility of tablets and also the use of cell phone for more than traditional telephone use. Application life cycle. This one was very difficult. A lot of our software were and still are at end of life. We've migrated a lot of them away to new softwares. Some of them I could say Township again is not an optimal software. It's a better step forward. What Township replaced or enhanced our financial system, our building permit system. Bylaw is now filing and tracking most of their complaints and enforcement through the Township system. We are working on work orders, which is tied to payroll, which is tied to reporting on time, material, and equipment, which ties into asset management and having proper data to analyze assets, things of that sort. So there, that being said, it also replaced what we used to have, which was PSD for asset management. Things that are still on the radar: fire software, cemetery software,
pretty close to it. We might be missing one or two in there, and those kind of cycling back to why we still have that remote server. Those are the couple that we're still relying on, and they're come to the forefront now to get them updated and able to run locally on these machines and talk back to the server virtually. That's some of the problem, is the VPN connection between the older software and the new computers. So those couple that Julie mentioned that we're still working on will be, the goal is this year, if not early next, basically, to get that project moving.
And the 9th initiative was in red because it was optional. So considering cloud adoption, we jumped that ship right from the get-go. So when we did the analysis of Replace Quest, we were prime COVID and we were fully remote working. We needed the cloud infrastructure in order to ensure that everybody can continue working during COVID. We are now, the pendulum has swung. We are now mostly all here. We've got a nice, stable, tested connection here in Georgian Bay, and we're back at the point, 2 years after jumping ship to a cloud service, that we are exploring on-prem again. So people cycle these things. We were at the point where we would have needed to spend a few $100,000 in servers. Now we've spent a few dollars in hosted services, and it's time again to redo the business case to see if on-prem would be more worthy for the next 2 or 3 years. Okay, I'm going to stop sharing. I'm going to jump back to the report. So in parallel with doing these strategic plan initiatives, which we did very aggressively, we also got another study called Georgian Bay Modernization of Electronic/Online Services. And that was to see where we are at in comparison with our peers on offering online services. At that time, that report was pretty clear that we had little to no online services. And as an update, we needed the foundational infrastructure of software to be able to get to electronic services that weren't going to require 10 additional people to offer those services. So we're still not at the point where we've optimized our online services. There's a few that are better than what they were, like the customer portal, which are available to do a few things currently. But I think the potential and what staff is analyzing behind the scenes is really going to explode quickly once we learn all the facets of how the TownSuite online services can work with the finance module and also the planning module. So I think all of those things are going to come out almost in parallel when they're ready to deploy. So the overview of the IT department, we put 0.5 of a director. That would be half of my time. It's really difficult to determine if it's really truly half of my time. We've got Mark, which is our staff member. We had budgeted in 2023 0.5 of a person, so from January to July, for an ERP implementation person. This is somebody that would take on the normal duties of a person so that the person could be available for implementing the ERP system. So for example, while we were implementing the tax piece, we had somebody helping out in taxes. While we were implementing the AR piece, we had somebody helping out in that. While we were implementing the AP piece, we had somebody who was just doing the regular job so that the subject matter expert in the township could focus on developing and setting up properly the ERP system. And so that part position is over, even though we're not done the implementation. And we also have a managed service provider who is there for level 1, level 2, and anything above level 1 and level 2 tasks, such as networking, security, et cetera, et cetera. And all of this managed by Mark. So 2023 accomplishments, I'm not going to read through the list. It is extensive, and there are a lot of projects that we're still working on. Is there anyone in particular, Mark, that you'd like to flag?
Sorry about that. Yeah, they're all quite significant undertakings. Some of them we were able to use with found existing hardware that maybe was from previous IT, and the Wi-Fi access points, for example, we were able to use that without really putting too much cost towards the township. So that was a big one. The VoIP was, of course, a large undertaking. Now that we have proper networking across all the township buildings, we're able to have VoIP at all the locations as well. So they all have a regular extension as well as their outside landline number, which will ring on that phone. In some cases, I won't get too much into it, but we need to fight with ISPs to get better connections in certain locations, but that's a little bit out of our control. But there are some solutions for that. And the vulnerability scans was a big one. Super important, of course. It identifies some things that we were able to mitigate through our website vendor and our MSP. So that, of course, leaves us feeling a lot better, knowing those holes have been patched. And of course, that's something that's ongoing. You'll always do that as often as possible, financially possible. But so that one will definitely be ongoing, but yeah.
Through your worship, did you want the questions addressed before we go to the analysis section, or do you want me to finish?
I'm thinking that you've already spent 20 minutes of our time, and I think maybe we should wrap this up fairly quickly, but let's turn to the councillors and see what their questions are, and that can be all part of it. So I'll start with Councillor Graziano, please.
Thank you, and through your worship, I have a few questions. I'll try to make them quick. One was actually part of the analysis, which we have yet to discuss, but perhaps I can just jump right into it. Specifically highlighting the 3x increase of costs relative to our competitors in and around the HR sphere. So from a technology standpoint, why are we spending so much within HR, if I can ask, and perhaps you can provide some details to where that spend is going.
So my wages, Mark's wages, and 0.5 of a person to help us implement an ERP system.
All come under the HR. Okay, and I appreciate that.
Salaries and benefits. Sorry, I should have relabeled that to salaries and benefits.
I wasn't aware that that pertained to salary or included salaries. Rather, I assumed that that was just pertaining to
this is
technology.
Sorry, this is salaries and benefits that are assigned to the IT department.
Got it. Understood. I appreciate that. Second, with regards to the discussion around on-prem versus off-prem, what would the changes required to our staffing complement look like if in the event that we were to bring things back on-prem? And then in addition to that, what kind of savings would we realize? And I understand that perhaps this is just a preliminary discussion right now as to whether that actually would happen, but are we looking at a substantial increase in headcount by way of now bringing the servers back to our facility here?
Through your worship, the cost of on-prem versus cloud wouldn't directly affect headcount. It's literally like investments into hardware, tangible servers in the building here. It could still all be serviced with our managed service provider and their experts and their networking experts. Where we found that we weren't optimizing properly is with level 1, level 2 requests, where we find that Nova is not doing a great job at it, and that Mark is spending a lot of his time doing level 1, level 2 stuff where he could be coming up to council with a cost analysis, a comparison of on-prem versus cloud servers, for example. That's a good example. There's a lot of analysis, a lot of policies that we need written that Mark doesn't necessarily have the resources to do at this point because level 1, level 2 would be best handled in-house. So the server on-prem versus off-prem is not directly related to headcount. More that we have found that we could probably do a little bit of savings on our managed service provider if we remove that piece from them and brought that back in-house.
So we're bringing support back in-house is what I'm understanding, and some physical hardware.
We're going to look at that, and then with bringing level 1, level 2 in-house, hopefully in the 2024 budget, all to be considered and approved by council, then we would be able to be in a better position to be presenting to council, you know, cost saving ideas or new ways of doing business.
Great. I just, if I can, 2 additional points here. So Town Suite seems to be a bit of an elephant in the room. Where are we with regards to what percentage of implementation are we currently achieved? Where are we with the implementation? And when will we likely have it fully implemented?
The implementation itself had 9 big chunks. There are none of the 9 big chunks that are 100% complete. One of the bigger module was finance, payroll, and work orders, which ties in ops, payroll, and really involves everybody because it also involves our employee portal, how we enter our times and how we get paid. And that big chunk is still under testing. Like we tested our first run for pay period 21 of last year, and we're currently in pay period 21 a year later without fruition at this point in time. We keep being told that we are very, very, very close.
And just a personal opinion of mine, it sounds after 3 years like this could be a potential money pit. And do we have a contingency plan with respect to a stop loss? Have we determined perhaps if we haven't achieved X percentage of implementation by this point, we look at another ERP provider that has an actual implementation consulting group that would be able to expedite our implementation to effectively be applied to our township?
Yes, the CEO and I have been working on that, and we're not going to put our card on the table today to say what that is.
Fair enough. Lastly, ISPs, as you've defined, I'm wondering, would this be a matter for SCAG perhaps to address? Yes. Okay. Thanks.
All right. Thank you. Councillor Bocheck, please.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, unrelated to the topic, I've been receiving a lot of calls. We have some people online on YouTube that wanted to be abreast with 13B and D. They're missing B because we're not live. I'm just wondering if there's a want or a need that we could have a bio break, and maybe we could see if we could get back up live before we get to the climate change mitigation from our sustainability. There's a lot of interest in that too. Thank you.
Timing of bio breaks is up to the chair. We can look at it. I'm not really sure what's happening from a technical back end, but we do post notices all the time that we provide the service to live stream if technology allows us to. I am recording, so we will post it after the fact so people can come back and watch it if they're not able to attend in person.
Before I go on to the other questions, I mean, how much more of your report, how much more time will you be required?
Through your worship, I just wanted to quickly go over the big chunks, and really long story short is we spend about $730,000 annually on operating IT costs. Whether we move some of those costs to capital costs, I think they would be close. But again, without having done the deep dive of on-prem servers, And then we are coming to council with two options. And that option one would be that council adopts this report for information and considers the addition of an IT technician to create the capacity to analyze business and improvements. And status quo, option two is just status quo. And we just continue forward with improving with the $730,000 that we are currently spending.
Okay, so let's have a couple more questions and see if we can't just put this particular topic to bed, and then we'll have a bio break. So Councillor Bocheck, did you have any question on this topic?
No, thank you.
Okay, then I'll go to Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for this report. It's certainly very detailed. I'd like to thank the mayor for the suggestion that we've spent a lot of time on this. And I think from my perspective, I'm not an IT specialist by any means, but I am a guy that understands the bottom line. And I think what we really need here from our IT folk is the 10,000-foot picture versus the 10-foot picture. And so I'm encouraging that. And here's a couple of things that I'd like to see before we have to make a decision on this spending. And one is that when I read, maybe Julie, you can clarify this, but when I read on page 2, paragraph 2, about the 730,000, I also read that we were using trying to get comparator information from our neighbors. My suggestion is the neighbors that we've used are not very good comparators. Muskoka Lakes is more than 10 times the size of the Township of Georgian Bay in terms of population, in terms of budget, in terms of how much they give to the District of Muskoka. I can't really tell you what Tiny does, but I think, and Seguin being single tier may or may not be relevant. I think, as I understand it, Julie, there's information available through, I think it's through AMO or Roma. There are 444 municipalities in the province, and I think what would be very helpful, I find comparisons to other massive number of municipalities and what they spend on IT services is really quite critical. In other words, are we spending 2%, 5%, 15%? Maybe that's in the report, but I don't see it. And I'd like to know, A, what our percentage is, and I'd like to know what percentage is normal across the vast majority of our neighbors, shall we say, in the province. So I think that's critical as well, to have that information, percentages, relevant percentages. So if you could provide that for the future, that would be very helpful. Thirdly, or fourthly, whatever, we have at least 2, if not 3 members of our council who council members who are from the IT world. And I think I'd be talking to them and consulting with them. There may be some opportunities to learn. Who knows? But it might make some sense. When we have expertise available to us, let's use it. So that's my final comment, and thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Predko, please.
Thank you, and through you, your worship. Just a couple of short questions, and they're a little bit scattered, so bear with me for a second here. In your comparator section, one of the comparators, you said that seems that for servers and cloud hosting costs, seems the comparators have not considered annualized cost for capital for the servers. Does that mean they're not amortizing, or what are you trying to say there?
It seems that they didn't include that cost when asked that box is empty.
Okay, so like depreciation and all
So
of
they
that
could
is
be
not-
depreciating, they just didn't tell us.
Okay, so it's hard to get a comparator then if you don't know what they're actually spending and what their ongoing costs are.
Yeah.
I mean, I think one of my yeah, I'm kind of surprised that you guys are, you know, as apparently serious as bringing back on prem. Just given that it does seem to be industry moving more and more to the cloud as opposed to more and more in-house. So I would be curious when you come to a report as to where the cost savings justifications are. I know it's a big juggle between capital and depreciation versus operating costs. But I'll be curious because you're just, I would be very interested in seeing that. Next question would be, do you guys consider in the future, given moving payments and things online, that you would have to become concerned with PCI compliance, the payment card industry set of standards? And I know you've done some of the work already in looking at your 2023 accomplishments, especially with vulnerability scans and network architecture. But is that on the radar, and is that something that we need to be considering for 2024?
So through your worship, we mitigate that risk by falling under providers such as Bambora or Moneris. So we kind of pass that risk along to the third party that actually collects the payment and then deposits it in our bank account.
Okay. Okay, I'll keep watching in case I see anything that I wonder if it's crossing the line. And the last piece is then, as we're going through cybersecurity awareness training and network posturing, would it be possible in the future to have a closed session discussion on some of the security controls that are in place for council so that we'd have a better understanding of how you're protecting our data and our systems?
Should the clerk tell us that it's a good reason to go in the close?
We can go into close for security of the property.
Perfect.
Thank you. That's all my questions on the report.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton, please.
Thank you. I echo the comments that it's odd that we would be considering back to an on-prem. So I'm delighted to hear justification on why that would be a good idea. I am delighted to hear the first time ever skepticism on Town Suite, because I've been skeptical about it for years. And the fact that we've, as you described, 9 big chunks and nothing is fully implemented, and we've been at it for several years, causes me huge concern. And so that's something I think we need to wrap our heads around and make some probably quick decisions on going down a path that actually will work. There are lots of solutions out there. There are AMO and ROMA certified solutions out there that we chose as a township to go in a different direction. So I think that this is something we want to, now that I've first heard that there is some skepticism, I think we need to be racing in the right direction for a solution that actually will work and isn't going to take all of our time. I'm horrified that it takes half of your time, Julie, to deal with these IT related things. On a related note, it's related to finance, perhaps not as IT-ish, but Councillor Cooper had connected with me on over the weekend. He was looking for some information about some of the costs that and budgets that had been allocated for the Honey Harbour Waterfront project. And I thought I was pretty good at searching for stuff, but in fairness, I have not been able to find an audited financial statement for each of the last 5 years on the township website. And maybe they're there, but I couldn't find them. I'm assuming the information that we were looking for would have been in there. But it just caused me to think that what if other people are looking for information like that? Shouldn't there be a directory on the website with audited financial statements for each of the previous years? And I've looked, I can't find it. So that maybe it's a shortcoming of mine, but perhaps not. Thank you.
Are our audited statements posted?
Yes.
Okay. I admit I haven't looked at them, or looked for them recently.
So it might be useful to perhaps have a navigation training session on where to find stuff. Because when you go to the document center, tough to find there. So anyways,
If I may, your worship, the document center that you refer to is what we label council portal, and that portal is intended for minutes, agendas, et cetera. Am I wrong there, Clerk Way?
I believe they're posted via the agenda because they have reports come to council. But I don't think they're necessarily listed like, here's a list of the
Yeah,
financial
so
audit
it-
somewhere on the website. We could do that.
Yeah,
and
they
then-
are on the website under the financial section, our main website, not the
Not the
council
agenda, but
portal.
okay.
If you navigate through the financials, our asset management plan is in there, our DC studies are in there and things of that sort, which our financial statements are also in that area.
okay.
All right. Any further discussions on this matter? So I have moved by Councillor Predko, second by Councillor Hazelton. Be it resolved, the council receives for information the current IT costs, which include information technology infrastructure, software, applications, and services that are at the forefront compared to the average small municipality. And that council will consider the addition of an IT technician position in the 2024 budget process. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And that is carried. Thank you. Now, due to popular demand, let's go for a bio break. And let's make it, is 10 minutes enough or do we need 15? I'll say 10, and if we're back by 15, we'll be doing well for ourselves. See you at whatever that works out to be, 11:37. All right, well, welcome back. The next item on our agenda is paid parking study update. Mr. Sokash, is that you?
Thank you, Your Worship. That is me. Is my camera on? It is. Okay, so this is an update with respect to the direction that staff was given to look into paid parking at all of the township parking areas. In discussions with bylaw, there are two areas right now where we have issues, Miners Bay as well as Volux boat launch. We're proposing a pilot study at those two facilities. Resurfacing in order to identify parking stalls is quite expensive. We have been planning to do this at Miners Bay and we have money set aside already for it. And we will need to do some paving at Volux to identify parking stalls. So what we're looking for is affirmation from council to proceed with these two locations in 2024. And then we'll report back on revenues as well as how successful it was. We really don't have an idea of the magnitude of revenues to expect at the at Port Severn Park. We collect about $25,000 in parking fees, but that's a high demand area from people from outside of the township. These two locations also have a fair number of people from outside of the township using it for launching boats and parking their vehicles and trailers, but we don't know if it's going to be on the same order of magnitude or if there's quite a few more local people using the parking areas as opposed to the Port Severn Park. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Look at all the hands that I have up already. Yeah, I'm afraid, Mr. Sokash, you may have to come up with a few answers, and we're going to start with Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, Brad. Thanks for the report. It's great to see that some consideration has been put in towards the Volux, specifically the 6 Mile Lake, or as I identified, 6 Mile Lake Marina parking lot. The concern that I have, and I'm curious to know whether any consideration was given towards this. 6 Mile Lake has 2 public launches, and the concern that I have is that by making one paid, you're going to essentially migrate all of the would-be day trippers to the other, which is going to then overflow the other. And so you're essentially shifting the hot potato from one to the other. Is there a way, and I understand the topography on the Crooked Bay launch, but is there a way that we can include the Crooked Bay launch to ensure that both public launches on 6 Mile Lake are paid for, or alternatively, perhaps we forego either, because I'd hate to shift again from one to the other. Thank you.
Through the mayor, that's an interesting point. As you noted, Crooked Bay is very difficult to define a parking area. It's up and down, cars park between trees, up on hills. And to create a proper parking area, there would be quite a bit of tree cutting as well as probably blasting. I'm really not familiar enough with the parking procedure practices to comment on shifting the usage from one to the other. I don't know if Tony has the ability to comment on that or not.
The point that hats off to you, because that one blew right past me, and I'm sitting here now going, I don't know how you're going to fix that. So at this point, I think Brad, we need to sit back and go back and look at that Volux and see if that is a potential issue to shift it from one to the other. Because Volux is giving us a number of issues there. So we want to try to address, we wanted to look at it to try to address our problems, to not have it so the tests were being done on, I'm going to say, on good parking lots. We want to address our problem. So being to shift the problem. I didn't see that one.
And if I may to add to that, the only other component here to consider is that on the northern side, specifically on the Crooked Bay side, that is where majority of our residents who own islands reside. Or excuse me, rather own island properties reside. On the south side of our lake, it tends to be more day tripper that are coming in for different events such as bass tournaments or so on. On the north side, we do have a large contingent of people who use a public launch that that use it to go to and from their cottages on an island. And so if the matter were to shift from the south to the north, or if the issue were to shift from the south to the north, then we would also have a large contingent of residents concerned because now they're impacted as well. And this, I think, goes hand in glove with my with one of my new business items today. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Predko, please.
Thank you, and through your worship. So my questions are really to do with the bylaw supporting the seasonal and the owners having permits to have parking in these parking lots. I think when the existing parking lots, they're not housed in locations where people are seasonal owners and park their car there for a week at a time. And I just want to make sure that we have an opportunity to review the bylaws around what's acceptable parking. I know the residents that are there are hoping and expecting to have continued use of parking spots. And that also includes trailers. And I think that goes over towards Councillor Graziano's motion that's coming up later in the day. I think we may need to understand how the seasonal and owners and their trailers are accommodated in the parking lots and how that affects the parking passes that are given out. And I also think that there are some historical issues that may need to be discussed or addressed with people who are long-term owners of property on Go Home Lake and feel that they have certain rights to location in the parking spot where they're allowed to park their car. And I think a discussion in the bylaws would be helpful to try to highlight these issues and probably have a public or information session so people can understand how we're improving the parking situation in those parking lots for those residents. I'm not sure if either Tony or Brad have any comments on that list of items.
Mr. Soka.
I think most of your questions related to the bylaw. I think bylaw.
Can we keep passing this around? Maybe the CAO wants it. There's a couple issues that are there. Currently, that's one of our biggest problems is that residents are parking trailers on municipal parking lots, and that's not, in today's bylaw, is not permitted. You can only with permission. And that's what's causing the grief because now we have a number of trailers there and now our residents can't even come in and park their car there because we've got too many trailers there. So we're trying to deal with that issue, especially on Volix, but we've had the issue in Miners Bay in the past. And we've had to remove some trailers.
In Miners Bay in the wintertime in particular, when there's snowmobile trailers, people don't leave them there, they come up for the weekend. So however the lot is organized would have to facilitate those trailers.
So yeah, when it's attached to a vehicle, then it's classified as the vehicle. But it's the moment that they detach and leave it there, now it's parked. Now they've crossed that line. So if somebody's at their cottage for the week snowmobiling, that's not and it's still attached to their truck or their car while they're doing it, that sticks with it. But the moment that they detach that trailer and leave it there, that becomes storage.
All right, thank you. Counselor Hazelton.
Yes, thank you for your report. I wanted to ask here, just to start off. Do we provide free parking for residents in those areas?
Through the mayor, yes, we do.
Okay, so kind of the rhetorical question, when are we going to start providing free parking for residents on the bay? So here's the thing. I am fully supportive of spending money on parking lots and township property, but I don't think anybody gets a pass for free. Everybody who comes to Georgian Bay pays for parking. If they come for a day, they pay for parking. If they come for any time at all, they pay for parking. The only time you don't pay for parking is the town center when you're going to go shop at the grocery store. You know, I don't think we as a township should be providing free parking for our residents on township property for them to come and park their cars for the day, for the week, for the weekend. It doesn't matter to me, because we have a ton of marinas, 12, I think, in Honey Harbor, and every single one charges for parking. Now, I'm fully supportive of the idea of offering permits for residents to buy prepaid parking for the year at an attractive rate and not have to pay for, say, a daily rate or whatever. But this idea of offering free parking, it doesn't exist. I don't know how we even think that this is something we should be that we should be doing. There is no free parking unless you drive to your road access property and park on your property. If you have a water access property, you're paying for parking. So I think that the project here should be, how do we figure out how to have monthly passes, annual passes, weekend passes, or whatever that people can pre-purchase when they're parking on township land? Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Cooper.
Well, thank you. And this may sound like stereo. My notes are this, that we should treat our constituents, our citizens, our tax-paying constituents evenly and fairly across the township. That's not the case of what we're discussing here. We have relatives in the neighborhood of about 2,000 families on coastal Georgian Bay who pay for their parking at marinas. We have about 700, 450 at Go Home Lake and 250 at 6 Mile Lake that are water access, round numbers. So we're talking about 2,000 versus 700. And I don't see how we can possibly justify this uneven approach. I would also go on to say that, you know, it's been referred to that, you know, we've got places like Port Severn where, you know, it's more easily collected, there's more usage, it's more efficient. We got to remember that it's a number of years ago, a whole number of years ago, somewhere between $5 and $7 million was spent building that facility to provide some free parking in the Port Severn area, another uneven approach. So I say there needs to be an analysis on a sort of ROI perspective for all our ratepayers to say, I get the same deal as everybody else, and I'm getting a fair ROI or I'm not. And you know, sooner or later, this is going to blow up if we provide free parking for some and not others. That's not fair and even. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to see whether councillors, who do I miss? Councillors Jarvis or Bocek have any comment on round one before I see. Oh, I see, but I'll see our CAO Mariotti. We'll give him a chance while those two councillors consider it before we go to round two.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Kutsia. And just want to say that staff went away and put this report together based on a motion that council had passed. So if there is a change in direction before staff does any more work, we really need clarity here from council as to excuse me, as to what we want to do here. I totally understand Councillor Hazelton's and Councillor Cooper's concern that there is a discrepancy happening between people on the bay and people on the inland lakes, but this motion was passed by council. So if we got to hash it out, then let's hash it out before staff does any more work on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis or Bocheck, any comments? Councillor Bocheck.
Thank you. And through your mayor, I wasn't going to speak to this topic because I thought it was premature, but as a past general manager of a large outfit that has marinas on Georgian Bay, a very big part of our profit and loss is based on parking, not only from the slips of the marina, but from the island residents. And for the township of Georgian Bay to take those revenues away from our marina operators, which we're supposed to be supporting and make sure that they're viable, could bring us problems down the road. So if it was a direction of council to offer this free parking and our staff is trying to figure out how to do it, I think as our CAO said, we should put a hold on this and figure out what our obligations are to our commercial businesses and to our residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
Yeah, I think I'll echo comments made by Councillors Hazelton and Cooper. I think I think what we're trying to do here is even the playing field to a certain extent, but we can't offer free parking on private property. So I think any marina owner that's currently charging is not going to be affected by anything we decide to do here today, unless we decide to tax them on parking or something like that. But this concept that we have municipal property that's being used for parking but not being paid for kind of bothers me in a sense. We in essence have to maintain these properties, doesn't matter where they are. To a certain extent, we have to provide emergency services to these properties. Perhaps we should be charging for the usage of all these properties. I just don't know how the heck we're going to do it. But I echo both Councillors Hazelton and Cooper's comments in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to make a couple of comments before we do round two. And the first one is an inquiry. And perhaps I'll direct it to Chief Van Dam because, Mr. Sokash is too busy writing notes. But the parking lot here in Port Severn that we charge parking, is overnight parking permitted? Okay, so that's what I thought. And I think we have to make a little bit of a distinction in when we're setting up parking. It's one thing to have parking that is, I'll call it charged by the hour, daily part, like where you're there for a few hours, because that's people are coming in temporary, they're visitors. They could be residents, they could be out of towners and or out of town shippers. Is that a better way of putting it? So I think we have to understand, I think that's an important distinction to make. And if and I don't know what percentage of people who park at Volix or Crooked Bay, or for that matter, in Miners Bay, but I strongly suspect in Miners Bay, the majority of people parking there are, I'll call them overnighters. They're there for a period of time because they are actual residents. But I do think I do think it's a fair comment that a couple of councillors have made, or three perhaps now, that many people who have residents in our township have to pay for parking because they're water access only. And not only do they have to pay to park their car, they have to pay to park their boat. And so you could argue that a water access property has a lower value than a land access property, therefore they're paying less property tax. But I think that'd be a difficult argument to quantify accurately because it's so much variance. But having said that, I do think especially when we're considering investing hundreds of thousands of dollars in improving these parking areas. I do think we have to carefully consider how that's going to be paid for. Which taxpayer, if I can put it that way, is going to pay for those improvements? And I think it's a legitimate question. And I think no matter how we answer it, some of our residents won't be happy. So we have to come up with the best compromise, the best balance that's as fair as possible to everyone. And with that, round two, Councilor Graziano, let's lead it off, please.
Thank you, Worship. I just want to make a couple of counter points to some discussions that we've had today. Councillor Hazelton had mentioned that in Honey Harbor, I believe there's a total of 12 marinas that currently support the Islanders. And of course, demand suggests the need for 12. Unfortunately, on my lake, and I can only speak to my lake, I believe, and perhaps Councillor Predko can correct me if I'm wrong, there's only one on his lake that is a private marina, or there's two, as is on 6 Mile Lake. And on 6 Mile Lake specifically, the issue that we have is that we don't have enough slips to be able to support all of our island residents. And as a result, there is a private law or public launch that allows overnighting, for those residents who do use it to come and go. The other issue, given that I'm the mover of the original motion, was that in my original presentation of the motion to council, I had spoken on the concerns with regards to ensuring that our commercial residents, specifically the marinas, would have the lowest option for parking, whereas the township would have the higher end cost associated with the parking. So this way, it would direct traffic to the marinas rather than to us. However, with that being said, I think we have to give consideration and thought around the fact that we could potentially be creating a bit of a duopoly if in the event that we do not offer some other means of which to park outside of those two marinas, at least on 6 Mile Lake, and perhaps those on Go Home as well. And I want to drive as much business to the marinas as possible. They're there, they provide an excellent service. And if we can, let's ensure that they are at 100% capacity, which I believe my marinas are currently, so much so that in the off season, they have to push residents off of their parking to allow for boats and winter boat storage to actually be available. So a lot of 6 milers will now be forced to during this season move away from their traditional parking spots that are at the marinas off to public parking in the interim during the shoulder season. Lastly, I want to speak to a point that Councillor Cooper had made specifically on evenly and fairly. And while I understand that idea and that premise, and with the utmost respect to the Bay Area councillors here, the same could be applied for the hovercraft that we heard today. My constituents are not going to use that. And so if we were to start to look at things and say, if it's good for the goose, it's got to be good for the gander, then I would say that how many 6 milers or inland lakers or those in Port Severn are going to be using that hovercraft. Not to say that it's not a great idea, not to say that the Bay Area doesn't need it and it's going to help with emergency situations when ice is in, but the same can be said on what and how many of mine would use it. And if we're going to go down that path, I think it's a very slippery slope. I think we have to look at it specifically to the area and the issues at hand. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Predko.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship, I'd like to echo some of those comments as well. The evolution and development of areas like Go Home Lake and 6 Mile Lake was completely different than the evolution of the Bay cottages when Go Home Lake's planned sale of lots was done by the Ministry of Land and Forests. Residents at that time were told they would have a parking lot in Miners Bay, and that would be part of their compensation for not having a road and access to their cottage. That's never been enshrined in any deeds or any bylaws or any other formal documents, but that's the understanding on the lake. I think what has been proposed is a continuation of that benefit to those owners who have always had access to that. As a matter of clarification, I don't park in Miners Bay parking lot. I do park in the paid parking at the marina. And I think also to Councillor Graziano's point, the marinas are full. There's no parking to be purchased at those marinas. The number of slips equals the number of parking spots essentially, and the number of residents on the lake exceed the numbers that are available in those marinas. So it is really a necessary service that the township has always provided. Granted, in the past, it's been minimal maintenance. It's been plowing and regraveling. I'm hoping that if we resurface it, it is still low maintenance, but we do have the opportunity of getting revenue and compensating for the maintenance through the parking fees that would come from overnight and campers and other visitors to the lakes. I don't know if there's a cost analysis that can be done to determine what that compensation would be back to the township to ensure that we're covering the costs of maintenance for the parking lots. But I think that there is an enshrined availability of these parking lots within the inland areas of the township. And I think the direction that the township has been going has been supported by the residents on the inland side. And I'm sure that the overall benefit to the township is still positive to have this move forward.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you, Mayor. And just a couple of points of clarification, if I may. One is that to the best of my knowledge, most of the marinas, if not all of the marinas in Honey Harbor, good luck getting a slip as well. I think it's important to point that out. You can't get a slip, certainly not at my marina and a number of others. So that's important to know and understand. It's exactly the same situation on coastal Georgian Bay as it is on 6 Mile Lake or Go Home Lake. I'd go on to say that if in fact we do decide to support something like a hovercraft that is coming out of basically a long distance away from coastal Georgian Bay, other than over the winter months, I am pretty positive about this. That vessel is going to be stopped with anything more than a 2-foot sea. They'll go crashing right over the front of that thing. And there's a misunderstanding as to what it can and can't do. I've seen hovercrafts that are somewhat smaller, but nevertheless, they can only handle so much. And the hovercraft is fine in the winter months, and it can be trailered to any location, frankly, in the Georgian Bay area, including on this, as I would understand it, if we do support it, it would be a winter solution and could be a solution on any of the inland lakes as well. So that would be my 2 cents on that one. So I think, there's some misunderstanding as to what's available and what's not. And I think even treatment would say, if you are getting parking, whether it's at your marina or a township site, that you pay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bochek, please.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, I think this is a topic that needs to be aired out and maybe brought to a committee level and get a real good understanding of what our residents need in the way of parking and what our visitors need in the way of the parking. And this might be something that could come to something like a planning committee and be hashed out. But I think what I've heard today is perhaps the direction we were moving in is not 100% the way we should be moving. And I don't think we should leave it up to our bylaw department and to our operations department to figure this out. I think we need input, public input, and I think we need a committee level discussion on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Which leads into what I was going to ask of Mr. Sokash. I believe we're already wanted to reconsider, along with Chief Windom the Volux parking lot, whether or not it's before deciding whether or not to go ahead with that project. You've heard some concerns about parking fees or lack thereof, in any parking lot that you improve. I'm wondering whether it'd be more appropriate for us to defer this as opposed to, or versus trying to modify it to something at this point. Mr. Sokash.
Your worship, I hate to do this, but I agree with Councillor Bocek about, about about deferring this and bringing it back to Cal for further discussion. It sounds like it's, well, it is a complicated topic and there are a lot of opinions to be expressed, and it's primarily council's opinions. We're just here to do whatever we're told to do. Thank you.
Yeah, but we always appreciate your input. Ms. Way, if we defer, does that allow us to bring it back to Cal or refer, or what? How would you like us, given that you're the clerk, we react to this?
I would recommend that we change the report, that be it resolved that council direct staff to bring, what do we call this report? The paid parking study to the committee as a whole for review or for discussion or something. Do you know what I mean?
All right, so CEO Marriott is grimacing, so I'd like to, if he could verbalize his grimaces, I'd
I
appreciate
will
it.
verbalize. My concern is that we have a motion that is going to drag on and on and on, and it's going to meander. I would rather close off the original motion. We have a discussion, and then we create a new motion down the road to say, okay, can the staff go and implement X, Y, Z. Otherwise, it's going to be one of these motions that keep dragging on, like some other motions that have happened in the past.
Okay. I'm going to listen to our clerk first, and then I'll go to our counselors.
Are you requesting the original motion be closed off and then this be the start of a new motion? Or are you saying close
would
this
say-
situation and have?
Close the motion off, that council receives this report, and that we
Period.
then go and
Just so
Did-
we
did-
receive the report period and
Yeah.
then the other one remains open and we know to bring it back to Cal. That's.
and then we can,
Okay.
yeah.
Councilor Graziano?
Thank you, Worship. I would echo Councillor Bocek in that I think that this could be a great councillor-led working group that would inevitably come back to Cal, after which perhaps we get some public input as well. My understanding is that the report then would close off, but we would still keep and retain the other motion, which was the one that I had moved. And that would be the impetus for, I guess, a councillor-led working group. Is that what you were suggesting? Or yes, and I would echo that. I would agree with that.
Well, I mean, council-led working group, in effect, that can be Cal. We don't need to create a special working group on this because it'll be a topic at Cal. All right. So, and do you need direction, Ms. Way, to bring this to Cal for a discussion?
I don't have to.
Okay, so,
I just like when all
yes,
the arrows point in the one direction, but I think if we just receive the report for information and the other one remains open, we still have our direction. And that's fine.
okay. All right. So. Is your hand still up? Then what do you have more to say, Councillor Bocek?
Yes, so there's no need to rescind this resolution because it hasn't been passed. We can simply close it.
We're replacing it.
Okay.
We're replacing it with a receive for information.
Sure.
If we approve it.
Right. I just want to make procedurally, we were,
Yeah, and therefore the original motion that inspired this, that's still outstanding. And because of that, and because of our discussion, our clerk will introduce this topic to, on an agenda for committee of the whole in the near future. Your mic's not on.
but when scheduling this at Cal, I think we need to really recognize that this is going to be a lengthy conversation and that we don't want to have the agenda full of a lot of other stuff because this could take a long, long time to discuss. Thank you.
It'll be interesting to see how that discussion goes. Okay, so I have moved by Councillor Cooper, seconded by Councillor Jarvis. Be it resolved that council receive the paid parking study update report for information. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. You can work with this. Okay. All right. Next on our agenda is the Muskoka Joint Area Municipal Greenhouse Gas Inventory and Climate Change Mitigation Plan from our Sustainability Department. Ms. Schneier, you're our Sustainability Department.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just want to, this report is being brought forward to you today for discussion with respect to, we're just amending the resolution to be very specific about how much money we are asking for here from the working capital or working reserve fund, infrastructure reserve fund. Excuse me. So what I just want to do is just take a moment and remind council that this was something that came forward in early 2021 when the climate emergency was declared. And do you want to just do it? And as a result of our CAO at the time saying that she did not want the municipality to be involved, we are kind of chasing our tail a little bit, trying to get back involved. And the underlying premise of getting involved is because regardless of where we are in our climate action plan, we are still members of the District of Muskoka. And it is my belief that working with this project will ensure that the Township of Georgian Bay is included in any initiatives or driving forces with respect to climate mitigation, as well as reducing our greenhouse gas emissions. Of note, we're already significantly farther ahead on this project in terms of our municipal spaces already being identified with 50 to 80%, as Councillor Predko identified through the efficiency engineering. But there's still other facets of this study that can be really beneficial to the municipality, in particular our fleet study, as well as a overall corporate analysis of the District of Muskoka, of which we'll just be able to provide the information. So we had dialogue at a staff level about whether or not it should be, per capita or townships versus towns. There wasn't a flavor for that, probably because the work remains the same when you're looking at a district-wide initiative and representing the district as a whole. So I come to you today looking for, I believe, $2,608 for this project. And I would say the underlying current is definitely to make sure that the Township of Georgian Bay is represented in any future initiatives with respect to climate action planning.
Thank you. Before I turn it over to council, just a bit of clarification. The motion has been modified. It now reads, be it resolved, but I rather resolved, that council authorize the use of the infrastructure reserve to fund the township portion of the project, the amount of $2,608.75. So in spite of the fact that there was a sort of a formula in the original, the bottom line net dollar amount that this motion is for is $2,608.75. With that, let the discussion begin, and I see Councillor Jarvis with his hand up, followed by Councillor Cooper.
Okay, just apropos of what you just noted, Mayor. So the 25,000 less 10,000 is not the right number, the 2,600 is.
The formula is you take the 25,000 less 10,000 from Enbridge makes it 15,000.
Yeah.
Divided by 6
So
for
we're
6
looking at
municipalities
these.
makes it $2,608.75.
Thank
And
you for the math.
I'm a bottom liner.
Right, I appreciate that very much. Having had that clarified, I still have a question. Isn't a lot of what we're doing here covered by ice cap and other avenues that we're already addressing?
Absolutely. This is definitely the third leg of a stool. I look at it that way because if we choose or opt not to be involved with this initiative, there will be district funds eventually put to the project and the municipality will be left aside. So to answer your question, yes, we're covered by ice cap and we're also covered by SSEA.
Yeah.
In this manner, we would be covered here as well for any initiatives. Do I think it's a duplication? I think it's a triplication. Like, I think it's 3 different programs, but in the end, the municipality would be remiss in not getting involved because of the potential of district funding.
In essence, we may stand to gain in the end anyway.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Councillor Cooper.
Thank you. And I just, I'm glad you clarified that, Mayor, in terms of the amount. It's it's a bit misleading, to say the least, but so it's really $2,600, not 20, or around $2,600. Having said that, I do think we need to bear in mind that typically at the District of Muskoka, the township is carrying about 10%, maybe 11% of the freight, not 1/6. So while this is a minor amount, we should be very mindful of not offering up to support things on a 1/6 basis when we have townships like Muskoka Lakes where they pay something like 35% of all the activities at the district, and we pay 10 or 11%. So I'm happy to overlook it this time, but I don't think we should use this as a tool or calculation form for the future. Anyway, those are my comments about this particular amount of money. Thank you.
Through your worship, I just want to clarify that the municipality in Georgian Bay would normally not benefit from the $10,000 that comes from Enbridge because we're not serviced by natural gas. So the other municipalities have shared equally and fully the $10,000 to reduce the overall portion with the Township of Georgian Bay and the other municipalities that don't have Enbridge. And so it's sort of an offering to look at the 1/6 model that they're already offering $10,000 off the top.
If I may just follow up, and thank you for that, Jennifer. I think that's lovely. No, we don't have that service, and it's pretty hard to get it out over the water and get gas to our island, for example, and we have lots of them. So it's apples and oranges. We're different. We need to remember that. Thank you.
Councillor Predko, please.
Thank you, and through your worship, just a point of clarification. This ask, will it be repeated in the future? Will there be future phases that we need to reinvest? And is that potentially be higher or lower?
Through your worship, I'm afraid I don't know. There will be initiatives that will come out of this with respect to having a general district-wide corporate greenhouse gas emission study. I think that with confidence, we can say that anything that would require further funding would come forward in the budget process, and also if it's not available in the budget process through council reports to you.
All right, thank you. And I do just want to be, clear that I'm happy that we should be able to participate in this project. It is one of our pillars, protecting and helping to enhance our environment. And I think this is another concrete way we can be demonstrating that we're acting on our strategy.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm just gonna make a couple of comments. One, if it's $2,600 as admission fee to what the district is doing, all that stuff, I accept that. But I do think it's very important to note, as you already have, is this is our third program we're getting into. Obviously, Sustainable Severn Sound that was eventually absorbed by the Severn Sound Environmental initiated us way ahead of most of our neighbors in getting working on this program. When we joined IceCap, it was at a reduced rate, a significantly reduced rate, because we are basically members of IceCap versus taking advantage of the programs they're offering in stages 1 or 2, because we already have done them. And so I think that, we have to take that into account as we go forward with the district, I think we have to be careful not to pay for studies where we can say, here, we have it, our chapter's already written. And so I just mentioned that in that I think that I really don't want to pay 17% of the cost for reports being done on other parts of the district that aren't being done on our part, because we've already had it done.
Through your worship, I completely agree. I lobbied for this at the staff level, but the counter argument was that the $10,000 was going to be shared equally. So I let this one stand down. I'm often, the one in the corner advocating for reduced service fees for the municipality. In this case, I think it's fair because of the $10,000 support.
Oh, I'll tell you quite honestly, I'm going to vote in favor of this, because I think being members of the district program is important. And I think that in the future, we should absolutely be willing to pay for the benefits we receive. But I also think we have to take into account, in some cases, we may not require the work that some of the groundwork that they are going to have to do to catch up.
Thank you, Worship. I agree, and we're mindful of that. This report will go backwards a little bit to the Sustainability Committee because of timing, to make sure that the committee is aware of the various services. And ultimately, that's one of the goals of the SCAG, is to make sure that even though we are literally in triplicate in many, many cases of our services that are being provided, that we're getting the most opportunity for a dollar.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
And I'd like your reminder, Mayor, with respect to having the work already done, but I think we need to also remember these 1/6 versus 10%. So I think going forward, because there's a subsidy here, essentially from, I guess it's Enbridge or whatever it is, from Enbridge. That's fine, but another initiative we should be joining in on the regular basis that we do for the Township of Georgian Bay, which is around 10% of the cost, if we decide to go forward with it. Thank you.
Through your worship, I completely agree, Councillor Cooper. Only because of the Enbridge did we stand down from this one.
All right. Thank you very much. Not seeing any more hands. I have moved by Councillor Bocek, seconded by Councillor Graziano. Be it resolved that council authorize the use of the infrastructure reserve to fund the township portion of the project in the amount of $2,608.75. Should we have named the project in this motion? All right. What's the name of the phase 1 of the district? Where did it go? Phase 1 of the climate action plan of the District of Muskoka. Is that the project?
That's right. And there's a little bit of joint.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. Portion of the Muskoka joint area municipal. Don't you love to hear me mumble these things slowly? It's the title of the subject, Okay, be it resolved, the council authorized the use of the infrastructure reserve to fund the township portion of the Muskoka Joint Area Municipal Greenhouse Gas Inventory and Climate Change Mitigation Plan in the amount of $2,608.75. All those in favor? And that is carried, and that's about $260 a word, I think. Oh, this will be fun. 2024 meeting schedule from our clerk's department. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have a really brief presentation, if everyone will bear with me or indulge me, maybe is the right word.
If you want, let us do so.
I would appreciate it. Change your thing. Go. Okay. So, earlier this year, there's been lots of discussions about what day of the week we hold each of our meetings on, and what days committee members prefer. So SurveyMonkey was sent out to everyone to kind of poll to see where the preferences were. So I'm going to go through those first, and then that'll kind of make sense of the proposed calendar. I got too much stuff on my screen here, sorry. So for council, planning council, committee of the whole, which are listed as council days on our meeting schedule, because that gives us the flexibility to accommodate more in one day or less in another, et cetera. The preference was Mondays and Tuesdays by about half of you, with only 3 preferring that Monday, Tuesday, but still that's the majority. So that's what I went with on that one. I don't know how I did that.
Let's press the line, but okay.
Well, now it's just there. I don't know what's happening. I'm just gonna go with it for now. Sorry. Enjoy the purple line, guys. Committee of Adjustment, 5 of the members responded with Friday, so that one stayed there. Planning Committee, still again, the majority for Fridays, at 6, some Wednesdays and Thursdays. That was you. It's been a long day already. Anyways, okay, so the MACT Arena Advisory Committee, although they haven't met, the majority of members would prefer Mondays. And same with the Sustainable Communities Advisory Group, the majority would prefer Mondays. So the other piece of our, they're just there now. I'm sorry, we're just going with the flow today. So the majority, the other piece of the conversation was having a break at some point for a month from meetings. Staff's recommendation is to have no meetings in January, partially because of the weather and the difficulty to attend physical meetings, and partially because we have the lowest population over the winter months. And it's the hardest to get a turnaround time to get agendas published because of the holidays in December. So that's my recommendation, is to have no meetings in January. Slight deviation to the current schedule, and this is to accommodate the need for agendas, the report deadlines, because right now Committee of Adjustment reports are due the same time as Planning Council reports. So this gives a bit of a break to the planning departments to space that out a bit, as well as to accommodate getting the Planning Committee on Fridays without interfering with district schedule or other holiday schedules. Yeah, so in very, very tiny print, that is not accessible at all. District week is noted. So in January, I noted when Roma was, and district week, February, district week is the week of the 20th. So we don't want to take up any of those days. Oh, sorry, family day is the 19th. So the Tuesday is the 20th, sorry. And then Sustainable Communities Advisory Group would meet bi-monthly. So that's kind of swapping back and forth with the MAC Arena Advisory Committee each month. March break is the week of the 11th. So council is bumped up a week. April, Easter's in there, but it doesn't have an impact on our schedule. And then May is pretty standard. June, council week is bumped up a week to accommodate the ACTO conference. July is pretty standard. August is standard, although AMO overlaps district week. So what happens usually is the district kind of accommodates around everyone else's schedules as needed. September, pretty standard. October, again, standard. November, standard. And then December, we just have council and committee of adjustment. We find attendance is difficult, and the other meetings would fall into too close to the holidays for the other committees. So I left the committees out of December. So that's my brief overview. I'm sure there are questions.
And I'm sure you are correct because we already see 3 hands up. Councillor Fredko, please.
Thank you, and through your worship, I appreciate the work you went through to try to put everything into a timetable that makes sense. So the couple of observations and comments. One is that January, while it'd be lovely to have no meetings, I believe we probably won't have an approved budget. So do we need to accommodate the fact that we will have meetings arise in that month anyway?
Staff are still really optimistic. But if we do need to have a special council meeting for a budget or anything else that may arise, we will definitely accommodate that. It's not saying we can't have meetings, but we're just not gonna aim to have any. Is that helpful?
It's helpful, but I'm just making the observation that given this year's experience, it seems unlikely that we'll be approved by January 1st. Also, I would be, if other councillors on the committee for the for the MacTier Arena were interested in having a meeting, I'm sure we could hold a meeting in January to try to get that committee moving.
I was hoping to have one scheduled before the end of the year, at least.
Okay. And then my other points would be that in October and November, meetings have been moved to the Tuesday, Wednesday to accommodate the holiday Monday, knowing that it was a scramble for you guys to get the agendas together this week. Would it make more sense to move these 1 week earlier as you have for for the March break, so that you don't have to work over your long weekend to get the agendas finalized?
I'm not opposed to that.
And my last observation is December, we can maybe schedule committees, because if we're going to have another meeting free January, we would want to have something scheduled in December.
Okay.
I anticipate that we're not meeting in January. And that's all of my thoughts.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be brief. I've already submitted some suggestions with respect to what has been or has not been surveyed. And I'm not sort of backing away from that. I think if there's no interest in, for example, examining the start time, finish time, etc., fine, but let's find out from a survey from our councillors if that's the case. But I think one of the questions could be no interest, but the other question could be, here are some suggestions. And one of them was, start a little bit later, avoid in the winter months driving in the dark, especially if there's a snowstorm, it even makes it worse. Things like that, driving during rush hours, trying to avoid that, giving consideration to what is being done at the archipelago. Maybe that's a sensible way to go, which is to drive up on Thursdays, have meetings, and stay overnight at a local bed and breakfast or some sort of accommodation, and finish the meetings on Friday before around noon would be another solution. And that wasn't part of the survey. So I thought it was, fine, but very limited. Which days is a rather limited approach to surveying. So I haven't seen too many surveys where there's one question. And I'm suggesting that we need to at least offer up the opportunity for all of us to express ourselves as it pertains to the questions that I've just asked. So is there any reason that can't be done? I didn't hear back about this. I just submitted my concerns, and I haven't heard any response from staff regarding that, other than our CAO did give a little bit of detail around what goes on at the archipelago. So there you go. That's my feedback. Thank you.
Clerk Wade.
The surveys were created before your emails with your comments were circulated, so we didn't want to create more confusion by throwing more surveys with different questions at the same time. But now is the time to have that conversation amongst council about the start time. I don't have
Oh, I would like to recommend that we at least give that consideration. It would be relatively simple to have a Survey Monkey with a few options other than just which days. It was really around times as opposed to days. Thank you. So I'd like to suggest that survey. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Graziano.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. No real concerns with regards to the calendar. A few worthy mentions. For the MacTier Arena Committee, given that January, February are going to be the peak season for at least its revenue, specifically around ice time, I wonder whether or not it's prudent for us to actually double up in those months, maybe even leading into December, just so we can essentially review ice times, allocations, costs, acquisition of other associations or leagues, so on and so on. I'd hate to miss this season because we have a late start and then come into January with no meetings, and our first actual inaugural meeting would be in March. So that to me is a bit of a concern, if I can call that out. The other question that I have is more so a question directed to our new director of planning. As planning committee has been postponed perpetually for the last 7 months now. And given that we are at full complement of staffing levels in the planning department, again, I wonder whether or not we can kick off planning committee a little sooner and start to get the ball rolling there as well. And do we need to bring that back to council? Because I know that we had voted for a pause. Have we rescinded that pause now, and are we now fully open on planning committee? Thank you.
Thank you. Through the mayor to Councilor Graziano. I believe there's been a planning committee meeting added to the calendar, if I'm not mistaken.
There's a meeting scheduled for the end of October.
Correct. And it would be intent to at least use that as I'll call it a re-inaugural, re-kickoff meeting for that committee.
Thank you.
Friday, October 27th.
Yep.
Councilor Bocheck.
Thank you, and through your worship, to our clerk, this is more of a comment than an ask, but would you consider the fact that district council falls the week following our township council? And for us retired guys that like to escape to the south in the winter, it's nice to fly back for the 2 weeks, take all your committee meetings, take all your district and local council meetings, and have your days to spend with your constituents during that 2-week envelope before you return to your retirement winter location. So the district houses everything within 1 week. And if the township were to take a similar position where we have a council week, which is your committee meetings and your cow meetings and all your different meetings, I would think it'd make it a lot easier for everyone. If you would consider that. Thank you.
I feel like that's a question for council, not for me. We can probably make it work most weeks. But then the preference of days that people are meeting on might not be met. So that'll mean having committee meetings on Wednesdays and Thursdays, for example. If we squish them all into 1 week, or having one committee in the morning and one in the afternoon or something to that effect, which is fine. But I will defer that to council as a preference.
Well, thank you for that. And it's probably not as important at this level than it is at the district level, because at the district level, we don't zoom into committee meetings and don't zoom into council meetings. You're only allowed 3 per year. So the availability for us to attend these meetings would be there even if we are remote. So we'll take that into consideration as well too. Thank you.
All right. I've heard some comments here, but I think I think also the questions, suggestions, not only of Councillor Bochek just now, but of Councillor Cooper the past couple of weeks should be considered. Because I think there's some interesting ideas there. And I'm just wondering, and I'm asking our clerk at this point, whether it makes sense to just have call it a survey monkey with these various questions and we've sent it out. Because I'm hesitant to spend the next hour having us talk in circles. If we could get some definite list of questions, and I'll say to any counselor, if there's any suggestions you have, get them to our clerk. I'm going to suggest this week. And then if you could do one of those survey things, and we could all consider it and respond to it, and then perhaps next month, discuss it. I mean, I personally don't have an issue with these dates, but I think there's been some legitimate questions, including start time, including you now put committee of adjustment the week before, which is a change. I'm not saying it's a bad change, but again, between that and planning committee used to be at the end of the month, now it's generally in council week. So I think we have to consider these things. Councillor Predko.
Is it worth having one round of comments just to get people's feedback on the timing of meetings?
Okay, and I actually, you're foreshadowing me in one sense. Before we do that, maybe just everybody have one round and throw in your comments on whether it's timing of the day or whether you want to try to concentrate it in 1 week or what have you. Let's have one relatively quick round, not to make decisions, but to have our clerk scratch down notes, because there are moments I think she lives for that. Maybe that wasn't fair. All right, and Councillor Predko, why don't you start that off?
I'm actually good with the with the calendar as presented and commented on in terms of scattering things in the month. I find for me and my schedule that is a little bit better than trying to and I am also on the Committee of Adjustment, the Sustainability Committee, and the MacTier Arena Committee. If we tried to do that all in 1 week, I would be completely done. So having these spread out a little bit is useful. Start times, I don't think there's much personally that if we delay start times, we're going to be running later in the day, which means especially in the winter, we'll also be driving in the dark. I don't think there's an easy solution to start time, and I'm all right with keeping it the way it is and making accommodations to be near council in the mornings of a council meeting. And if the weather is bad, then it's a remote meeting. I think that's our built-in accommodation.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton.
Thank you. I have a question for our clerk before I make other comments. Do you post these up in your wall and keep them visual, or like what is the use of these ultimately?
So once approved, then maybe not now because it's October, but in December, we pre-populate the council portal, which has the full council calendar for the year. That way the public knows when everything is upcoming as well. And then we spam all of your outlooks calendars.
Okay.
Staff then take this calendar that you see and we populate it with all of our report deadlines, our public notice deadlines, our mail out deadlines, etc. And some people prefer a paper copy, some prefer a digital copy. So it depends, but
Thank you for that.
It's definitely referenced year long, if that's helpful.
Then with all that wonderful referencing, may I suggest that we put the publication date of the agenda on the calendar and try to adhere to it as much as possible, because getting these agendas very late and having them continually change makes it very problematic to offer comment, because you get one issue you make comments all over it, and then you get another one, and then you get another one, and then you get another one. And our policies say 5 business days in advance. I think that date should be enshrined in the calendar as as visibly as the meeting dates, so that those things come out. Having said that, I'd echo Councillor Predko's comments, although I think there may be opportunities for change. Dates and times and so on are generally okay with me. I would like one specific request, and since you're making notes, planning committee on March the 9th. Sorry, on March the 8th. That's the Friday of spring break week. And if there is any chance to slide that forward a week, or put it at the end of the month, or do something, I would prefer, if at all possible. And those are, I'll pause there and let others speak.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
To echo Councillor Predko's comments, time of meeting, the Committee of Adjustment meets at 10 o'clock, which I find a little bit more accommodating if I'm coming in lousy weather from the Bay, but I can't see starting these meetings any later, generally speaking, because look how long we go as it is. We risk significant overflow into another day if we start the meeting any later in the day. So I think we're fine with the times we've got. And I have no problems. Again, I think the comments from Councillor Predko with regards to those later months and the timing of the meetings with regards to the holidays that are involved might bear some re-examination. And then one question, is there a reason why Committee of Adjustment Planning Committee couldn't be the same day? Is there somebody that's on both of those committees? Just to accommodate certain conflictions with regards to, say, like the March break type of thing.
Yeah, so for a timing perspective, if we did that, then perhaps that one committee of the adjustment might need to start at 9, for example. To have planning committee start at 1 or 2 or something, like just so we have enough time to get through.
Right.
It would depend on the number of applications. I'm not a psychic and I don't know how many Marches.
Okay, just a comment. Okay.
No, but
thanks.
that's good. That's good to know.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor, and you've heard some of what I have to say. I guess I still think a survey makes some sense because unless you've been exposed to this for a long time and realize that sometimes starting times, a variety of different things can make a difference. And I'll give you an example. Our council meetings could be shorter if we had a committee of a whole first. So why haven't we put that in the survey? Why don't we have a committee of a whole on a Monday and council on a Tuesday so that we can get rid of, not rid of, but we can make decisions or at least give a fair bit of time and consideration to matters and then bring them forward to council on a day 2. So, and that's done in certain places. So that's another way of dealing with things and thinking outside of the box. So I just think it's important for our council to take a look at some of these things, like switching those 2 days. But there, could be others. Should the council make up the Committee of Adjustment? That's another thing that's done in many, many locations. And maybe that's another consideration that could be on our survey. So let's not prejudge what a survey might show us, is really what I'm trying to say. And suggest that that would be helpful to all of us to keep an open mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wojcik.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, I think we're looking at individual dates and individual commitments and that, but my thought is if we keep everything within the 2-week window, so our district responsibilities for the 3 council members here are the Monday and you have a committee. So there's lots of opportunity for Township of Georgian Bay to meet the following week as well too. So if we stay within that 2-week window, I think we can accomplish everything, including Committee of Adjustments, all of our subcommittees, our working groups, all of district council, all of everything. Compress it into that 2 weeks and I think it would be a much easier package for everybody to handle, especially when it comes to travel. Thank you.
Clerk Wade, do you want to make a comment?
I just want to clarify that as an unspoken rule, so to speak, I know that the district's council and committee meetings are scattered throughout, but the other municipalities, the area municipalities, do not book meetings on those days. So the district has availability for additional special meetings as required without having to poll everyone all of the time. We could potentially schedule special meetings in that week, but generally speaking, out of respect for their time and our time, we all leave that week open.
Councilor Graziano.
Thank you. And through your worship, I'm easy like Sunday morning. Joking aside, I have the benefit of an assistant who helps manage my calendar, and I personally feel that the fragmented requirements are going to be a little bit easier on mine. I mean, she's balancing 3 different calendars, personal, business, as well as council commitments. And so I think that that as long as we can be remote, I'm indifferent on anything else. But I do think that there's some validity to what Councillor Cooper has suggested, along with Councillor Bocek, in trying to make some of my fellow retiree councillors' lives a little easier as well. So thank you.
Thank you. And I'll just finish with a few of my comments is I couldn't help but reflect yesterday as I'm going over our agendas for the coming weeks and all coming this week, how much I don't like having council day on Monday because it ruins the weekend. But you know, I think I'm outnumbered by most of the councillors here. But anyway, that aside, while I appreciate Councillor Bocek's comments about trying to keep things in, excuse me, within 1 week, on the other hand, I think that if we're scheduling 5 or 6 different things going on each month, because because there are numerous committees where not all of us are on those, and if we have said that we allow our members to attend remotely for most of these meetings, I think the trying to condense everything within 1 week won't always be possible. The idea of a committee of adjustment and planning committee on the same day might put a little extra pressure on our planning department, because you know that's a heck of a lot of deadlines. And by the way, it'll then be the same week as planning council. So our planning department would have to be well organized to address all that at the same time. Though I'm sure they can do it. Because you know, what are they doing the other 3 weeks of the month? Yeah. We know you're busy. Don't worry. You know, I think it's Councillor Cooper's suggestion of a late start. I'm open to that. But I also accept then that, you know, it could be 10 to 6 versus 9 to 5. And in the winter, at least one of the drives is going to be in the dark. I mean, let's face facts. Most of us don't boat to our cottage in January, February. Unless we get one of those fancy rigs they're trying to talk about that could go over water and ice. But okay, that's an individual decision. But no, I think that, and I also, you know, the suggestion of accommodation overnight between 2 days worth of meetings, I mean, I think that's something that could be considered. But you know, we'll do the Survey Monkey and we see how the results come in. I mean, for myself personally, I find myself fairly flexible because, well, the nature of my job is there's going to be all sorts of meetings and all month long, and sometimes there's conflicts and sometimes there aren't. And I think that's enough for now on this topic. So do you need this motion at this point, or given that we're doing another survey, should we just sort of defer this until next month? Or, okay, refer, okay. Moved by Councillor Pretko, second by Councillor Cooper, be it resolved that council adopt the 2024 meeting schedule as presented, be referred. All those in favor? All right, the conversations will continue. But I think overall, we're not, it's a reasonable, a very reasonable start. And I think it's a very reasonable time to call a lunch break. And shall we reconvene at 1:30? Does that work for everybody? We can make it 1:40. Okay, 1:40. All right, let's reconvene our meeting. Is that the right terminology? Or you got it restarted at 1:45 or 1:45 if you prefer. And we're into new business. And the first item in new business is off-leash dog parks, and Councillor Predko. I believe that's your topic.
Thank you, and through you, your worship, the residents in the MacTier area had brought up the point that the township's annual animal bylaw requires dogs to be leashed when they're not on their property, and many municipalities in Ontario have similar bylaws, but offer enclosed areas where dogs are able to run and socialize while off leash. There may be benefits to our communities by offering a space that allows pets and their owners to socialize. Dog parks allow pets to exercise and socialize in a safe space. Owners can connect with others to help build a stronger sense of community. Moreover, the township maintains parks in areas that are frequented by visitors, and providing space, this could encourage longer and more frequent stays in our township, especially in MacTier and Port Severn and Honey Harbor. Land adjacent to these parks can be re-landscaped and fenced to facilitate an off-leash area. And while there are lots of positives, there are still other considerations, such as bylaw enforcement and the possibility that aggressive animals could injure a person or another dog. With a lack of staffing for bylaw enforcement and veterinary resources close by, these could pose a risk to this proposal. But in summary, I'm hoping that we can direct staff to prepare a report on the feasibility of an off-leash park in our town's parks and in our main towns, and to gauge community interest and support for such an initiative, as well as it's not in the resolution as written, but hopefully put funds aside in 2024 for landscaping such parks. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Does anyone on staff wish to make any response or remark or comment on this? Chief Van Dam.
Our expertise on this subject matter is not here. So our bylaw enforcement officer, Karina, has done a lot of work on this in the past. And she's not back from her maternity leave till the 5th. And I would, if council wishes to draft a report and look at it, I would request that we put that on the work plan for to come back to council, say in January or February. And because she's was involved in it, I believe, in Richmond Hill, and has some work with it. Instead of me starting from scratch, I would request that we look at that if it's council's wishes.
CEO Mariotti.
Yeah, I think as a start, and it is timely now that we're coming up to budget season. I don't see why we can't get at least a preliminary rough quote, even if we kind of do, and I'm looking at Mr. Sokash, even if we get a preliminary aerial shot of the 3 locations, and maybe we ask a contractor to give us a real rough plus or minus 30 estimate, which we can then bring back to council and say, does council have the appetite to pursue this further, and then look at a more fulsome report. Because it's not just setting up, it's also the ongoing, care and maintenance of the parks that we can have a quick look at. So maybe if we can kind of modify the motion such that step 1 is get some pricing back, and then if council wishes us to pursue, then we can, by which time Tony's employee will be back, and then provide some expertise from her perspective.
Thank you. Any other comments? All right, so your suggestion, I mean, we have here that staff be directed to prepare a report on the feasibility. So I guess prepare I'll call it preliminary report on the feasibility and costing of off-leash parks in our towns and parks, and to gauge community interest and support for such initiatives. Councilor Graziano.
Thank you. Through your worship, sorry for the absence, but I believe I was hoping, and I had discussed this with Councilor Predko. Councilor Predko, I'm not sure if you presented it. I was hoping to look at it in parallel. If we are going to be looking at the costing with respect to a potential dog park in Port Severn along with Mount Catier, that we also look at the costing associated with adding a fence around the playground at the Baxter Community Center as well. If this is something that we pursue as council and as a whole, maybe we can look at economies of scale by also when they're there implementing a dog-free park or leash-free park, that fence goes around the actual playground itself. Thank you.
Excuse me, for clarification, is that a fence for other than containing dogs?
That would be a fence for
Containing
containing
children.
children. That is correct. Yes. Humans, little humans.
All right, Councilor Cooper, please.
And township councilors? Just kidding.
Especially those who show up late.
Well, is that you, Mayor? Never mind.
Not this.
Okay, so just who would accept, would it be okay if we send in some comments to, I don't know, Tony, or I'm pretty familiar with off leash, very familiar. I've been all over the place, especially we have about 30 of them in the Aurora area or the east of Aurora. So they work pretty well, but they're not the tiny in-town off leash parks are not somewhere I would prefer to go, because sometimes you get some dogs that are pretty aggressive. So I don't know if we have any areas that are sort of more open and larger and available, that would be my suggestion versus some relatively small fenced-in park. Costly and not a very pleasant place to go in my view. So Tony, would you be taking comments or?
I guess I got delegated, didn't I?
Well, you said our employee that's doing all this is away, so if we could just submit them to you, you could pass them on to her. Is that all right?
Yep, that works.
Yeah, create a file called Ms. King.
Right, missing. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Bochek.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, apologies for being late after our lunch. And I may have missed the part of conversation that I'm going to ask about, but when it comes to the off-leash dog parks, my question is posed to our Director of Operations, Brad. Years ago, I remember money being set aside, funding being set aside to build a fenced-in dog park at the Baxter Ward Community Center. Are those funds still allocated to that project?
Through the mayor, no, those funds were removed during one of the budget iterations.
Thank you. Guess I got told.
All right. Anybody willing to second this motion of Councilor Predko? Councilor Jarvis, your hand went up fairly quickly. And I have moved by Councilor Predko, seconded by Councilor Jarvis. Be it resolved that staff be directed to prepare a preliminary report on the feasibility and costing of off-leash parks in our town's parks, and to gauge community interest and support for such an initiative. And I'm just going to add as a informal, if you can then tell us what that fencing costs per meter, then we'd have an estimate for somebody who wants to cage in kids. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Councillor Hazelton, bylaw and building complaint processing.
Thank you, Mayor. So this resolution comes from the fact that I have several have had several interactions with residents in my ward where they have been very upset about things that have been going on with other properties in their community. And yet they are fearful for their safety. They are fearful for their the assets that they own. They have been driven to put up 24/7 surveillance cameras to be able to protect their properties in the event that these people that they might complain about will take retribution. And so what they have asked me to do as their council representative is to bring forward those complaints. A while ago, I learned fairly quickly that the staff don't really want to take a complaint when it's secondhand, and I understand that to some degree if it's a verbal only. But what there is video and photo evidence of the infractions, it just seems to me like who cares where the video or the picture came from? If the counselor is prepared to represent that as truth, that should be enough for enforcement. And so what I'm attempting to do here is get to the point at the bottom where we ask a lawyer specifically, is there any reason not to act on a complaint filed by a counselor on behalf of a resident? So if there is no reason not to act, then we have a path clear to act. So I'll put that out there as a path that I would like to get approval from. Thank you.
Thank you. Any staff member wish to respond before I go to council? Ms. Nicholson.
I was going to actually bring up the slideshows from the council orientation from last year that clearly states what can and can't be done, but we'll skip that. And if need be, we'll go back. So when somebody is building without a permit, it's in contravention of the Building Code Act. And then an investigation has to take place. Now, when we do these investigations, we don't have an automatic right to enter the property. We have to ask permission. If they deny us, we need to go before the court for a warrant. Much like if we go forward with prosecution to gain compliance, we need to go before a justice. We cannot use third-party information as our evidence because that's hearsay. So that is the situation we can't put ourselves in, because we will in turn most likely get our hands slapped quite nicely. Plain and simple. It's like the police. They can't take third-party information. We need somebody to speak to who is making the complaint in order to have a proper investigation. And on top of that as well, like it's going to it's just impossible to go before the courts without us doing our job. And that is in an entire, you all know I've been here for a very long time. Information has never left this office as to who made the complaint. If it goes to court, that person could be summoned. That is the way the process works.
So if I could continue, if I have a resident, and this has happened, if I have a resident who has a concern and they invite me over to their cottage or their property so I can see the concern, then I am the first person observer of that issue.
But you didn't witness any of what's going on between it. If you want to make a complaint stating that you are the person that is, you're not making it on behalf of somebody, but you have witnessed this, but you have to be prepared. If we have to get a warrant, go to court, you will be put before a justice to explain why. But there's no reason. We have a code of conduct we follow. There is no reason that they cannot contact us with their information. It is not given out. And then we can speak to the person to get the history. You're not going to have the history. You're going to get secondhand history. And what the problem with that is, especially if there's an ongoing neighbor dispute, you're getting one side of the story. And it just causes a problem, and it's inhibiting us doing our job properly. which is what we are required to do by the act.
So what I'm hearing you say is, don't use the words that I'm complaining on behalf of a resident. Just use the words, I am complaining because I have observed this firsthand.
If you've observed a contravention, and then we can speak to you about that contravention because you've observed it, and we can get enough information to move forward with that from you, then we can take the complaint. But if it goes before a court, either to get a warrant to enter the property or for prosecution, you will be subpoenaed, and then it will be up to the justice to decide if your information is true and if they will accept you as making the complainant, or if it's just you're doing it on somebody else's behalf.
Okay, so we've heard from the building department, and I think that what you have shared is fair and reasonable. I have not made any complaints on behalf of residents that I have not observed firsthand from a building standpoint, but from a bylaw enforcement perspective.
Counselor Hazelton, I'm running this meeting, not you. I have asked any staff for comments. Chief Undon, would you care to comment?
We had Peter Pickfield in council chamber in a closed session that did an education session a number of years ago. Set out the complaint process and did it. If here, I'm going to strongly recommend that if we've forgotten that procedure, then if you want to hear from him again, then that's council's decision to hear that. I can tell you from a bylaw perspective, there are a number of things that come into effect. Is how did the information, how did it get to us? We have to be able to justify it, stand and be able to justify why we're on that property. Back to third party hearsay, they say it's not going to get us on the property. We have some incidences where the bylaw gives us the permission to go because it's not a provincial offense. But then there's other pieces of it that can lead to provincial offense. So there's a number of things that go through it. When we go onto a property and the officer does the investigation, it is solely that officer's discretion. It's nobody else's discretion, whether that officer is going to charge the person or not. That's how the system works, and that's where we are. When it comes to in the fire part of it, it's the same thing. When we're gathering evidence, there has to be a reason why we're gathering that evidence. So how did the pictures get taken? Becomes who took the picture, and they're going to have to justify, because if they were on that property, then that could be classified as trespassing. That's a legal mess in itself. So it's very guarded. And then when we take in these complaints, the other piece that's looked at is how many complaints have been done on this property before. We look at the history of what we're dealing with. And for example, we go onto a property 10 times and there's no violations that we can find. Now, is it fictitious, or is it somebody trying to get even with somebody? Is it all of those things come into I'm going to say factor, because we've been on properties before for a number of complaints and we've been threatened with lawsuits. I believe the township went through one with one party already, and we lost that, and there was some money that was spent as a penalty for that. So it's not just as easy as walking onto a piece of property or taking a complaint. That's why the policy was created, that there's no anonymous complaints. Somebody has to put their name to it. excuse me, because we have to be able to justify how we got on that property.
Thank you. Any other staff comments? Okay. Councilor Graziano, please.
Thank you, and through you, your worship. I wish to draw two parallels. Not so long ago, I was called by a constituent to attend a viewing. And in this context, the property that I had viewed had an immense amount of clutter or garbage on their front lawn, visible to the street. No entering into someone's premise or onto their property required. It was clearly visible. And I contacted, of course, our township, and I was advised that that person has to file a formal complaint. This person was not so tech savvy, and so they required some assistance in how to formalize that complaint. Now, to contrast that, very recently, actually today, I had sent an email. I received an email, actually rather a Facebook message, which I received quite many of, from a concerned constituent who witnessed someone dumping garbage illegally in front of a closed garbage facility. And I sent that to district, and within 20 minutes, district not only responded to my concerns, but also advised of what the issue was going to be and how they were going to remedy the issue. So we can clearly see that there's two large distinctions between what we do in one hand and what can be done on the other. I understand that in circumstances or in certain circumstances, we are required to have a witness, for lack of a better term, who will be able to provide their feedback, their comments to a court. However, in other situations, it's not as complex, rather it's viewable by the street. I know one of my constituents had contacted me about an issue with a driveway that is clearly visible from the road and not requiring the entering of anyone's premises as well. So I wonder whether or not there is a common ground that we can find here. I think I'm going to draw from the playbook of Councillor Bocek, who always seeks to find a compromise in things. Is there a way that we can, as councillors, present something that may in fact be visible, not requiring a witness to likely be there to answer that question or to provide their feedback or testimony to a court, but yet at the same time have our township action on the concerns of our constituents that get funneled through their councillors, because they know us, they don't know you. And sometimes it's just easier for them to pick up the phone and call us. Thank you.
Thank you. Chief Van Dam.
So garbage being dumped on district's property, they're the owner, they can respond and they can act, same as if somebody's dumping garbage on the township's property. You're the property owner, you can deal with it. That's how the district can deal with that quickly and effectively. It's been one of the things, and I'm sure Councillor Bocek can attest to this, is that the bylaw department has been reactive, that we need the complaint and not to be proactive. That was something that was told to me upon my arrival here several times. And if council wishes to change that we're going to be proactive, so that when we drive past that piece of property and we see infractions, then that's a change in policy, and that's going to be a change that you're going to have to fund. And we can go from there. Because it will take a lot more time if we start to go proactive.
Thank you. I had Councillor Cooper up before Councillor switched on my machine, but I'm going to go for Councillor Cooper and then we'll follow by Councillor Bocek, please.
Thank you, Mayor, and I think you got the order right. Sorry, Brian, but I appreciate what Tony has just said to us, because I was making notes here about some of the other things that have been said. And specifically, I was starting to come to the conclusion that we've created bylaws and enforcement of bylaws ourselves. This isn't all provincial legislation. That, as it pertains to the building code, sure. But everything else, Tony has just explained to us, there was direction giving versus being proactive and reactive. Well, I think from my perspective, we need to think about that pretty carefully. Yes, it would cost more money, but wait a minute, we're walking away from all sorts of circumstances, or to a certain extent we are, where there's been, for example, shoreline clear cutting. And yeah, we enforced it, but we really didn't. Somebody planted seedlings, having taken down 30, 40, 50-year-old trees. Give me a break. We didn't really sort that baby out. So my point is, I think it's important for us to remember that we need to think about the whole concept of bylaw enforcement, and building, and sorry, not building, but other infractions, including in planning and elsewhere. And yeah, sure, maybe we will lose in court on occasion, but on many occasions we won't, and we're correcting some situations that are out of hand, including somebody dumping leaving things in their front yard, not just on, by the way, on district lands, but their own lands that, we've had circumstances in the past where front yards are full of junk, and that needs to be enforced too. So I just think, and why do we have to have somebody report on that? If it's a front yard full of junk, it's a front yard full of junk. Let's clean it up. So I'd be very supportive of examining how we could change our bylaw. If it says something in there about proactive versus reactive, I'd like to know, and why it has to be in there at all. And I think we need some very good advice, legal advice on our bylaw, and get to a place where we can be, frankly, more proactive in enforcing our bylaws. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bocheck.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor, all good comments. I certainly don't want to have a township where the government is always looking over your shoulder to make sure you're doing things the way they want you to do them. A typical example would be shipping containers all over the township of people's houses. We have a bylaw that says you can't have it, but if it's not hurting your neighbors, who cares? Let it be there. We don't need to send a bylaw guy around to tell them to remove it. Off topic anyways. Get back on the topic here. My question is for our building department. You have every right to enter a piece of property if you have an open building permit on the property. So my suggestion is not to look at this hierarchy rule of engaging people with all kinds of rules, but if we close a permit, before the satisfaction is reached. So in other words, if a guy clear cut his lot, he built his house, it's all done, it's all finished, but he clear cut his lot, maybe we don't close that permit until we get finished with that issue, and then you have access to that property in order to do things like that. So the premise of this is provincially you're legislated to do what you do. The rest of the staff here is not provincially regulated to do with bylaws because they fall other than provincial. In other words, what Councillor Graziano was saying here this morning would happen here too. If Councillor Graziano were to send a video in of somebody dumping trash in the ditch, you guys would go take care of that. You don't have to go to court, is my understanding. But because you're provincially legislated, unless you have an open permit, you're not allowed access to that property.
That is correct, or an application, but what you're saying you cannot do. The building code lays out when you have to do inspections and when you have to close a permit. You can't basically hold it hostage because of another ongoing issue on the property. That is illegal. You cannot do that.
No, we should change that then. Thank you for your response.
Councillor Jarvis, please.
Yeah, I had a couple of incidents where constituents have made complaints to me and asked if I could carry them forward. And I suggested, well, you can take it to our bylaw department. Your information is kept confidential, and until, or if it ever goes to court, your name will not come up. And that seemed to satisfy the residents. One was a lighting complaint. I can't remember what the other one was. And things proceeded from there. I know bylaw was involved. I don't see an issue. I don't see a reason why we should have to carry something to our bylaw department if the person that makes the complaint remains, and it's acknowledged here, they remain anonymous to people around them unless it gets called before a justice. The other thing to keep in mind is if you provide video that is from somebody else's front porch, I'll go back. If somebody has a complaint launched against them, they're going to automatically suspect their neighbors. It's just a fact of life. And it may be a wrongful way of doing it, but they'll probably do it anyway. It's very unfortunate that people act out when they see things like this. Again, a fact of life that we have to deal with. But I don't see an issue here because the information provided to our bylaw department, planning department, is kept confidential from the standpoint of who it comes from. So I think our constituents have to be made better aware of the fact that whatever they provide is, as I said, kept confidential from the standpoint of source. Thank you.
Chief Undum.
So we're a little correct when we say that the township makes the bylaws, we get to say what we want and so forth. There is still provincial legislation that dictates those bylaws, and we have to follow that provincial legislation. And that comes from municipal housing and affairs, and we still have to follow the court process and all of that to go through. So yes, you get to make some bylaws that you've been empowered to make the bylaws through the municipal act. However, we still have to follow the court's procedures and I'm going to say the general requirements of legislation.
Thank you. Councilor Pradko.
Thank you, and through you, your worship, I've just got a two-part question, and I'm not sure who it gets directed to, but the first part, I know the report of concern page on our intranet site makes no mention that your name will be remain anonymous unless it has to go to provincial court and you're a witness. It would, pardon me? So it would be very advantageous to help people to have more comfort to actually use that form because it's asking for their name, their email address, phone number, and their concern and who they're concerned about. So just giving them some comfort would be a huge improvement. And secondly, I mean, going back to property standards and clean yard bylaws, there have been instances where I have been, asked my opinion, does this offend the bylaw? And I can't give an official reason because I'm not a bylaw officer. But if I share their concern, I mean, if it's a property standards and you think it clearly violates and you're a resident of the community, doesn't that still allow a counselor to also file a concern that's anonymous?
Chief Undum.
So if you can bring the concern to us, as long as the complainant is willing to talk to us so that we can ask the question. We have to ask them, did you see this? There's a number of questions that we go because now it's firsthand from that individual. If you come to me and say that there's garbage at such and such, or they're doing, right? I can't verify. That's third-hand information. So now it very restricts me on what we can do or can't do. If somebody is intimidating somebody, that is another process which can lead to criminal, which is an OPP matter, which will now be investigated as a criminal aspect. And that would come from us through talking to that, oh, he threatened me. Okay, well, this is a police matter now. Now we're going to call the police and the police are going to be here. So that's part of the process, and that intimidation of a witness is pretty serious offense when you're getting into court because you're eroding the whole justice system with trying to do that. So it's sometimes it feels like I'm skating around it, but that's just the way it is that I have to be able to justify to stand up in front of that judge to be able to speak what I'm going to speak about, to have any credibility. And the moment that we lose our credibility, it's a long, long, long road to get it back. So I hope that answers it. You can bring us to it, but the actual complainant needs to speak to us.
Sure, but.
Right? And if that's a meeting between you and the complainant and the bylaw officer, so be it, if they chose to be there. But once we start the investigation, you as a counselor are not entitled to know what's going on in that investigation.
Sure. My question though is if I raise the concern as the complainant, not the other resident. I mean, let's say,
It becomes hearsay. If you're raising it on behalf of a resident, it's hearsay.
I'm sharing the concern. So let's say there's a house with a roof that has holes in it, and there's obviously animals that can have ingress and egress, and I'm concerned about that property. I can raise that concern myself, even though somebody brought it to my attention first.
And we have done that. So as a courtesy.
But I would be the person on record as having.
I think we've drifted into a cow meeting.
So you as a counselor don't lose your right as a resident.
Yeah, I'm just reaffirming that. That's actually where I'm
So
going.
are you acting, the question you got to ask yourself, am I acting as a resident or am I acting as a counselor? And the moment that you act as a counselor, then it's hearsay.
Yeah, and I'm trying to just draw the distinction that we can still be residents and raising a concern.
100%. However, being a councillor doesn't mean that you have any additional rights over and above a resident.
Yes, and I'm not suggesting.
However, as a courtesy, we have acted on a councillor saying, hey, someone's just told me that something's happening. Can you take a look? And we have acted on that. We go take a look informally. The issue becomes when we come back to the councillor and say, yeah, we've had a look. There's nothing much we can do. We need the individual to come forward if there's additional evidence. And that is the impasse that we've reached, because we can't, as an individual councillor, I think you've heard from training, no different than any other member of the public that comes to us and says, hey, my friend has seen something. Well, we need your friend to come and share that with us.
Yeah, no, I completely understand, and I can understand if it's a public like property standards, there may be history in the property that as I don't have, even though I'm concerned about the property, that would be something that a neighbor would have if they were raising the complaint. I understand.
There is an exception to it, and that's if it's a life safety, an immediate life safety factor, then we have an obligation. And we need to contact the building department, whether we need to contact the fire department or the police department, we have an obligation to act as part of the bylaw.
Thank you.
Interesting discussion. I know I've brought some concerns and complaints to the bylaw department over the last few years. And I know in a couple of cases, they said, nope, I don't have enough, I'll call it evidence firsthand. In other cases, they said, well, actually, what you've listed, this particular item, because I saw it, they can look into. The frustrating thing, which I fully understand, is of course, then they won't tell me what comes from it. But I figured if they know about it, and you will be I'll be filing a complaint with you this week. Now that it's dark and you try to get home and you're blinded by lights, I get a little upset about that on the water. And I do believe we have a bylaw against that. So, but that's a separate topic. And I will put my name on it. But no, I think I get that, bylaw, if you want bylaw to look into something, you want the possibility that charges may be laid. And then if you want the possibility charges may be laid, you want the possibility they may stick. The individual may be fined or ordered corrective action. And I'd hate for us to do something that prevented that from happening in the cases where, you know, a warning isn't good enough, if I can put it that way. So I think I personally think we should respect bylaw and their approach. But I also think as counselors, if we are filing a complaint, in the case, I'm going to file a complaint about lights blinding, I consider navigation hazards. I'm doing that on behalf of everybody else who votes there, not just myself. And so I think that's, you know, that is one way we can, you know, we can act on behalf of our residents by filing a complaint because we've witnessed it ourselves. With that, I see some people are keen on our second round, so we're going to go to Council Hazelton, followed by Councilor Graziano, please.
Thank you for that. And I'll just offer a comment. If you put a complaint in on behalf of your fellow residents, don't state that you're putting it in on behalf of your fellow residents, because that's a showstopper when it gets to the staff. But what I'd like to understand, this is a question for Tony. A month ago, 2-3 months ago, we passed a new bylaw to deal with and allow the AMPS system to deal with these bylaw issues. What impact does the shift to the AMPS system have, given that we now no longer need to go to court?
That's a very good question. So there is some changes, but you still have to, for the courts, you'll still have to protect the integrity of the court system. So there's a little less, I'm going to say, involvement from the complainant when it goes through the AMPS program, because then the bylaw officer, if they witness it firsthand, but we still have to follow the right to get onto the property. But once we get on that property, then we won't need the complainant, because the AMPS program allows us the lead way.
So thank you for that. And I'd like to just highlight what I heard Councillor Graziano say, which was he highlighted at least one example where walking down the street, you could see the issue at hand without ever going onto the property, bringing it to the attention of bylaw. It seems with this new AMPS system that you are not violating any policy about going on people's private property to witness something. And once you've witnessed it, now you become the first-hand observer and you can follow through and deal with it. Am I going down the right path here, or have I missed the boat?
Potentially, you're going down the right road.
Thank you.
Potentially.
That's where I wanted to go.
But watch that Y in the road, because as he said, potentially. Councilor Graziano.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you again. I think CEO Mariotti nailed it right on the head when he identified at times there's been a courtesy extended to some people. I don't think the intent of this motion, and correct me if I'm wrong, I'm not the mover, was to essentially take a proactive step whereby we allow our bylaw officers carte blanche to do as they choose as they're driving down the road. But I wonder what harm is there in having a local counselor pass on an email to the respective SMT person and allowing them to run with it, and have that person reach out to the constituent who has perhaps emailed us and say, hey, FYI, we've received this, we hear you, these are the steps we need you to take in order to formalize it, if we deem it to be required to formalize. However, we will do a roll or a truck roll to see whether or not there's merit to your complaint. The reasoning behind my comments is if I were to apply this in my own circumstance, I understand that there may be an additional cost associated with us, but I also look at how much we incur in costs by way of false claims. And I myself was a recipient of a false claim when I endeavored to do my septic tank, and I worked closely with our building department, who was fantastic at the time. Dave, I have to commend him for, doing a great job with me. But there was a false claim about me taking down trees along my shoreline, which upon investigation was determined to be false. So I think where we can do a better job, and this is one of our, from my understanding, a core tenet of our strategic plan over the next or this term of council, is that better customer service, is if we can at least initiate the process through an email to their local counselor and passing that email on to the appropriate SMT person. I think that's a great courtesy and a great, extension of customer service that we can offer them. Again, if it's deemed to be required to have them formalize the process by going online and putting it into our portal system, then that's what our SMT team can do. So just my thoughts. Thank you.
Councillor Jarvis.
Really quickly, I just went onto our website and looked under Township Hall for reporting a concern. And there's nothing in there that indicates that the person making the complaint's name would be kept.
Were you listening?
I guess I missed it entirely.
Were you
I know we're talking
correcting?
about it, but I didn't hear that come up as a response. I apologize.
Maybe
No, no.
it's happening right now. Maybe just refresh your screen. It might actually be there by now.
Sorry, I actually heard the discussion, but I didn't hear an answer to it. Maybe it's just my hearing and age. I
That's just because we
apologize.
decided to do
Sorry,
it.
what was that?
They were just so real.
Yeah, if I'm looking a little pink, there's a reason for it. Okay, thanks.
Back to the motion that is in front of me. And the motion, I'm sure you've all read it. And I would read it again if I think, there we go. Multiple four whereases. And finally reads, now therefore be it resolved, the council directs staff to seek a legal opinion asking, is there any reason to not act on a complaint filed by a councillor on behalf of a resident? I think we've heard a lot of that discussion today. And to speak directly to this, I'm not prepared to support this motion because I think that's a waste of money, frankly. To get a lawyer to come in and confirm that our bylaw officers or our building department are aware of the rules, the limits, and have enough history behind them that they know when they'll get called out, or because they've seen either they or others have been called out in court saying this doesn't fly because you obtained it through inappropriate manners. My opinion on that. So, Councillor Cooper, I don't think you spoke in the second round.
No, I didn't. And with all due respect, I haven't seen any lawyers in the room, so I'd just like to point that out. A, and B.
I don't think that's a respectful remark to any of us. Nobody here is pretending to be a lawyer.
But we're pretending that we understand what may or may not happen here, and that is concerning to me, Mayor. And I think we need to seek legal advice. I would suggest that it's more than just may a councillor make a complaint, but we've revealed other things such as our bylaw or the practices at our township are such that we are reactive versus proactive. Where does it say that in the bylaw? Where does it say provincially that anything of the sort, which I don't think it does? So I think we need some advice and somebody that's conversant with this particular aspect of municipal law. So I would favor, you're not talking about a lot of money here. It's here's what you got and here's how you fix it, or you're fine. You've got what you've got and you don't need to change it. I'd like to hear about that. I'm not confident that we are following everything that we possibly could. Thank you.
So if I understand you correctly, you're asking for quite a bit more than what's in this motion at this time.
I think we could bring more clarity than just, we've had a discussion. So there's direction that could go to the person that's phoning the lawyer and saying, here's how it reads, but there's more to it than that. Here are some of the other questions that came up. That's all. Thank you.
Seeing no more hands, I will read the motion. I have moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Whereas bylaw enforcement at the Township of Georgian Bay is only addressed on a complaint basis, and where some residents fear for either their safety or the safety of their possessions if they were ever to be identified as the source of the complaint. And whereas it is important to investigate all complaints that are provided in writing, either by email or online or on the online complaint form, and where staff have been resistant to take action on a complaint made by a counselor on behalf of a resident, now therefore be it resolved that council directs staff to seek a legal opinion asking, is there any reason to not act on a complaint filed by a counselor on behalf of a resident? All those in favor? I see 3 votes in favor, so that is defeated. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. The province of Ontario recently passed legislation as of January 1st in 2020, permitting municipalities to participate in a 5-year rideshare program, which includes e-scooters or electric bicycles. E-scooters or bikes are electric motorized modes of transportation, which can also be used as a recreational vehicle. For municipalities who wish to allow e-scooters or bicycles to operate in the jurisdictions, a bylaw must be passed to permit their use, along with notification being sent to the Ministry of Transportation, advising that they will be participating in this program. Georgian Bay Township has many diverse communities which draw tourists and visitors alike. Residents are also quite active in the summers, traveling the Port Severn Honey Harbor corridor frequently. E-scooters or bikes offer an environmentally friendly way for everyone to explore our township while reducing traffic on our roadways. Imagine jumping on an e-bike in Oak Bay, heading into Honey Harbor for a game of pickleball, followed by Rock the Dock, then returning home in the evening time with minimum amount of carbon being released into our environment. As such, my resolution is seeking to receive the will of council so that our staff can go ahead as per the MTO's guidelines and pass a bylaw stating that we will participate while allowing staff to then release an RFP to determine whether or not there's any vendors who wish to provide us with the hardware required in order for a rideshare program to happen here in the township. And that could be bicycles in the Port Severn Park. That could be some bicycles in Oak Bay, as well as in Honey Harbor, maybe a few in MacTier if in the event that MacTier wishes to participate. But the first step here is that per the provincial requirements, a bylaw must be passed through council, followed by then our actions on identifying a partner. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any councillor willing to second this before I lead off discussion? Councillor Jarvis. All right. Councillor Wojcik, your hand is up.
Certainly in a good report and something that I look forward to. One day, this township will be big enough that we have these bikes available for our tourism industry. Question of clarity, and I don't know who would answer this for me, but I currently own a battery powered fat tire bike and I ride it around, and under the current laws, if somebody complains to our bylaw officer, would I receive a ticket at this point in time? Or does this only apply to the township engaging in a program? So it's not for individuals, it's to have a program, I guess.
And if I may, to Councillor Wojcik's question, I believe individuals don't require any special licensing unless you're deemed to be a moped or anything beyond a certain CC. It is specifically for townships to participate in the program to allow multiple bikes, I guess, to happen within the townships, on the township's roads.
Okay, so my comment to this would be, it certainly doesn't hurt to have something in place for future. It may not be usable now, but if something comes around a year or two, and now at least we have something on the books. That's my only comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Predko. Chief enough.
So I think you have a great step moving forward. The only problem is going to be to go from Oak Bay to Honey Harbor as a district road. So we may need to work with the district on this. It's their roadway, their jurisdiction. So I think the electric bikes and all of that are here to stay. And I think it's a good thing, but we need to, if we're going to get into the program, which that's council's decision, we're probably going to have to work with the district to make that viable. Because it may be very difficult to go from, say, a township road to another township road without touching the district road.
If the vehicle is legal to use, it's legal to use on all roads, I would think.
Your ATVs are the same thing. The township has to pass a bylaw for your ATVs to run on the road. And the district has passed a bylaw to allow ATVs to run on certain district roads. Not all, but certain district roads, and the township has passed a bylaw to allow it on their roads.
Well, I mean, that's part of what we'd have to look into, but for instance, you're allowed to ride a bicycle on the road. I believe you're allowed to ride a legal, electrically assisted bicycle on the road. So I'd be surprised if that was an issue, but that if we go forward with this, that obviously would have to be looked into. Councillor Predko, I believe you had a comment before you pointed out to me that, or is that your only comment?
No, I did have a comment.
Okay, please.
Thank you. And through you, your worship. I'm in favor of moving forward with the bylaw for e-bikes in our municipality. I do have concerns though, in terms of, where we would go with a rideshare type program. We do have limited roads, I think, that would be able to accommodate a number of bikes at the same time. We have very windy roads and hilly roads. I think safety and shoulder is a concern that would have to be mitigated before we had any kind of large scale project. And then questions like what happens if one of these bikes, especially in a rideshare program, ran out of battery? Does it get left at the side of the road like it happens in a city? Who would collect it, and what are the other insurance issues that go along with all of this? But, I think it's a great idea for a program targeted down towards Port Severn, Honey Harbor, Oak Bay. I think the roads and the community would welcome that kind of an amenity. It might be more challenging in other parts of the township, but generally speaking, e-bikes I'd be in favor for.
I'm sure you wouldn't have permission to put it on the 400. Councillor Jarvis.
Yeah, try not to repeat. My concern, I have a significant concern. I definitely support this. I'm a cyclist. I think the idea of putting facilities for e-bikes or e-bike sharing program in our sort of more built up areas is a great idea. The problem is our roads. I've already had, talking to contractors specifically, indicate that the Honey Harbor Road in particular, which is district, is already become a very dangerous road because of the cyclists that are on it. And we add e-bikes to it in any kind of promotion, I think we become part of the problem and could be liable for something down the road. We got to be very, very careful how we handle that. Having said that, we got to really push district to do something with the road. So that, but that's something else entirely. I do have a question though for our Director of Sustainability. Would this not come under her umbrella?
I mean, it could, but the issue really is about roads and rules. So we would definitely put a seal. I could ask the committee to put a seal of approval on it, but I mean, it's a great initiative. I like it. It's just
well, logistics from the standpoint of, I think it's an accident waiting to happen right now, particularly on the Honey Harbor Road with the bike traffic that we already have in, June through September. I think the district should be made very, very aware that unless something happens along that road, pavement wise, we're going to have an accident that people don't want to have happen on that road. And by adding e-bikes in any kind of promotional way, we're just asking for further trouble. Having said that, I still support the whole concept. We just got to work our way around it. And I think having you involved would be very important on that.
One thing that would be kind of fun through your worship.
Yeah.
I know that when you do these scooters, they do put boundaries on them. So scooters that stay in Honey Harbor can stay in Honey Harbor, and scooters in Port Severn can stay in Port Severn. So none of the two should meet, and that might be a better solution for us. You know, what? The invisible fence, everybody wears a collar. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. But that might be a good solution for it if we were to be able to implement it sooner than later, is to keep it in Port Severn.
Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a few comments. One is, I think this initiative might help force the hand of the district. The district would also, it's a district road, so the district is responsible. It's their baby, not ours. So we need to remember that. So I'd encourage that. There's two other quick things I'd like to say. I'd encourage support. In the second paragraph, under the report, the second last word is not permeant, but permanent. Just a little bit of a spelling error there. If we could fix that, please. And finally, I'd like to understand, so does this mean that I can report Councillor Bocek for riding his bike around? Because I'm certainly going to be doing that. No, I'm kidding, Brian, but are you going to get charged or not? Thank you.
You're a counselor, you can't put in a complaint.
Thank you. I think the idea of having e-bikes and that people can rent or use is a great idea. I'd like to learn more about this program, as in to what degree is the township supposed to fund it versus the partner that may be interested versus the province. And for that matter, you know, will the potential partner think that there is a suitable enough or large enough market to invest in numerous bikes to put locate at the Port Severn Park or the MacTier Park or the Honey Harbor Park or wherever the site may be. I mean, I absolutely think it's worth investigating. But I don't know to what degree there'll be a partner say that we have enough demand in this area for it. I don't know what that answer would be. CEO Mariotti.
I think if maybe we could modify the motion to direct staff to investigate, you know, feasibility of what can be done. Because again, we don't know as well from our insurance company, from the risk and liability, because it's a township run system. I mean, what if they require a bike lane, you know, to allow these e-scooters to happen? So I think if the motion can be modified somewhat so that Ms. Schneier can do some digging around and see what can and can't be done first before, you know, kind of setting up this motion as is, which is basically go forth and do it, but let's have a look if we can do it first.
Ms. Schneier.
Thank you, Your Worship. That's a great idea. I just wanted to comment that if we are talking about those geo boundaries, it's actually something that we could put into MacTier as well.
Mm-hmm.
Did you guys already talk about that? Yeah. Did you mention that? Already?
Yeah.
No, yeah.
Last time I looked, there wasn't a bike lane on the 400. I think there's some specific rules about the 400. All right. Councilor Graziano, are you interested in a, I don't know if it's a friendly amendment or it's a rewrite of your motion?
Yeah, so I was going to speak to this very point. So the intent of this was to do two things. One was to pass the bylaw so we can go to the MTO and say, hey, we may participate at some point in the future within the pilot program. Part two of the motion was to provide staff the opportunity to then research, do its due diligence on, you know, whether there is feasibility to it, what the partner would look like, if there's a partner that would be prepared to do this with us, and so on, and then come back with a report. But step one is that we have to notify the province that we are interested. Doesn't mean we're going to, but we need to notify them now that we want to participate and we may be interested. Part two of it is then back to staff for them to determine. And I had assumed that Ms. Schneier would be the one leading the charge on that. So sorry to add to your pile.
That's okay.
Oh, sorry, Counselor Bocheck.
So just to add support to this, some council members will remember here that the province had a similar thing in the last term of council where they came to us and said, do you want to opt into a program to sell marijuana in your township or do you not? And we gave them our decision and we put a bylaw in place so that one day down the road, if we decide to open up a marijuana shop here, we have a bylaw in place to support it. And I think what we're doing here is the exact same thing. We're putting a bylaw in place and in case one day we decide to opt into the program, we need this in place. We don't lose our window of opportunity to engage in this. Thank you.
One point of clarification, because you're not the first time I've heard it today. When we pass a motion, we're not passing a bylaw. We're passing, it becomes a resolution. And so it's not a bylaw, it's a resolution, which may end up having a bylaw created. All right. Be it resolved that notice be sent to the Ministry of Transportation, MTO, advising of our interest to participate in the pilot program would be, I would suggest, step one. And that staff be directed to investigate, is that the right word you want, or look into options for implementation of this program, for possible implementation. Yeah, I want to make it. All right, so how about moved by Councillor Graziano, seconded by Councillor Jarvis, be it resolved that notice be sent to the Ministry of Transportation or MTO advising of our interest to participate in the pilot program and that staff investigate feasibility and potentials of grants or funding that may pertain to this type of program. I think that captures it all. Does that mean-
Mayor,
Councillor Cooper.
my name was on that one?
No,
No?
I've moved by Councillor Graziano, seconded by Councillor Jarvis.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking at the previous one. Well, no, it says fast track program, Counselor Cooper.
That's the next one.
I think you're a step ahead of us.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, we appreciate your keenness.
Okay, pardon me.
Potential. Potential grants. Yeah. Okay, does anybody need me to read that again? All those in favor? All right, that means that is carried and we're looking into potential of an e-scooter program. Next on our list is resident trailer parking. Councillor Graziano.
Yeah, thank you. And I believe that some of these were intended for Cal, but given that we've emerged or amalgamated, they've made their way to council. Now, this pertains to what we discussed earlier on, so there's some redundancies here. I'm going to summarize. There is a contingent of people within 6 Mile Lake right now that unfortunately, due to the time of season, are being, for a lack of a better term, softly evicted, if you want to call it that, from their parking spots because of the need to utilize those spots at the marinas for boat storage. I know the Northern Marina specifically, it has limited space and as such is starting to transition away from parking spots to now boat storage. And with that, it's pushing some of those residents onto the public launch areas. In considering today's conversation, I wonder whether there's feasibility to continue with this resolution, specifically on providing stickers that can be affixed to a trailer, which identify to bylaw enforcement that they are residents. And rather than allowing those trailers to be parked at the public launch on 6 Mile Lake, they be allowed to park without any penalty to them at the, for lack of a better term, open area that is available to visitors of our lake that is immediately off of the 400 at Crooked Bay. So there is east of the 400 on the north side of Crooked Bay, a open area where those that are visiting, I want to say it's Myers Lake, but I could be incorrect. The lake that's opposite on the west side of the 400, I'm sorry, it's McDonald's. Yes, thank you. Where they park in the summertime and then walk towards that lake with, or portage with their canoes. So if we can find a spot where residents can currently leave their, or at least in the interim until we've defined parking spaces and where we're going to go with that, if we can identify a space where they won't be ticketed and perhaps a means in which to identify that it is in fact a resident and not a day tripper leaving their trailer, that would be great. So back over to council, and hope that summary is adequate.
I think so. I mean, the motion, do we have a seconder for this motion? I should have read it before I asked a question, but I see a seconder already. The motion currently reads, be it resolved that staff include within the 2024 parking pass program, stickers that can be affixed to a trailer and identified by bylaw enforcement staff that's owned by a ratepayer. Does any staff wish to comment on this? Chief Van Dam.
So currently our parking bylaw does not allow for parking of trailers all by themselves. That's classified as storage, and I have to look into this more, but there is a issue going forward with trying to enforce on a trailer. I remember it from a couple years ago when we had the issue at Miners Bay with some trailers being parked there. So I have to go back and refresh, see if I can go through Karina's notes and try to refresh myself with that.
So perhaps if I may, we say be it resolved the staff investigate as opposed to include, and that would allow that opportunity if we go forward with it. Councillor Hazelton.
Yeah, I have a lot of sympathy for the challenges that are being faced around these inland lakes with parking for trailers, etc. Perhaps it might be useful for you to understand what at least one of the marinas out in Honey Harbor does, where they do not have any excess land. They have contracted out with another person down the Honey Harbor Road, and they offload all of their trailers, or as many as they can, off-site. And we still pay for parking, but the marina takes them to this other location where they are parked. And I don't know what the opportunities are in the other areas of the inland lakes, but I think what to be consistent with what I said earlier about the parking pass system, I would like to boldly state there is no free parking period in our community, and we need to embrace that. I will offer Councillor Predko that after 30 years on Go Home Lake, there were no expectations of free parking anywhere. So I'm not sure where that's come from, but I'll just offer that as an alternate opinion. But I recognize there is a problem. I think we need to find a solution. I think we need to find creative ways of solving the problem. And perhaps the model that Nautilus uses and perhaps the boat club uses to take trailers off-site into a call it a piece of farmland that nobody's growing anything on. I don't know, not quite sure what that property is, but at least it's an alternative strategy to allow Nautilus Marina to then have high-priced car parking on their property all the time instead of it being occupied by low-value trailers. So there may be some thoughts that we need to pursue on that front elsewhere in the township. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Predko.
Thank you, and through your worship. I think this matter can be combined with the parking issue if the staff is returning on the parking issue. I just wanted to also make the comment that there are also water access cottages on Gibson Lake, and the parking lot off of South Gibson Lake Road, I think, has accommodated those owners and their trailers in the past, and I think there's been enforcement issues similar to what Councillor Graziano has been requesting in terms of identifying those trailers that belong to the water access residents. So there seems to be some mixed bag of expectations on parking trailers.
Any other comments at this point? The motion as it currently reads is moved by Councillor Graziano, seconded by Councillor Bocek. Be it resolved that staff investigate within the 2024 parking pass program stickers that can be affixed to a trailer and identified by bylaw enforcement staff as owned by a ratepayer. Councillor Hazelton.
Can I suggest we defer that till the parking pass discussion that we had, that we are planning to have at Cow, because it dovetails.
I think that's a reasonable one.
Can we add that? So we have a time frame like, and that was brought back after the parking pass is approved, or as?
No,
part
no,
of-
we want this to be moved into the same discussion.
Okay.
You made a note for Cow.
Yes.
We want this to be included in Cow, I think is the suggestion.
Yes.
Okay. So all those in favor of referral to Cow?
I believe this was supposed to be for Cal initially.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes,
But I think it's now it's a bigger discussion, and this is an absolute part of that.
yes.
Okay. I'm gonna put on here for parking Cow. I think I got it. I did ask for the vote, didn't I? Okay, good. All right, so now we're on to environmental fast track program. Councillor Graziano.
Thank you. For the current term council, the Township of Georgian Bay has made a commitment to the environment through its strategic plan. And with our CAO's KPIs likely to include environmental targets, it may be prudent to explore ways in which we can involve our residents, who in turn may also help to further achieve our environmental objectives. Today, Georgian Bay Township is undergoing a transformation from 3-season cabins to year-round full-time residences. To support this statement, the second home study released by the District of Muskoka in June of 2023 showed an increase in Muskoka's permanent population by plus 6,075 people. Continuous land use changes offers GB Township a unique opportunity to achieve our environmental goals while providing an excellent customer experience to applicants who seek to develop new or remodel existing. As such, the following motion may assist in making GB Township's environmental action plan one that other municipalities seek to emulate. With no impacts to our due diligence process, and I want to reiterate that, with no impacts to our due diligence process or requirements, this motion proposes that we offer a fast-track planning application, which includes environmental prerequisites to qualify. Should an applicant qualify based on their commitment to the use of sustainable and environmentally friendly development materials or technologies, their file will be fast-tracked with the decision or approval received within a predefined amount of time. Now, what I'd like to identify here as an addition is that my intent here is to allow staff to determine what would be qualified or what would required or be required in order to qualify, and what type of commitment can be made to the fast track system. In having a conversation with our district chair, Chair Lehman, specifically on the Housing Action Task Force, we also discussed the possibility of implementing something similar to those that wish to develop and apply a certain percentage towards affordable housing. That's a conversation that is continuing, but for the time being, I thought we could kill two birds with one stone, if you can appreciate the analogy or the term, by way of achieving our environmental goals while also allowing and giving some incentives to those that are or wishing to be environmentally friendly through their development and builds by offering them an opportunity to be fast-tracked or prioritized. And that is my proposal here today. Thank you.
Thank you. Any staff response before I go to council? Mr. Whitland.
Thank you, your worship, through to council and Councillor Graziano. Thanks.
And should I actually say welcome? Because I think it's the first time.
I think we're past that.
Okay.
But thank you. I think that's an excellent idea to incentivize in a meaningful way, to encourage people to adopt green building, whether it's green design standards in buildings or environmentally friendly landscaping, native species, stormwater management practices, whatever the case may be on developments, large scale or small scale. The challenge that I would have is that this may be a form of bonusing in terms of giving one applicant an advantage over the other. Someone moves to the top of the pile, others get pushed down. That's also challenging from an implementation standpoint only. From the standpoint of Bill 109, the timelines are already tight on planning applications. And the reality, even with the Bill 109 timelines, is that there's, as council knows, there's so many moving parts to a planning application. So whereas someone may come forward with something that has some really amazing green design elements to it that we may love to see move quickly through the process, but there may be, as an example, a traffic related matter, capacity at a nearby intersection, or some other engineering related issue or other issue that does not allow us to move or fast track that application, even though it has all those green design elements that we're looking for. So there are different moving pieces here that might make that a challenge. I think from staff's perspective, I would welcome the opportunity to investigate what can be done out there. And again, to provide those meaningful incentives, not just shall encourage or shall, there's policy, we've all seen policies like that, but what can really make a difference on the ground? That may or may not be fast track timelines. I don't know yet at this point, but given the opportunity to look at what options might be out there, that's something I would welcome.
Thank you. Councilor Predko.
Thank you, and through you, your worship. I just actually wanted to clarify on this, on the resolution. It says develop a report outlining the feasibility of an environmental fast track program. We maybe want to specify a planning or building permit program. I also, if we're not able to incentivize by timelines, I think recently and through the last year or so, especially through our previous manager of planning, Mr. Smith, there were instances where remediation of the landscaping or other building practices were used to incentivize or to offset some of the overages on a minor variance. And maybe there's an opportunity to try to make that a little bit more quantitative rather than qualitative. And finally, I think what I would like to ask is if we do pass this resolution and staff prepares a report on options that might be available to us, perhaps this can be returned to the Sustainable Community Action Advisory Group for consideration and a resolution back to council. Two people have to answer that one.
Through your worship, I wouldn't be able to comment on that to the Sustainable Advisory Group without our Director of Planning being at the meeting. So what we can do is invite Derek to come to the meeting to explain, but that's about as far as we could go.
You're not about to grant building approvals?
No, sir.
Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you, Mayor. And just briefly, again, a couple of things for you, Derek. In order to meet the criteria for Bill 109, X number of whatever it is, days, 90 days, I believe, I think, to have process something, that presupposes that the applicant has met all the criteria. Is that not correct? In other words, we don't have to process something for somebody if they've got 90% of the application complete, but there's some missing pieces. Is that correct?
Through the mayor, Councillor Cooper, that's correct. It would have to be deemed a complete application first.
And I just would like to clarify that in the past, we have been following, at some points, we're following the rule that it was just 90 days regardless. So you've got more time than you might expect. Just wanted to point that out. But in terms of this particular piece, I'd like to start with saying this is the piece that I was looking at and mistakenly said that my name was on a resolution, but the fact remains on paragraph 2, the word permanent is misspelled. So I'd like to see us correct that. And I hope we can get feedback from our staff on the actual piece itself, because I think it's got some merit, and going to the top of the pile, well, might be frustrating for some. It might be a great motivation for others. So I'm in favor of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton.
I like the idea. I think it certainly champions the environmental focus that we have. I would like to modify a couple of words, though. The idea of green development is perhaps not all that well defined. And I think what we are ultimately trying to achieve here is that we are attempting, with any proposed development, new or change, to demonstrate a reduction in the human impact on the environment. And that becomes somewhat quantifiable. It has lots of elements to it. It has landscaping, it has septic, it has other usage characteristics. And so rather than talking about sustainable or environmentally friendly development materials or technologies, those deployed in the wrong way don't reduce the human impact. And so I think we need to expand the focus here. You know, development materials and technologies are interesting, but the ultimate goal is to reduce the human impact. And if that is what we are achieving, then I think we are hitting on the #1 environmental goal that we have, which is the environment. And if we did proceed with this kind of approach, it would be very helpful to have staff provide a guideline and a terms of reference document to help provide direction to a resident on how to achieve this reduction in human impact. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else want to comment before I go to our mover again? Councilor Graziano.
Thank you. Just two things very, very quickly. So the fast track, just to clarify, can be a timeline reduction. It can be just the simple fact that if perhaps they are required to go through additional due diligence steps, such as EIS studies, that the moment that the EIS returns back, it's put on top of the pile rather than at the bottom of the pile. Things like that would incentivize them. Essentially, the idea here is to offer our new director of planning a blank canvas and challenge him to design something that is going to be beyond excellent and one that environmentally will want to be emulated throughout the other municipalities. So over to you, and I trust that you'll do a great job. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Cooper.
Yes, and I'm saying over to you, Derek, as well, but I have to say I really did like the concept that Councillor Hazelton was introducing, sort of the human impact piece is maybe a little more specific. An example might be, you know, an oversized dock where there could be 10 boats as opposed to 5. Those are all things that impact something like the human element will have a huge impact on the waterways, et cetera, with a lot of vessels. So those are the kind of things that could come under the human impact side of things. And I encourage that kind of thinking. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just trying to determine here to what degree we should reword this. Oh, sorry, CEO Mariotti.
I had, I have an option to propose because staff were going to do the OP review in 2024. And originally the zoning bylaw review was going to be in 2025, but in talking with our new director of planning, it's probably a good idea to bring everything into 2024. So one alternative could be to incorporate this green aspect as part of the OP and zoning bylaw process, as opposed to have staff go away, come back with a report, you know, so rather than kind of duplicating effort. And during the OP and zoning bylaw work, we can then engage with the community, etc., just to make sure that we're doing this right and that we're not potentially incentivizing some applicants who may have more money as well than others, because unfortunately right now to go green costs a little bit more money as well. And so we don't want to go down the road of potentially fast tracking people who are more fortunate than others. So that's my kind of proposal to modify the motion and have it as part of an OP and zoning bylaw review next year.
So now I'm wording it from scratch almost. But be it resolved that staff include demonstration of the reduction of human impact on the environment in their studies of the modifications. You're shaking your head.
Yeah, I would say that that would remove the intent of the motion that I'm bringing forward. If perhaps, and I'm absolutely okay with our CAO's recommendation that this also be incorporated into the OP/zoning bylaw amendment review phase. That's great. But I would say that the intent here is to provide a means in which our constituents can participate in green reduction, whatever that may look like, through what our director suggests can be achieved. And to our CAO, I understand his concerns, and this is why, again, I would defer to staff on creating something that's excellent that could allow all people to participate regardless of their socioeconomic status. But with that being said, I don't want to remove the intent, which is a fast track system to allow them to receive an expedited experience. Thank you.
How about be it resolved that staff include incentives to reward demonstration of demonstration reduction of human impact on the environment? I don't know. Yes, gentlemen.
As a seconder of the motion, that wasn't on the table when I seconded.
No, but this is Councillor Cooper's motion that he seconded.
That's right. It's an amendment to the existing, and
okay, but sorry, you are not the seconder of this motion.
oh, I thought I was.
No, Councillor Cooper is the seconder of this motion.
Then I'm fine. It's just, if that was going to be an addition, I was going to take my name off as seconder.
Oh.
That's all it was, but I'm not the seconder, so I'm fine.
Could we, is there a possibility for us to have a second motion then to separate this out into two? And perhaps in the fast track motion, the one motion may be to include environmental and human impact considerations into our planning review and our zoning review. And maybe in the shorter term, we can have a report back on what staff can achieve. Maybe we can have a section in our planning reports that we get for amendments to zoning and for minor variances that highlight any kind of human impact or environmental, and we can work something in like that. I don't think I helped it make this simpler.
No. Councillor Hazelton, you might as well jump in too.
Okay, so if we just simplify it to staff trying to find a way to implement a fast track program that reflects environmental focus as they go about rewriting the OP and zoning bylaws in 2024. Let's not get specific about what those environmental
Can you
things.
say that again a little slower?
That staff consider a fast track program that reflects environmental focus as they go about updating the 2024 OP and zoning bylaw.
Can I add to this, your worship? I'm not quite sure why we need to reword. Simply, why not just hold the motion as written, excluding the fact that we are just going to implement it under the 2024 ZBL, or excuse me, ZBA OPA review. Because we are still looking at incentivizing for, or
Well, you know, and to your point, if we were to approve the motion as was originally written, we're asking staff to develop a report. Yeah.
February. and just say, or that's line.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. It is, okay. Yes, sir. Mr. Whitlet.
Thank you, your worship, through you to council. Yeah, and staff would be happy to come back with a report. To the CAO's point, what I would envision with such a report is a change in policy. And by policy, in this case, I mean official plan policy would be absolutely essential to any sort of a framework, whether that be tied to the comprehensive official plan and zoning bylaw review or a standalone official plan amendment. But in the absence of policy to back up, it's more than just an operational change, right? So a report coming back from staff would likely speak to a number of options in a number of scenarios in terms of how this could potentially unfold, but a policy change would be essential in any scenario to implement something like this.
All right. Okay, so I'm gonna go back. Don't take your screen down. I'm gonna go back to the original motion with a different last line. So I got moved by Councillor Graziano, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved that staff develop a report outlining the feasibility of an environmental fast track program, along with suggestions on what current green technologies or percentage of green development would be required for an applicant to be eligible should a fast track program pass council. And that staff also include within the report a realistic timeline for an applicant building permit approvals should an applicant adhere to the environmental development commitments. And that staff include this report as part of the 2024 official plan and zoning bylaw review.
There's a lot packed into that motion, your worship. Thank you. Again, I think staff for the short term would wish to bring forward a report not tied to the official plan review that outlines options, and some of those options may include making it part of the official plan review, may include a standalone amendment, but a report coming forward from staff identifying some potential opportunities and options to incentivize.
Okay, so we
And
don't.
that's, just to be clear, I think there may be opportunity and wiggle room on this within the planning part of the process. I'm not so sure that there's that flexibility or ability within the building permit part of the process.
But yeah, we're asking for your report and feasibility, and we're suspecting that the CBO will see that there are certain limits into the feasibility. All right, pretend I didn't read the last sentence. All those in favor? And that is carried. So now. Yeah, 90 days. Where is that? Okay. Okay. So who are you asking for an update? Or your,
so I have a laundry list of resolutions that are still outstanding that I need an update on.
Well,
And
I think that the best thing you could do is share that list with staff and let them come back with an update. Because I think if we start going line by line now, we're here until tonight.
fair enough. Okay, the intent was that staff would do this on a continued basis, and we could pull out of the agenda what we wish to discuss as reported. Now I know that Councillor Hazelton last month inquired as to why it wasn't included in the last month as it was passed in August. We were informed that it would make its way, from what I assumed, to this month. Perhaps my timeline was incorrect in assuming. In the absence of it this month, I wanted to inquire, and I do know that staff prefers that all of council be provided an update rather than individual council members via email. And so I thought it'd be appropriate that I bring this to today's council meeting to inquire. I am happy to summarize or essentially share the spreadsheet that I have and inquire on this via a all council email. But I'm not sure if that would be perceived as moving the business of council through email dialogue and where staff stands on that. So hence the reason why I brought it here today. I'll defer to our clerk, our CAO, on which method they would appreciate most. But ideally going forward, I'd like to be able to see this in a report as my previous motion was passed through council and advised that this is something we'd like to see. So over to staff on that.
CEO Mariotti.
Yeah, so I believe Ms. Dutton shared the latest council resolution tracking sheet. And so what staff have done is they've gone in, they've updated it, and the status on the various open items and even closed ones is actually on the end of the spreadsheet. So council can see where we're at for each resolution. And if any member of council would like a bit more detail over and above what's in that report, by all means, you can send me and the clerk an email, and then we can respond back to all of council to keep council in the loop. I don't see that being a problem at all.
Thank you.
So if I can, there's a few things here that I want to address if I may. First and foremost, just a quick point. It seems that the closed portion of the report is tracking dates. However, the dates are incorrect. So as an example, C 2023-228 was brought before council on April 3rd, 2022. It closed in May 8th, excuse me. It came before council on April 3rd, 2023, rather, and it closed on May 8th in 2023, but it shows 185 days open. And I'm just, based on that, those numbers are not correct, as you can imagine. There's a few errors on.
I think you have the advantage that you're reading your comments from your screen. Nobody else has the advantage of seeing it. So I really think it would be more appropriate for you to share this with our CEO and clerk, and as they have, CEO has offered that they will get back to all of council with their response to these concerns.
Fair enough, but my question, I guess, to staff today is, will we be receiving a report going forward in our standard council meetings as per our direction in August?
So I think I was hoping that an update on the spreadsheet would be sufficient. If council wishes to have an individual report on each resolution that is outstanding, we can do that. However, that is fairly time consuming.
Councillor Hazelton.
Thank you. So I think what Councillor Graziano is getting at here is actually quite important. We've got all kinds of directives that have gone out to staff. We have an enormous number of items that are 90 days plus. And I don't think Councillor Graziano is asking for a specific report, but I think what he's asking for, and certainly I'm sure he is being tasked by his residents, as I am by my residents, that they know these things are out there and they would like to hear what the update is. And so even if it's a verbal report from one of the staff members on all of these items that are 90 days and older, I think that would be useful. Sadly, I have 11 items here. One of them is 1,337 days old, 1,090 days old, 756 days old. We're going back to 2020. Hopefully we aren't ignoring things that took place that council had directed staff to do, but we didn't do anything about it. And if that's the case, then I'd be quite happy to bring all these things forward again as new resolutions for revisiting and new direction. But I think what we're trying to get to here is an environment where when council directs staff to do something, that there is some progress and some visibility on that progress. And I know certainly, as I commented earlier, the residents in my area ask me frequently, "What about this? What about that?" We know they.
I think you've made your point. I'd like the clerk to respond.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship, if I may. I'm not going to speak for other members of SMT, but I'm going to speak for myself. I'm very, very aware of my outstanding reports on that list. Asking staff to report on why a report wasn't done is taking up more time away from getting other items dealt with. That would tangibly move the business forward. The tracking sheet is a faster way for staff to provide this information to all of council than it is for us to take time in council to report either in writing or verbally on each of those items and why they're still outstanding, which is why there's an updated section as to why it hasn't been brought forward. If there's a specific issue, we are happy to address that with council or answer any questions. There is nothing stopping you from sharing the information in that spreadsheet with your respective members if they're asking about, how come a report on this isn't done? And, in there it says because we're waiting on the district or staff are working on this instead, or this report needs to come forward. Sometimes our council meetings and the new business items create more work than is possible for us to bring forward in the next month. And something has to give at some point. And unfortunately, that means some things are not being brought forward. It does not mean that staff is not respecting the requests of council. It does not mean that staff are not taking these requests seriously. It just means there's tangibly only so many staff members to produce so many hours of work. When I know from SMT perspective, we are already overworked and we lose probably collectively hundreds of hours of bank time each year that we give of our free time to all of council to try to get this work done for you, for the constituents, for the ratepayers. We've updated the tracking sheet. We're respectfully asking that does it. And you understand that this is a report on reports and why reports aren't being done.
Councilor Graziano.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I'm looking at my report, and yes, I have the benefit of looking at my report, unfortunately, but others don't. However, there's a lot of ambiguity in the notes. It's not descriptive. It's not very thorough on where things are. It's a one-liner saying to be discussed once a new planning director is fully onboarded, as an example. There's not a lot of meat to be able to understand where things are. And as a result, naturally, we're going to inquire. The other issue that I have here on comments that I've just heard is that council willed it. Council has passed a motion recommending that staff provide us with this level of detail, or at least this professional courtesy of the ability to interact one-on-one and ask fluid questions around something we're pulling out of a report, or pulling out of an agenda, and being able to determine where things are. And my understanding is that staff has interpreted it in a way that wasn't intended and has come up with a good idea, which is let's add it to the notes. But I'll defer back to my earlier statement, which is that notes aren't thorough enough for us to be able to really truly understand the nature of where that particular resolution is and an ETA to when it'll be completed. And so with that, I'm happy to find a common ground between our need as counselors to be able to then know where our motions are and be able to re-articulate that to constituents who are interested, or even ourselves for that matter, while at the same time helping to alleviate some of staff's burdens or council demanded burdens. But we have to find a way to be able to do this where it satiates our inquiries and our curiosity along with council, or excuse me, staff's ability to balance their priorities. And so I'm hoping that we can identify that. I didn't want to open up a can of worms today, but I do have a laundry list of things that I'd like to know a lot more on. And I'm happy to furnish staff with it. Again, I presented it today because staff has in the past said they would rather have it communicated collectively to all of council than individually as an individual councillor inquires. So, thank you.
All right. That item has been discussed. There was no motion attached to it or resolution at this time, but I think I do believe staff understand where you're coming from. Next on our agenda are a couple of bylaws. I think certain councilors wanted to pass some bylaws today. They had an appetite for it, so I think now we have an opportunity. Not until you give the paperwork to me. I have moved by Councillor Cooper, seconded by Councillor Bocheck. Be it resolved that Council enact bylaw 2023-093, the procedure bylaw. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And that is carried. Thank you. And yeah, we had it was backed up by a report that was in the consent agenda, was it not?
So I'd like to move a motion to reconsider.
All right, then you need to find a seconder. Councillor Hazelton seconded. So the motion would be to reconsider the passing of the procedure bylaw that we just passed. Does all of council understand what is happening here? Okay, so we just passed a procedural bylaw that was based on a report that was in our consent agenda, which was based on the cow report from last month.
Which also included a bylaw that I had previously moved, a bylaw amendment request that I had previously moved in March, and the wording was changed. So I want to address that wording change.
Okay, let me go back. There was a cow report last month on the procedural bylaw. Based on that discussion in cow, a report was prepared that was in our consent agenda on modifications of procedure bylaw. We passed the consent agenda, including that report. So then the final formality is to approve, to enact the bylaw. Which
However,
we just did.
What is missing, if I may?
No, you may not. I'm speaking. So now what has happened is Councillor Graziano, shortly after we passed that bylaw, realized that he wanted to discuss the bylaw further before being passed. So therefore, he has moved a motion to reconsider, which Councillor Hazelton has seconded. And therefore, I'm putting in front of council those who would like to reconsider the procedural bylaw that we just enacted. Yeah, so hang on. I just want to make sure people are understanding what we're going to vote on.
So, hold on.
Okay. Yeah, you can word it
Sorry.
better.
Okay, so the motion to reconsider will open up the floor for discussion. And so if we have that, then it opens up the floor for rediscussion, which permits a resolution to repeal the resolution bylaw. I have to check my wording on this one for the procedural bylaw that we just passed. It depends on how much has changed. If it's minor and small, wordsmithing, we can pass it as amended. If it's major because it's missing sections, then it would need to come back because proper notice hasn't been given.
Please,
Thank you. I'd like to give some context to council so they understand the nature of my request. On March 6th in 2023, we passed a bylaw amendment. And I'm going to remind council, be it resolved, all members have the right to information to help make decisions unless otherwise prevented by law. All members have equal rights, privileges, and obligations, and all members have the right to be treated with respect and courtesy. Those three bylaw amendments that we had passed back in March were included in this bylaw update, as I'm understanding, albeit in different wording. And I'd like to be able to discuss the different wording because this wording has already passed council back in March. And so unbeknownst to fellow councillors, I'd like them to understand what changes were made and discuss and deliberate whether those changes are acceptable to council, given that they may materially change the actual intent of what was passed in March. Thank you.
Before we discuss, I think before we discuss, I have to call a vote on whether we want to reconsider
Yes.
the bylaw that has just been passed. So I'm asking council, all those in favor of reconsideration of the bylaw that we have just passed. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have 6 votes, so that has carried. Now, Ms. Wade, you want to respond to Councilor Graziano?
I take exception to the fact that you inferred that I split this by council. I was quite clear in my report in September that these were the motions and these were the amendments made to the bylaw. So I was quite clear on what my ask was and what I presented. You're correct in saying I did not copy the wording word for word. Generally speaking, when a bylaw is amended, and direction is given from council, we don't necessarily copy and paste the verbiage word for word. That's not common practice. If that was what was intended or what was understood was happening, my apologies for not making that clear previously when that wasn't adopted, but that's not always the case, especially when you're amending something that's pre-existing, because it's not always easy to copy and paste something from a resolution. What works in wording a resolution doesn't necessarily translate properly into a bylaw and have that adoption of time. So not all those things are there. I do believe they're captured in one way or another. If council would like them further captured or clarified, I have some recommendations, but a schedule. It's the last schedule. What is the last schedule? Too many versions here. Sorry. Schedule K, I think it is the last schedule. Sorry, 1 second. Just going to go through these in order. So Schedule K of the bylaw under general provisions refers to the ability to make and access information and records. Schedule B refers to the roles and responsibilities. Sorry, I'm just going to pull it up. So no point in the bylaw, correct, does it say all members have equal rights, privileges, and obligations, because as the roles are laid out, that is not the case because the mayor has different roles and responsibilities than the rest of council. So that exact wording would be contrary to the municipal act. There are ways to include that with an exception to the mayor, which was not requested of me in September. And then all members have right to be treated with respect and courtesy. While existing verbiage in the bylaw already says all members shall act with decorum in accordance with the code of conduct as amended to ensure all persons are treated with respect and courtesy. So I felt that was already captured within the bylaw. So that's the reason the wording that you have is not explicitly noted word for word within this bylaw. If council wishes it to be amended, that's fine.
Councilor Graziano.
Thank you, Your Worship. And drawing from my professional side of things, anytime I deal with a lawyer and that lawyer sends me any revisions, it tends to be redlined. And I think in normal practices here at the township, I've seen us use a blue font color to identify changes in our procedural bylaw to identify or to note that those changes are what was made. Secondly, I do want to call point of order. At no time did I say that or accuse anyone of attempting to slip this by council. Rather, I just want to be able to discuss with the changes that were presented, albeit perhaps unbeknownst to other fellow councillors, and to determine whether or not council does wish to or will the changes that were included outside of what was already passed on March 6th. Thank you. I just want to clarify that.
Councilor Graziano, if you review the COW report from September, you will see that any additions to the bylaw are highlighted in yellow and anything removed is struck out using a strike through line. So all of the revisions taken in and out are clearly denoted in the September COW report.
And that was fine. That was discussed at COW. We're at council now. We're going to pass this. I'd like to be able to have an opportunity to discuss this. Thank you.
And you should have discussed that under the consent agenda. However, because of what the resolution, the motion just passed, we can discuss it now. So what changes would you like to see?
The changes I'd like to see is to maintain verbatim what was passed by council back in March 6th. We had requested that a separate section being titled the Principles of Council be created, followed by the three individual points that we had passed back then. There was a substantial deliberation at the time. And I believe our clerk, along with our CAO, participated in that discussion. Council passed the wording along with the suggestions of our CAO and our clerk. And I'd like to be able to see that be implemented verbatim rather than the wordsmithing that has happened. I draw some concerns with, I believe it is section K, specifically around may be presented with information rather than shall. I know that may is lightly worded and it provides a lot of ambiguity. The intent of all members having the right of information to help make decisions unless otherwise presented by law is not something that we discovered or debated at length. Having the changed wording of may be entitled to leaves the may to the discretion of our clerk as well as perhaps our CAO, and I'd rather make it a more affirmative, which is that we do have the right to information as prescribed by the Municipal Act, unless contrary to laws such as confidentiality laws and HR matters and amongst others. So I'd like to maintain, to answer your question, Your Worship, the three points that we passed in March verbatim as is. Thank you.
Council, any discussion on Councilor Graziano's input? Councilor Jarvis.
Yeah, I do remember this discussion, and I'm finding myself a little bit in favor of what Councilor Graziano suggested here. And it comes down to, the use of the words may, shall, must, whatever. And may leaves things open to discretion. And maybe that's not what we want to have in there. It says in that first paragraph under general provision schedule K, and I think this is what we're discussing here, Councilor Graziano, I've got this right. having access to records per the Municipal Freedom of Information Protection Privacy Act, Municipal Act, and other relevant legislation and precedent. And that covers most of the ground. I don't know that the word may is relevant in those circumstances. And I think Councilor Graziano has a point.
I think Councilor Graziano was talking about more than just changing that one word, because he says he wants
Exclusive or
he wants
unfettered? Unfettered.
verbatim the phrase that was in the original motion in March.
I know it was.
And I believe
yeah.
verbatim, personally, verbatim, that phrase is actually, that one part of that is actually illegal or inappropriate, wrong, regardless of whether council passed it at the time, namely that all council members have the same obligations and privileges and rights. It's
Yeah,
not
well, I know that
technically
there
correct.
certainly was extensive discussion.
Councilor Vogt.
One of the rules of difficulty in this project. We have a council of 7 here, not all equal. I mean,
Turn on your mic, please.
sorry, Uncle Peter, I'll get to it. I said that we have
Thank you, little Brian.
7 councillors here that all have different positions on council, and we're not all entitled to the same thing. Peter, you and I are district councillors. We have access to district information. The mayor has access to different things. So I'm not sure that the ambiguity in the wording is not deserved on this document. I think it allows for a little bit of wiggle room in case we're not all equal. But yeah, I'll leave it at that, because I think there is a little bit of problem with the wording. Thank you.
Any other comments? Councilor Hazelton.
Can I ask where I could see the wording Christian is talking about? No, I've got to,
His resolution,
yes,
it's in the COW agenda
in the cow agenda
of September.
of September.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, and I think it's important for us to understand that in September, that original resolution was one of the inputs that was very clearly stated, and this council discussed the matter, including that input, and agreed to the wording that Clerk Way had proposed to us. I think we had a couple of modifications to it, as being an appropriate response to that resolution, because it was an update of the overall procedural bylaw.
There was 4 resolutions outlined, right? Can I count properly? Sorry, 3 resolutions outlined in the COW report that have been passed earlier this year regarding updates and changes to the procedural bylaw.
Councilor Cooper.
I'm shooting in the dark. I have nothing to look at. I see a whole bunch of empty chairs. That's all I see. I don't have anything else to refer to here, and I'm not going to look somewhere in some month for some resolution. Where is the material we're discussing?
It was part of the COW agenda of last month.
Lovely. It's not in front of me. Thank you. So that I can finish now, I'd like to hear from Councillor Graziano and our clerk as to where the distinctions really are. So now we have something in front of us. We have something highlighted. What's been changed? Otherwise, I'm just shooting in the dark. Thank you.
Clerk Way.
When this motion was passed, there was a lot of discussion. I know I agreed to, and this is a shortened version of what was originally proposed, and there was much debate back and forth between what the ask was, what we are permitted to do, what staff was recommending or comfortable with. At no point did I agree that I would include these verbiage word by word. So if that wasn't clear at the time, apologies on that one. So the distinction is, I captured these elsewise in another way, that's a terrible choice of words, in the bylaw. So if you go down to Schedule K, I'm just going these in order in point 1, 2, 3, 4. So I included point 1 on this page. Members of council may have access to records per the Municipal Freedom of Information and Protection and Privacy Act, the Municipal Act, and other relevant legislation and precedent. The clerk shall have determination for how the record is provided and or released to the member. This was following recommendations from our training about how, yes, you can have access depending on the legislation and previous core precedents, etc., which is why I included the word may. I think you could even take out the word may. You could use the word shall, or it could just read members of council have access to records per blah, 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 blah. And it would be fine. When we had Mr. Rick O'Connor in July, his recommendation was that certain things could easily be released via email or providing copy, but some things need to remain within the confidentiality of the township. And yes, council may have access to it, but that might mean reading it, you know, looking at the hard copy in the clerk's office, being able to review the document, and then going about your business and not actually being able to obtain a copy of that record. And that was something that everyone seemed to be agreeable with at the time. So that is why I worded this the way I did. If council wants that first may to be shall, if council doesn't want that word to be in there, that's fine by me.
You want
Yeah, if
Hold on, before you move on, could you just allow Kristen to comment on that, maybe, please? If that's still in focus.
yeah, I think they're very different points that we're discussing. So
Councilor Graziano.
Thank you, your worship. So first and foremost, I want to address a concern and a misconception perhaps. The 3 requests that we had brought forward and passed in March were not illegal. Actually, in fact, they're outlined in George Restai's municipal handbook for a councillor verbatim. And so I can't imagine that he would have, as a lawyer and a well-respected municipal lawyer at that, written in anything that pertained to that would have suggested illegal practices. I also believe that other municipalities have adopted very similar, if not verbatim, the same. And so again, I can't imagine that their legal teams would have allowed them to have implemented anything to that extent. But with that being said, my question pertain to, well, first and foremost, I want to draw attention to the fact that Resolution C 2023-091, which is the resolution that we had passed in March, was over 213 days old by the time it's made its way to Cal. And I wonder whether, because I don't recall seeing it, perhaps my eyes skimmed over it, was council informed of the intent to bring it back under the changed wording? So were we notified in Cal that this actually was specific to C 2023-091? Second to that, if I may, is my understanding of Cal is that we use Cal as a means in which to discuss and then present back to council, after which at council we render a decision. And so even though it went to Cal and perhaps has made its way to council, the intent of council today is to perhaps pass what was discussed at Cal. Now, I've identified some concerns here, and hence the reason why I've asked to discuss it. But I also want to make an additional comment that I've made previous times, I think a few times in the past now. It seems that we here, and for lack of a better term, I use the term relitigate over and over again, tend to do that. We tend to pass motions after which they're passed, they come back to council 2, 3, 4 times for re-litigation in the hopes that things would either be changed or perhaps watered down, for lack of a better term. So with that being said, again, we spent a lengthy amount of time discussing this. We had legal counsel come in, provide their position on this. And at the end, we decided that we would pass these 3. I'd like to see these 3 written in verbatim as council willed back in March. Thank you.
Quick way.
to answer some of your questions, did I explicitly say 0.1 is referenced here in the bylaw, 0.2 is referenced here in the bylaw? No, I did not. I trust that council does their due diligence and reads the reports in advance of the meeting.
Clerk Way, I cannot hear you. Your microphone, please.
The other points, there are 3 resolutions that were passed by council back in the spring regarding updates to the procedural bylaw. Yes, this took over 200 days to get back to council, but it was also understood that we were awaiting training from Mr. Rick O'Connor in order to proceed and make some changes based off his recommendations. That was a collective understanding of council and of staff, which was noted in the resolution tracking sheet, that's why this was delayed. So it didn't happen in August because the turnaround time wasn't appropriate. And so it came to Cal because there were multiple changes being requested and multiple suggestions that came out of that training in July, which is why it came to Cal versus council.
Yeah, I think it's important to understand that the report that came in front of Cow presented verbatim the resolution of March and was responded to in the draft procedural bylaw that was being discussed last month. Council through the Cow meeting last month approved with some amendments the bylaw. It was part of our consent agenda today. Council passed the consent agenda that included that procedural bylaw with the changes that were made in September and were presented as part of the agenda today. Council then passed that procedural bylaw. So any relitigation rests on your shoulders on this matter because it has been thoroughly discussed on numerous occasions. If council wants to remove the word may from the first line in Schedule K, as they think that better reflects their intent, yeah, we can make that change. But if we want to go back and in effect rediscuss this whole thing, I'm wondering, are we failing to either do our homework and our discussions with care when they're happening? Or are we just deciding that we like to discuss this matter ad nauseum? I don't know. Councillor Graziano. Oh, sorry. Councillor Cooper, I apologize.
That's okay, Mayor. I just want to point out, though, that you're making a comment around a technicality that we passed this in September or whatever. And the reality is, I'm not sure that we have properly captured what was intended in the first place. And I think what Councillor Graziano is pointing out is capturing what we intended versus what we approved in September. It's great. We passed it in September. We weren't obviously paying attention to every single word. And let's get to the point where we are in agreement with what we established some time ago, that these were the words that were the most important words, as opposed to what came out in September and it was approved in the consent agenda today. I'm sorry, those are just technicalities. That's my view anyway. I think we need to capture verbiage that expresses exactly the feeling of council. And I think we had that. So those are my views. Thank you.
I'm very disappointed to hear the implication that when we discussed this last month and when it was in part of the consent agenda this month, that it did not capture the intent of council when council voted in favor. And so I find myself confused. Councillor Graziano, followed by Councillor Hazelton.
Thank you, Worship. Couple of comments. Let me just go to speak to the intent of my motion that was presented and again passed in March. The intent,
Excuse me. That's just going over March. We know the words. The words in the motion are very clear. They were part of the cow agenda.
Point
They
of
were
order.
brought up.
I don't interrupt. Well, I do sometimes, but I ask that allow me to speak
So you
without
want-
interruption.
So I should allow people to waste their time by repeating things?
I'm not repeating things. I'm making a point.
You can make it quickly.
Allow me some latitude, please. Thank you. So going back to what I was
Not a
stating,
lot of latitude.
Councillor Cooper has thank you. Speaking to Councillor Cooper's intent, these three procedural bylaw amendments that were presented back in March were intended to protect and or to speak to council. All members have a right to information unless otherwise prescribed by or prevented by law, was to allow what we heard Rick O'Connor say was something that he gave as a professional courtesy to his councillors. We heard him speak at length of this, so there's no ambiguity around there. All members have equal rights, privileges, and obligations, and I understand to Councillor Bochek and perhaps the mayor that some may not. A simple amendment by saying unless identified by the municipal act can settle that. And all members have a right to be treated with respect and courtesy. We don't have any documented and or any codified information pertaining to respect and courtesy to councillors. We do for staff. Now, with that being said, on a technicalities point, we'd spoken on how it passed the consent agenda. Well, I remind everyone that we had confirmed the motion back in March by way of the confirming bylaw, which concludes our council meetings. And then we approved it in the consent agenda in April, if memory serves me correctly. And so we've already passed this twice. To change it now would be to change it, and to change it in the way that it's been changed changes its intent. And that's, I think, where Councillor Cooper was speaking to. So with that said, again, I'm going to reiterate, we've passed this. I don't want to discuss this any further. Let's just keep it verbatim and move forward. Thank you.
Councillor Hayes.
Is there, this is a question to the clerk. Is there a problem with inserting these statements in the appropriate place in the bylaw?
I personally do not think word for word they fit in. The section K quote, I'm agreeable to having the word changed instead of may to be shall, or taking the word out altogether, which takes rid of the option, which is probably the easiest one. I have a section I could add at the roles and responsibilities, which I think is Schedule B, that could capture the second point, which is all members have equal rights, privileges, and obligations, but there needs to be like an exception clause to that. And personally, it already says respect and courtesy within the bylaw. The code of conduct outlines how you are to treat each other and the public and staff. And then there's a staff and council relations bylaw that talks about how, or policy that talks how council and staff interact with each other. So outlining again what respect and courtesy means in yet another section, I'm not sure what benefit that would have.
So I'm very interested in finding a way to have the full intent of these statements somehow included in the bylaw. And I'm not quite sure what the end state of that is. But I think given that, given all the previous discussion, I think that it behooves us to find a way to ensure that we can get agreement that any new wording that we might propose does in fact reflect the intent exactly of what these statements are, or perhaps we should put these statements in. And I'm wondering if, does it confuse things and provide ambiguity if you put these statements in? That's a question. I don't know.
So the first point about having access to records information except prevented by law, I think there needs to be a bit more clarification in that in the bylaw, because that statement as a standalone will cause ambiguity in the future from experience. Again, you've heard my thoughts on point 2 about the equal rights and privileges and obligations. There needs to be a caveat to that one as well. The only one that can easily be slid in is all members have right to be treated with respect and courtesy, which is already in there, but if we want to put it in there again, then great. And whenever, like, just from a past experience, whenever council directs staff to update a bylaw, the intent is what's in the resolution, not necessarily the direct word for word. So if I have not captured the intent, that's fine, we can make amendments. But it would have never been my understanding to capture this word for word.
And I understand that, and I don't necessarily disagree with it. I do find, though, that the word may doesn't necessarily
I can appreciate that.
deliver what the point number 1 was. And it's kind of a different way of saying it. I actually do like that the clerk shall determine how the record is provided. I think that adds additional clarity to the process, because access is one thing, but how we get access to it, behind closed doors in your office is one thing, email or through public other. I get that. I'm just trying to find a path where we hopefully can quickly get the words that we need and approve it and go on.
Making the amendment to the first one and just having that word may removed is an easy thing that we can do and adopt today. The other two, I think, because we're adding in sections, it would warrant bringing back the bylaw. So that's not for me to decide.
So we're getting to the point here, council, that we have to make a decision. And we have two, in my mind, we have we have 3 options, because one option, of course, is to do nothing, just accept the fact that we passed the bylaw. We reconsidered it with discussion, and we're going to repass it. The second one is to repass, is to pass the bylaw again with that word "shall" removed.
Added. May.
No, well, right now it's may, and we just remove that word. So it says, it just says have the right, or something like that, or have access, from exact words now. And the third option is to basically give the bylaw back to our clerk with the instructions to put word for word the words from the March resolution somewhere in the bylaw. Yeah.
So, Karen, could you tell us where statement 2 is covered in other words?
So Schedule B outlines everyone's roles and responsibilities. So it doesn't necessarily say everyone has the same obligation. It specifically says, like, this is the role of the mayor, and this is the role of council, and this is, so there's direct quotes from the municipal act as to, well, I shouldn't say they're direct quotes. I've replaced like municipal with townships, et cetera. But like basically the verbiage is directly from the municipal act as to everyone's roles and responsibilities.
So I guess what I'm trying to find here is there anything comparable to statement 2 anywhere in that document? And if there isn't,
No.
where should it go? Should it be the top line statement in Schedule B before you get into the detailed roles and responsibilities? And is that an easy, lift and drop and put it in there?
I do have draft wording. I would put it as point 2. As council's authority, but again, I don't have it word for word. I have council's authority and decision-making powers are the body as the whole, and members have equal rights, privileges, and obligations with noted exceptions to the mayor, whose responsibilities are outlined below.
That sounds like we're getting close. What about?
But I feel like that's too much of a change.
I
to be as
I understand
amended.
that. So what about number 3? Where might that show up and be covered?
So point 3 of the bylaw currently says all members shall act with decorum in accordance with the code of conduct as amended to ensure all persons are treated with respect and courtesy.
Indeed.
I could have a 3A or point 4 underneath that that says all members have the right to be treated with respect and courtesy. But it would be somewhere in Schedule B, I would say.
So I think we're close, but is it beyond wordsmithing for today?
Yes.
Then I think if there's one thing we can change, if we can address number 1 by changing it, taking out the word may, and then defer the update for items 2 and 3 to next month, that might.
But then I would be repealing the bylaw that we just passed to pass another bylaw. We'd be better off just not passing the bylaw right now.
Councillor Cooper.
Better, I think we're better not to pass it. I think we need to pass this back to the clerk. Option 3, I'm happy to move that we move to option 3, send it back to have the verbiage changed to the March verbiage, period. It's what we agreed to at the time and what we expected to end up in our procedural bylaw. So that's my suggestion. And I'd be happy to move that.
Well, then my question to the clerk at this point is we've rescinded the passing of the bylaw. Or rescinded, we've reconsidered.
You've reconsidered the passing of the bylaw. So technically the bylaw is still in place. You have the option to revote on keeping that.
So we do need another motion to,
So you would revote on that motion and it would either carry or be defeated.
I'll move the motion.
let's get this clear what we're actually voting on. We're voting on, when you say revote,
So the motion then would be it resolved that council enacted bylaw 2023-093 procedural bylaw. If all we're, so the options are, that's the basis of the motion. You can pass the motion as is or move the motion as is to be carried or defeated. You can move the motion as amended to amend Schedule K point subsection 1 to have the word may replaced with shall or removed. Or, well, the easiest thing would be to defeat it, and then that would force me to bring it back.
all right, so now that we've done a lot of reconsidering, the motion that I originally read was moved by Councillor Cooper, seconded by Councillor Bocek. Be it resolved that council enact bylaw 2023-093 procedure bylaw. And if I don't get 4 votes, then it's defeated and you will bring it back.
That's the original motion. So we're talking about the original motion, right?
Do it as amended.
Yeah, I'm trying to read this thing.
Yeah, but
Okay.
but then if we pass that. Okay,
I'm not catching most of the dialogue.
well, that's because not everybody's been turning their mics on, but we're trying to get to a motion that I can read and then everybody with clarity can vote on it. And we're trying to achieve that clarity. So
Thank you.
Okay. All right, so. Yeah, so we've already had a agreement here. It seems to me that council is in agreement that the word may can be removed from the first line of section K. So the question is whether or not you want Clerk Way to reword two other sections of it, if I can call it that, to include the respect and courtesy the second time, and to add a sentence around all members have the rights to information to help make decisions. Sorry. Okay, yeah, but the original motion back in March had 3 points. Sorry?
2 are missing. The clerk has
Yeah.
identified them. And 1 has made, I would replace it shall.
All right. I'm just gonna, quite frankly, I'm a little frustrated with all this. We've gone through all the proper steps, and we had passed this bylaw, and then we had to reconsider it. And I'm going to just read the same emotion we had before. And that's moved by Councillor Cooper, seconded by Councillor Bocek. Be it resolved that Council enact bylaw 2023-093 procedure bylaw. All those.
Just so we understand what the outcome of the vote is. If we vote no.
Microphone, please.
To understand the outcome of the vote, if we vote no, then the clerk will bring back another version of this bylaw at a future date, hopefully next month, dealing hopefully with all 3 items. If we vote yes, then it passes as it previously was. Thank you.
I'd like to call for a registered vote as well. Thank you.
Let the record show that Councillor Graziano's requested a recorded vote. Councillor Graziano, how do you vote?
I vote no for bringing it back, or excuse me, no for passing it as is. Thank you.
Councillor Hazelton, how do you vote?
No.
Councillor Jarvis, how do you vote?
Sadly, no.
Councillor Predko, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Bocek, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Cooper, how do you vote?
No.
Mayor Kutsier, how do you vote?
Yes.
Let the record show the motion's defeated 3-4.
Didn't have my mic on for that. I apologize. Sorry, Councillor Cooper, you didn't hear a word I said. But he's not even there, so he didn't notice. So I didn't get shouted at.
So thank you, your worship. I'll speak to that first and then I'm sure the clerk will have some commentary as well. So it's certainly my understanding that the secretary treasurer role has resided here within the clerk's department. I'm not sure if that was an interim measure during while the planning department was being staffed up or not, but the secretary treasurer role traditionally, or at least in many instances, does reside within the planning department, and it's not unusual for either a planner within the department or an administrative staff member within a planning department to take on that role. It is certainly common and procedurally proper for a planner to also fulfill a secretary treasurer role. They have the background, the expertise to deal with many of the duties of the secretary treasurer above and beyond just the admin pieces. And that's the pieces related to things like clearing conditions of consent, which sometimes require a bit more technical knowledge and background. So in the case of our department, the manager of planning has much experience as a secretary treasurer, was formerly president of the Ontario Association of Committees of Adjustment, and has an abundance of knowledge in terms of that secretary treasurer role. I think the challenge or the technical piece that maybe we need to consider is how does that unfold in the context of a committee of adjustment meeting here in the township of Georgian Bay, where I understand the secretary treasurer has also traditionally fulfilled an administrative role such as taking minutes, ensuring procedure is followed. It would be too much of a burden for a planner who's a secretary treasurer to, for example, present a planning report, discuss a file, make a recommendation, and at the same time have the role and responsibility of taking those minutes and monitoring procedure through the meeting. So I've had some discussions with the clerk on that and how that might look. And I think if I understand correctly, there's still the ability to have clerk's department support to the committee of adjustment to assist with those procedural and minutes pieces, while the manager, if appointed secretary treasurer, would still have the ability to analyze planning applications and present them to the committee.
So you're not managing Ms. McCabe alternating between this desk and that desk during the meeting? Okay, thank you for that clarification. It's not something I was used to, so that's why I was curious. Councillor Jarvis.
Yeah, just for those clarifications, this is not a voting position, or is it a voting position?
No.
Okay. So I understand that she has significant expertise in planning. There's no doubt about that. But those are questions, I mean, usually questions that come up in planning. For instance, if Deb was making a presentation to the Committee of Adjustment, we'd be asking her directly as a presenter of that application, any questions for her to respond to. How is that? Would that be different than her role as Secretary Treasurer?
Through the mayor to Councillor Jarvis. So first and foremost, those roles would not, they wouldn't conflict. So in the context of speaking to a planning application that Ms. McCabe may be presenting, she would be speaking to it as a planner. Her role as secretary treasurer really would be sort of downstream. So for example, if it was a consent application, she'd be monitoring the clearance of conditions and those sorts of administrative elements related to that application down the road. And that's not an uncommon scenario in a committee structure.
So she'd be working in the background, so to speak.
It's an additional duty to her duties as a
Yeah,
planner, and that's to provide that secretary treasurer function. Somebody in the municipality has to do that. We are required under the Planning Act to have a secretary treasurer, and it's simply a question of where within the organizational structure here does that best fit. In my opinion, that's the best fits where the expertise in planning is, because the secretary treasurer should at least have a nominal background in planning. In McCabe's case, she has an extensive background in planning and in the secretary treasurer function.
But other than, like, she would be in all our meetings then? Other than, like, I know she attends when she's making a presentation, but would she also be there if she's not necessarily making a presentation?
That is correct.
Okay.
It would also be appropriate for the township to consider appointing a deputy secretary treasurer. That may be the subject of a separate bylaw to have a backup for those those occasions when Ms. McCabe may be away, etc.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you. And Derek, just a question with respect to how things arrive at the Committee of Adjustment. Would Ms. McCabe be making the decision as to whether a matter goes to the Committee of Adjustment or Planning Council? And the reason I ask this question, and I've seen some matters come before the Committee of Adjustment with several supposed minor parts of the application, and so many of them that I thought to myself, why isn't that in front of Planning Council? So who makes the decision? Is that the role of the Secretary Treasurer, or is that your role? Please advise. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So through the mayor to Councillor Cooper and the rest of council. In my experience, that is a decision that's often made collaboratively with the Secretary Treasurer and the planner or planners involved in the taking in of the file. The Planning Act sets out under Section 45 what may be considered under a minor variance process, and not to be confused by the term minor. You can have some pretty significant developments or development changes that do qualify to be considered under Section 45 under a minor variance when you're looking to vary from the zoning bylaw. Typically, one threshold that planners might use is when is something perhaps better to be considered as a zoning bylaw amendment rather than through a minor variance. Either one represents a change to the zoning bylaw, and one approach to do that is if something is being proposed as a minor variance, but it in fact resembles something and has performance standards that are really comparable to an entirely different zone, and it should really be in another zone as opposed to varying from the standards that it's of the zone that it's in, that's when you bump it up to a zoning bylaw amendment, bring it before Planning Council as an example. These are often discussions that occur at the staff level between staff and agents or planners representing an application. These are the professional debates we have in terms of what's the appropriate process. But ultimately, it is set out by the Planning Act, and staff do make that determination at the intake part of the process.
Fair enough, but if I could continue, but you're not defining that that's the role of the Secretary Treasurer of the Committee of Adjustment. You're saying it's staff, so it could be anybody. When it's a final call on something, if there's 10 minor variances, how could that end up in front of the Committee of Adjustment is my question. Why wouldn't it go to Planning Council? It would be so extreme. Who would make that decision? Would that be you, or all your staff sitting down and discussing it, or the applicant's consultant?
No, so through the mayor to Councillor Cooper and the rest of council, good point. I would say that ultimate decision rests with the director of the department, but it's based on planning advice and the collaborative knowledge of the department. At least that's my approach. And these are the sorts of things that planners discuss, for example, at our weekly staff meetings as we're reviewing new applications that come in and the process and the circumstances surrounding them. But that would be the director's call, in my opinion. But that professional discussion would be held in-house between the planner or planners and the Secretary Treasurer.
Thank you for that clarification, and I'm quite pleased to hear your answer in terms of the decision-making on something that tends to be happening a bit too frequently. Thank you.
Clerk Way, you wanted to add?
I was just going to provide some clarification. Historically, this position has resided with the planning technician, which is not a position we have right now within the planning department. And that was also when we only had a couple of planners who weren't able to fulfill this type of role. Currently, we don't have a planning technician, and we have multiple planners and a manager of planning and a director of planning, which we are so thankful we have so many more people right now. And we're also in a position where we need someone to be able to do this for Friday. And I do not have the planning expertise to sit comfortably in that role. And I would be very happy to have Ms. McCabe sit in this desk and I can just stream in the background. So that's kind of, and when we were short on planning staff, because Ms. Levesque used to be the planning technician, it was an easy role for that to transition to the clerk's office. Without that history, we wouldn't have been able to provide that support ordinarily.
Thank you. And with that, I'm going to presume that Councillor Jarvis will eventually put his hand down. And I'm going to have moved by Councillor Graziano, second by Councillor Hazelton, be it resolved that Council enact bylaw 2023-93, being Committee of Adjustment Secretary Treasurer appointment, McCabe. All those in favor? And that is carried ×2. And I think at this point, we're ready to go into closed session. Is that correct? Okay. So I have moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded by Councillor Jarvis, where section 239(2) of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended provides authority for councils of municipalities to close a meeting or parts of a meeting to the public if the subject matter pertains to a matter identified in section 239(2). And whereas the Council of Township of Georgian Bay deems it necessary to close this portion of the meeting in order to address matters of the following sections 239(2), Council closed minutes of September 11th, 2023, and legal files listing litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting municipality. Now be it resolved that Council of the Township of Georgian Bay moves into a closed session of council at 4:37 p.m. and bless you. All those in favor? And that is carried. We're moving into closed.
Councillor Cooper, you'll need to leave the Zoom and you'll need to leave the Zoom link and go into the Teams link in the closed. Would you like me to send you an email with a new link?
Just a second. There's my speaker. Yeah, I'm looking for a link. Yes, send it to me, please.
Okay.
Oh. It's chilly though. Okay, so we'll just assume votes in favor. Okay. Thanks.
I am the problem.
Okay. I would just like to note that in the room, we do have Counselor Hazelton and Clerk Way that are not seen on camera.
Duly noted. And with that, I have moved by Counselor Predko's gone, so I have to change this. I'm gonna make that Jarvis. Moved by Counselor Jarvis, seconded by Counselor Bocheck. Be it resolved that Council of the Township of Georgian Bay rise from closed session at, let's call it 5:06. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 5 votes for those who can't count on the screen because we don't have all the pictures. 5 votes in favor, 2 people absent at this moment. Moved by Counselor Graziano, seconded by Counselor Hazelton. Be it resolved, the council adopts the council closed minutes of September 11th, 2023 as circulated. All those in favor? And I have 5 votes. That is carried. Moved by Counselor Bocheck, seconded by Counselor Hazelton. Be it resolved, the council adopts bylaw 2023-094 to confirm the proceedings of the October 10th, 2023 council meeting. All those in favor? I have the same 5 votes. And moved by Counselor Bocheck, seconded by Counselor Graziano. Be it resolved, the council does now adjourn at 5:07 PM until October 17th, 2023 at 9 AM or the call of the chair. We're reading this next week, 17th. Oh, budget for a budget meeting. All those in favor? And we're also meeting tomorrow morning. That is carried for a planning council meeting and I don't know what else, something. No, planning council. All right. Thank you very much, everyone, and have a good evening.